This land is calling.
Welcome back to Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup here for day number 3. We are going to be finding out how these groups are going to end up. I'm very excited to get into today's series. We've got some excellent games coming up for you guys as these teams try to figure things out. Are we going to have anybody straight up winning the group? Are we going to go to endless tiebreakers? Are we going to get some 1v1s? Maybe. That's what we're going to find out today. My name is Nomad. I'm going to be helping bring you guys the action, and I'm joined by my beautiful panelists. We've got BSJ and we've got Fear. Guys, how are we doing?
I'm sprightly this morning. How about you, Fear?
You're what?
Sprightly.
Sprightly? I mean, bubbly. I'll go with that.
Fear, you have never been bubbly a day in your life. That's a really interesting self-description, but well, everybody enjoy Fear at his bubbliest as we get into these games here.
You've seen the picture, right?
The picture?
Yeah, the Fear Eats Cheese one.
I have not. I'll have to.
I've got many different emotions using bubbly today.
Excellent. All right, I'm very excited to that one. So let's have a look at the teams we've got competing here at the Esports World Cup right here, right now, across all the different groups. It is the best of the best. All the regular faces you'd expect to see here, and some maybe you wouldn't. I mean, Execration, Virtus.pro, Yandex might be a name you're not so familiar with, but I think a couple of these guys have been turning some heads.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a few of the teams like Yandex. We saw them against Virtus.pro. You're kind of separating the up-and-comers from the the potential there is so much greater. Like when you saw Yandex versus Virtus.pro yesterday, these teams are ones that perhaps could make a splash, making top 8, very well making it through that gauntlet. I think a lot of these teams, it's very clear which team is the best of the group, but maybe not so far in this Group A because we do have a 3-1-3-1.
Yeah, we certainly do. And I think it's very scary when you're looking at single eliminations. You know, you don't get that comfort of a lower bracket later on in this tournament. That's going to be really scary to play against these teams we just don't have as much information for. I mean, how do you prepare against a team like, for example, Execration, where we just don't have much data on them?
Well, you're going to have to use the data you have, I guess, and when it comes to these elimination matches, you just have to, more than anything, instead of focusing on your opponent, you're generally there for a reason. You have to focus more on yourself and making sure your own strategies are working well and not so much on what your opponent's doing.
All right, well, we did mention those groups, so let's take a look at these groups and see exactly how these teams are matching up into each other. Starting off here with Group A, we've got Na'Vi and Team Spirit neck and neck for that top spot at the moment. Man, a series against those two would be very exciting indeed. And Extreme and Talon also at 1 and 3 at the moment here. Anything catching your eye here in this Group A?
Well, I'd just say that even though both these teams, Talon and Extreme, they're 1 and 3, that if one of them were to 2-0 and Team Spirit or Na'Vi takes it 2-0, then there's going to be a tiebreaker for second, third, which is effectively skipping a spot in the gauntlet. So there's a lot on the line on both of these series today, despite the fact that Talon and Extreme still can't win the group.
Absolutely, and let's take a look at Group B next and see how that one looks and who's playing up, because that is the other group we've got playing later on today. And it is Gaming Gladiators at the top, tied up with BB Team, and then we've got Execration and Falcons also tied for the bottom spot as well. Fit, give me your thoughts on Group B.
Yeah, I mean, I'm no surprise here to see some of the teams that have been doing well at the top here. Execration, they had that one good game that gave us some copium against Falcons. Since then, not so much. So expecting to see more from Falcons, really, hopefully, but here at EWC, they seem to be falling short.
They certainly do. And on to Group C, of course. These are the evening gamers. We won't be seeing them today. They'll be playing tomorrow. And in this one, once again, we have two teams tied for the top spot. It is Aurora and Tundra at 3 and 1 in this one. Not a big surprise here. Yandex and 2 and 2, and Virtus.pro unfortunately at 0 and 4. But Yandex have kind of shown a bit of life, I think. They're a fun team to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said yesterday, their performance against Virtus.pro was quite convincing. Like, there's a big gap between third and fourth in terms of the caliber of these teams. No offense to Virtus.pro. They are solidified at the last place in the group. So I'll just have to say that I'm looking forward to Yandex being able to potentially make a splash and cause like some weird
I agree.
Standing situations here.
I think that team as well, like, sure, they had 2 losses, 0-2 to Aurora, but they were close games. And I think it really came down to strategy. So if they like replayed, maybe there'd be a different result. I think Tundra will be a great test.
And finally, of course, we have Group D here in the groups, the final group. And this one being topped out very, very convincingly by Team Liquid. They've already taken down P-Vision to take that top spot. Meanwhile, Shopify Rebellion, unfortunately, at 0 and 4, losing their series yesterday against Heroic.
Yeah, I mean, this might be the most top-heavy, bottom-heavy group of all of them, unfortunately. You've got some Titans up there, then the other regions, SANA, they're kind of struggling to get a foot in the door this tournament.
They are indeed. But let's focus in on today and have a look at the schedule to see what we've got coming up on today's stream, because it's getting pretty spicy over here. We're going to start things off with Team Spirit versus Na'Vi. Then we move into BB versus Execration. Again, that one could be a stomp, but maybe Execration have something to say about that. And then we're into the Void. But it's not the Void, is it, BSJ?
The void of the tiebreakers?
Oh, yes.
Yes, what's really interesting about both these groups is that we saw the records were 3-1, 3-1, 1-3, 1-3 in both groups. But in the first group, Team Spirit versus Na'Vi, these are the 2 3-1 teams that are playing against each other. So pretty much this best of 2 is potentially just deciding the entire winner of the group. On the other hand, BB Team's one of the 3-1 teams and Execration's one of the 1-3 teams. And so there might be some middle of the pack, like 1-3 games taking off of the 3-1. So we might end up like with a more balanced group. I feel like Group A is going to be very solidified after these first best of 2s. But Group B is kind of that one might be the endless tiebreaker we're looking for.
And let's take a look at what they're all playing for here as well. Of course, that all-important prize pool. Top place getting a clean $1 million out of that $3 million prize pool all the way down. And I think the important thing to mention today is that 5 to 8, 125K, that is what you get if you top out your group just straight up. You know, you can lose your next series, whatever. You are guaranteed that that top 8 finish if you win your group today.
I mean, it's a lot of money, and we've already seen a lot of these teams are kind of new to the scene, a lot of new players. This could be life-changing money for them.
Absolutely, you're completely right there. So going to be exciting to see how this one ends up, who makes it through today. And that's what we're going to find out. We have to have a look at our match of the day, but it's already right behind us. We've chosen the very first series of the day as our match of the day, Team Spirit versus Na'Vi. I mean, it has to be, right? They're the two leaders of the group. You know, Spirit looking very, very scary, of course, but Na'Vi, they have already come in fighting, and I'm looking forward to seeing some more from them.
I think this is a really interesting matchup because the way Navi's won 2 of their 3 victories is by having a very rough early game and effectively capitalizing on the mistake of the opponent team really well. Like, they had to do it, but it felt like Extreme fell a bit flat against them, as well as Talon. And I feel like because of the nature of those victories and Na'Vi putting themselves in this tough spot after the laning phase, Team Spirit doesn't seem like the team that's going to give that back to you. Like, they don't, execution-wise, go ahead.
No, I wanted to ask for this. Like, do we think that Team Spirit are a team that it is possible that, you know, if they have that strong start, could they trip against Na'Vi? Could they give Na'Vi a window? How clean are Team Spirit?
They're one of the cleaner teams here, I would say. Everyone knows Team Spirit. I mean, they are a team right now that is going to be the top in the region. If you look at Eastern Europe, you're looking at Pari Vision, you're looking at Team Spirit. And I think the contenders are going to be these Yandex, these VPs, these Na'Vi teams right now. But this is where they have to make their mark. We saw yesterday, Na'Vi, though, they were losing pretty bad, but they found a way to, like, come back into the game, and they also had that resilience. So it was kind of Spirit-esque. So if they can get an upset here, then maybe we can start some shifts within the region, which would be cool to see.
Absolutely. I mean, these are 2 heavy comeback teams playing up against each other, which is always going to be exciting. You cannot call this one until the throne has fallen. That's what I'm going to say about this series. Both of these guys fully capable of pulling it back. So I don't even care who wins the early game, to be honest with you.
They might even be a favorite if they lose the early game. That's the most important part.
Setting up the other for a comeback. My other question about this one was going to be, we've seen the hero pools really, really, really open up recently. I mean, we've had some crazy picks coming out. We've had Undying Mid coming out from Na'Vi. We've had Pure playing a Hoodwink. Surely a wide open hero pool can only benefit your Toro.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him play CK yesterday and like a good matchup against TA as a illusion carry. Again, also the irrationality facet against the Bristleback that he got to break or disarm. And then they also used overall last pick on Team Spirit to pick a Wyvern. I think it's a hero that we're seeing a lot of physical damage lineups. We're seeing like SF Pangos. We're seeing Dawnbreaker plus Dazzle. Like, that's what they picked it against. So I'm looking forward to these niche picks that are going to be popping up more and more that clutch you these games, right? Because we're talking about this group stage being relatively short. You're also dealing with effectively single elimination the rest of the way. So these like gotcha picks might just very well decide where teams place in this tournament.
Yeah, and of course we've seen both teams doing that. As I mentioned, Na'Vi with the Undying Mid, they're more than happy to mix things up as well. So expect some strange things coming out here. Looking at Na'Vi though, you know, they had the 1-1 against Talon, which was sort of interesting series. Talon coming out really strong against Na'Vi in that one. And then we saw the 2-0 over Extreme. You weren't super surprised by that though, Fear. Could you talk to me a little bit about like that Na'Vi versus Extreme series and how Na'Vi were able to take it?
Well, I think in the first game it looked very dominant, right? We're going to talk about the Undying, of course, being flexed to the mid lane. This wasn't some like pre-planned strategy by any means, I don't think. I think they just had the flexibility to make the changes when necessary, and I think that's always a good sign for a team that is looking good, and they never dropped the ball from start to finish in that game. In game number 2, things a little dicey, right? Like the PL was in play, you had this S-up, they were losing quite badly, they found high ground defenses, held on to the game in a position where you thought they couldn't win, and to me that is always the sign of a great team. It's not about the games that are easy to win, it's finding a way to win the hard games, and they were able to do that.
Yeah, they're really humble when we talk to them as well. They're always like, well, you know, we maybe shouldn't have won that one, but, you know, they messed up, they made a mistake, they did the wrong item build, and I really think that kind of takes the credit away from them, which they deserve, because they're persevering, you know, they're always looking for the win condition. This team never gives up.
Well, I'd like to say that probably the reason they're able to capitalize on the opponent's mistakes is because they recognize them.
Yeah.
Like, they have to be able to say, yeah, that's exactly what we're hoping he wouldn't do that, or we were looking for them to potentially do this, and then that's the window. I remember Maposhka, like, historically has always talked about, you know, being another comeback captain. We just look for that one opportunity, and sometimes the game has to go an extra 30, 40 minutes, and it takes that one chance for the opponent to slip up. And Dota, there's a million small decisions that happen within the game, so it's quite like even the best teams in the world will mess up at least a few times, and if you're there, being able to identify it like Na'Vi did yesterday, that's what it takes to come back.
Absolutely, and of course, coming off the back of a 2-0 for a team like Na'Vi, who don't have the most international experience, you know, they've played a few tournaments this year, but still nothing compared to a lot of the other teams here, but I think that momentum's really going to help them out here against Spirit.
Yeah, when you're a newer team, especially when it comes to LAN environments, momentum is your best friend. Like, if you're feeling good, you're going to play good. And they played really well yesterday, so they're going to feel really good about that. And I think we're going to see, like, one of the stronger Na'Vis that we'll maybe have ever seen, I think, going against Spirit, but will it be enough is going to be the question, right? You are going against Spirit. That's why I said if they win this match, maybe we'll see some restructuring of tiering in the region. Who knows?
That is a big claim indeed, but I think you're absolutely right. Like, these guys are going to come at it with everything they've got. And what else is interesting against Na'Vi is that they haven't shown us a lot of their hero pools yet. Of course, you know, there's not the most game-rich format yet, but they've got a lot of stuff which they've been playing like time and time again throughout the year, which we just haven't seen yet. I'm talking about things like the Niku Monkey King. Hasn't come out. Tiny as well is another one of his favorites. Hasn't seen it yet, so...
That's good, though. That hero's not good right now.
All right, that is why, then. Thank you very much.
Yeah. 12 nerfs later, I think they a lot of these teams have eventually given up on Tiny. I think it was John and Mike that were specifically getting almost triggered at this point in the SEA qualifiers for the International as well as EWC, that there were some teams that just... They let these old habits die hard. You know, the hero, they're connected, they're nostalgic. They're like, oh, 2 patches ago, Tiny was so good. Maybe we can restore it to its former glory. But I think that's the reason why we're not seeing his classics, is I think Na'Vi has clearly adjusted to what is currently good, and they have their own unique take on it, which, you know, Fear mentioned the sign of a great team being somebody who can win the tough games. I also believe it's the teams that clearly will adjust when the meta calls for it.
Yep.
Absolutely, and now we have the draft available. Time for the battle between the players, the coaches as well, coming into this one. You know, the Heartless King on Na'Vi. I'm a big fan. You know, the guy doesn't say much, but he's just an aura farmer. He just walks around farming it. And of course, Silent on the side of Spirit as well. Their coach. So let's see which direction they're going to take it. And of course, a lot of those high contest heroes still hanging around. Batrider's going to get taken out of the pool, of course. Like a Siren Gun, the Axe, unsurprisingly, taken out. Both of these teams more than happy to get their hands on an Axe and pop off with it on their offlaners.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these teams have much different priorities and what they want to pick in these games. For Team Spirit, like, they are going to be first pick this game. Most of the games that they played, I guess half of them were on second pick. They did win with a first pick Axe. They tried the first pick Queen of Pain, didn't work. But they're going to go back for the Shadow Fiend. This is a hero we've been seeing a lot at this tournament. Seems pretty strong no matter where you put it so far, so can't really complain about this.
Yeah, I think one of the highlight matchups in this meta right now is we saw Team Spirit yesterday play against Talon, and Talon opened up with Lina, which they often put on Makoto, but it could be a flex to carry. But what's really good against these ranged turret BKB buyers is BKB piercing disables and displacements. And the one hero in the game that has both of those is Magnus. And so we saw Team Spirit respond to it immediately with the Magnus, and I feel like conceptually, dealing with these heroes, they're so susceptible to getting bursted that oftentimes the team that is with them will pick saves. You know, they'll pick the Dazzles, they'll pick the Tusk, they'll pick the Dawnbreakers, but Magnus just completely owns that concept. Whether or not it's the SF right-click or whether it's the Kayasha BKB, it's bad against both of these. So the fact that they used it yesterday and then banned Magnus in order to pick it, I think just Team Spirit has a really good idea of conceptually what breaks the hero's success.
Interesting. Well, Magnus gets taken out of the pool. They'll go with the Disruptor as the opening pick from Na'Vi. I mean, this hero's slowly been rising in stocks a bit, so I'm not super surprised to see it as a first pick here for
Yeah,
Na'Vi.
I mean, Zayad's played it twice yesterday against the Shadow Fiend. He won both games, so maybe a bit confident in past success with this hero against Shadow Fiend. And he looked really good on the hero. Crit also played it recently from position 4, also looked really good. It is another different type of displacement hero. There has to be a certain condition to be meant to be displaced, but it can also do that. But it's also very good at just having that catch in the game. This Glimpse has lots of purposes. Sometimes if you're playing versus a Bane or something, can cancel that. Versus Naga Siren, which is in the pool, can also help there. There's a lot of ways this hero can be utilized, and I think this hero is incredibly strong. Its only real weakness is it's not the best laner. There's many, many supports that are better at laning than Disruptor, but if you can get out of the laning stage, it can provide a lot.
The one thing you'll always have if you have Disruptor is catch, because you may not have the most reliable lockdown until he gets the Ags, but it feels like playing by yourself is not much of an option against this hero, especially like 10 to 20 minutes in. It allows you to go for like the Undying mids, which they used yesterday, because normal amount of catch you'd have to get from those roles is very rarely made up for by the supports. Like, yeah, the Shadow Shamans of the world are nice because they stun people, but in like the 10 to 20 minute window where you're supposed to be making plays, Disruptor's one of the few catalyst supports that actually enables those smokes when your mid laner is light on stuns.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of the mid Undying, I met Niku in the bathroom actually just before this match. We shook hands after we washed our hands, of course.
Good to hear it.
And then had a little small talk first time meeting him. He's like, "Did you see my Undying yesterday?" I was like, "Yes, I did. That was really good." He was really proud of that one.
Did you give him a nice pat on the head?
I did. I was like, "That was really good.
Son.
Good job." Are you gonna do it again? He said, "Maybe."
All right, that's
Nice.
the intel. Yeah, I mean, you don't blame him. You know, you pick up the Undying. It's a crazy call. It's an interesting pick. I meant to just be so obnoxious with it. Like, he wasn't popping up. His stats weren't crazy, but he was putting up so much pressure from like the very start of the game. And it felt like he fully lent into what he needed to do as a hero, you know, win the lane and then just be so obnoxious, be in the faces, you know, give TA the freest 15 minutes you possibly can, and that will win you that game. You know, that was such a good read from the entirety of the team to come around that pick and be like, actually, this makes sense. It's not just a good counter matchup, but in the game, it does what we need it to do from a mid laner.
So I've always been a little wary on teams that overflex, I want to say, right? There's been some great teams that can do it. Speaking of Undying, it does come out.
Yep.
If you can make it work against the best teams, that's when you become a real threat in the draft. If you can make it happen versus teams that are struggling, it's kind of no big deal, right? And it's false confidence in a way.
Yeah.
But if you can make these like calls on when to pick a hero and where to place it, and you're correct most of the time, even against the best teams, you'll become an incredibly scary team to draft against.
Yeah, I mean, you can even go back to some of the most like legendary performances in Dota history, you know, looking at like Ana's IO, right? Like that was one of those crazy things which no one was ready for, no one was expecting. Everyone was like, oh, it's a gimmick, it's a meme. It wasn't. It won them a TI.
Absolutely. I mean, it really just comes down to, do you have the formula or do you not? And I think this is a team I'm keeping an eye on for just, do they have that formula? So far, it's looked pretty good, but real test is about to begin here because we do see the Undying yet again. We don't know where it's going to go. I personally don't think we're going to see this hero in mid lane if SF decides to go mid. It doesn't seem like a great matchup. But I think because they had the ability to do that, they can do that other places, though. I'm curious on what else they have in mind.
I'm curious about this Bane pick because I've always thought that Disruptor was, at least maybe not in the laning phase, but in the rest of the game, quite a good pick against Bane because you have the like 2,000 range instant grip cancel from a support. But I'm imagining, looking at Team Spirit's heroes, that they're just basically doubling and tripling down on the laning phase right now. SF, almost certainly going to be mid now that you have a Nature's Prophet. Yes, Nature's Prophet could be a support, an SF carry, but I think we've been seeing more and more Nature's Prophet prioritized as the one position. I really like Nature's Prophet 1 here because of the fact that Manta, Hurricane Pike, Mjolnir is just a really good build against what he's currently seeing, and I love a hero that can just click down the tomb. He's got a low base attack time. He doesn't really care about the strength being stolen away. He sustains through fights. He can be globally present in the game, and that's exactly what kind of counters these Disruptor lineups that are trying to outnumber you. So yeah, I'm not sure about the Bane pick other than purely all-inning the lanes. And these look like their lanes, most likely Undying 5, Gyro 1, Disruptor 4, Dawn 3.
Yep.
How are we feeling about these matchups? Like, what do we want from Team Spirit for their offlane?
That's the thing, right? Like, I think ideally you do pick your offlaner here because you want to probably get this Nature's open for a little bit. But I don't know if Gyro loses necessarily to anything. But the good news is you can play a lot of heroes against Gyro. It's fine because he's always going to shove it out. It does shut down your ability to pick anything that is zoo related, like these Lycans and Beastmasters, Enigmas, what have you. But Centaur, that's a good choice. He has very high base region, doesn't really care too much about the flak spam. I think throughout the entirety of this game, the Stampede could be good if you want to just disengage from the Dawn, but Disruptor, one of the better heroes for Centaur. You can't win them all. They needed more stun. Maybe why they picked Bane as well is just to have, you know, that side lane setup. Maybe not as good in the team fights, but
yeah,
you need some stun.
And it is a very high strength hero into the Undying as well. Like, I don't think
he's got high region, which is very nice.
Yeah, I don't think it's like that much of an issue anymore, but you know, it's another thing. Na'Vi will be very comfortable in their safe lane, basically. But they have the combo, one of my favorite combos in Dota at the moment, which is when you get that Aghanims on the Centaur, you pick up the SF. If he gets in trouble, you can just like do a rolling Requiem. It's
Sure.
It's one of my, it's just really cool.
I mean, it's an old counter to the Disruptor Ags too, because you just buy BKB on Centaur, blink in with the cart. One of the few things that can save you from Disruptor Ags. So late game, it's a solution as well. We talked about how both these teams, especially Spirit, because they have a bigger track record, they factor in every late game detail they possibly can because they find themselves in that situation quite a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're factoring in that Disruptor Ags is a huge win condition, and even if it takes 2 items from Centaur, like 8k gold worth of them to turn the tides on that situation, if you're allowing your SF to get that Requiem off, we've been seeing just how potent that is. The SFs can absolutely carry the fights. I remember we saw the Ags later on from Na'Vi on the SF. I'm trying to remember, it was Niku, right? Or was it? I guess there's some other team, but they dropped all the way to super low, and the Requiem went off, and then the Ags just full healed. So,
yeah, I think that was like Aurora, I believe.
I'm looking.
Yeah.
No. It was Na'Vi. Their first game against Talon.
I've seen it a couple of times. It's
So the fact that if you can spend 8k gold to counter the one way that Na'Vi is going to prevent that from happening, then giving yourself that option 35, 40 minutes into the game is just something that really speaks to how Team Spirit visualizes every stage.
Final bands coming out. Both teams need a mid laner, and both teams are going to have to go very, very deep into that hero pool to find one.
They banned Ember.
Well, Spirit.
Yeah, I feel like
Spirit could have a mid laner.
Yeah. I feel like
that is true. That is true, actually.
I think
the Ember ban
they're open.
Yeah.
Like they could SF mid. They could also, you know, pick a new potential carry if they want and put NP on support. They have like about 3 options here. They could pick support, mid, or carry.
I mean, I really like their lanes as is for Team Spear, where it's like Bane, Nature's Prophet, safe lane, and you just pick a Rue hero here, something like a Muerta. I actually would really like a lot. Just like a ranged damage dealing threat.
But I will say Nature's position 4 feels really good against Undying.
Oh, does it?
Because you just sprout him and he has to like tango out every time, and that heal, right? It's healing you and your offlaner with a decay spam. I'm not saying they're going to do it, but it is an option that does feel nice.
Okay. I could see that, for sure.
A lot of flexibility here for Team Spirit. None really for Na'Vi, at least as far as we can see.
Yeah, I mean, this is not going to be a mid Undying type of game.
No,
well,
surely not.
Unless they decide to pick Kunkka mid on their last pick, then maybe.
Yep. Well, the Centaur's going mid.
Yeah, Centaur mid.
That one's a little harder to read, though. Not sure if I've seen a Laurel Centaur mid yet.
Yet. It's a heavy yet.
However, when he did come into the scene, I did see a lot of Underlord from him.
Oh,
Ooh.
interesting.
But that was years ago.
Yeah, they beat that out of him on Spirit
Yes, they
long
did.
ago. See, so much time.
Oh,
being spent on
he
these
banned his
bans.
own Kunkka there.
Oh,
Oh,
unfortunate.
what a shame.
So Queen of Pain comes out. So it's still flexible. We don't know who's safe lane. We don't know who
Oh, that's
is
smart,
mid.
actually. Yeah, that could be either way. Yeah.
But I think that does make
Nature's
NP
Prophet
support. Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, I mean, I think either way, like, I really do like NP4 for Undying, because I played it once before. It's like, this feels really nice. He's decaying me. I'm just healing and right-clicking him from range. Not a lot of supports can do that.
It does sound nice.
So what do they need on Na'Vi now? What do their draft lack?
They lack some, like, initiation. Oh, yeah, of course they're lacking an arc warden. That was pretty obvious. Isn't that right, BSJ?
Absolutely. I saw it coming from a mile away. They needed a ranged damage dealer that... What I want to see is if he goes for what I've been seeing trending in pubs, which is an Ags build. It's like an Ags rush where...
Silence, yeah.
Well, yeah, the Ags makes it so your Flux, when they're alone, turns into a Silence. It's very good against the likes of heroes like Queen of Pain, and even like canceling Grip from Bane. I like the fact that he's also going for the power capture facet. I think that is one that I think is unexplored, which that's the one that gives you the 1.5 all stats every time you take a rune, and your bubble collects the rune for you. So What I'm hoping out of this pick is that it denies every single rune to Laurel, because you can put the bubble down and go get the other one, or you can even double bubble both runes, and it's impossible for the enemy mid to get it. So if he's able to like shut down the momentum of the co-op and like kind of draw out the mid game, they've got the counter initiation from the Dawn, the Undying potential save as well later. I think Navi's got a pretty cool draft here, but I'm not really sure how it's going to work out.
I mean, it's cool conceptually, but I don't know how they start fights outside of Glimpse.
Yeah.
That's like my biggest concern here. So if you can find ways to like play at a distance in these team fights and just poke at them, there's not much you can do on Navi to counter initiate that. So I don't know how this is going to work out. I'm very curious to see, but unfortunately, I have to give Spirit a bit of an edge here just for ease of execution.
A double edge.
The double edge. No, just one edge this time.
Okay, just one edge.
The double edge of execution. All right, well, let's see if they can do it then. Team Spirit with a very well-rounded, pretty normal draft. They had the flexibility, they could make the adjustments, and they seem happy with what they've got. Navi cooking a little bit. Have they spent too much time in the kitchen, or have they put together something genius? Let's find out in game number 1 with MLP and John Xfire.
Thank you so much, Nomad. We do get into a game number 1 between Team Spirit and Na'Vi. Jonathan, you know how much I despise Arc Warden, and who else would take the hero but the cocky Niku? This guy just makes me sick every day. He makes me sick.
That he does, but look, there is a world where the Arc Warden does a lot of work. I've seen this a couple of times.
Oh, I didn't say it wasn't going to be good. I said I hate it.
Oh yeah, but it's not like the Arc Warden of old where you're kind of sieging. It's not as, it's still effective. You know, you're going to be able to work the map. I think the big thing now with Arc Warden is your fight potential is actually pretty high. The Ags buildup that we heard from Brian there is really, really strong when you manage to get that timing. It's just a matter of, I'm very curious about how the lanes will go. I'm not completely sure how a lot of Arc Warden players feel to go up against the Quap with a Shadow Strike build. It's a lot of sustain. You do have some damage presence out for the Arc Warden, and as mentioned with your Facet here, with that power capture, you should have rune control every single time.
It just seems a bit ridiculous, these facets, John. Like 1.5 all stats for securing power runes. Like, isn't that your job anyway?
It doesn't count the water rune, so it only kicks in at 6 minutes, and you know it's a power spike every 2. You're not always going to be in position to get every single rune. Ideally, you are, but if you're not, you're missing out some value there. I think the key thing is, again, this timing into Ags, how active you can be on the map, and how well do you hold off against a Quap who has a lot of magic damage to play with in lane. She's going to be able to poke. You can go for the Shadow Strike build, and you can kind of make it work.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I can't wait to see how it all pans out. Again, Na'Vi and Team Spirit. Game number 1. I mean, both these sides, same scoreline in their groups right now, 3-1. Tied up. This series will decide which one is arguably the better team in the groups. And well, Na'Vi, I mean, they've been pulling off some impressive victories here, but this is Team Spirit. I mean, if there's any team that's going to make life very hard for you, it's going to be Team Spirit.
That it should be. And again, Team Spirit runs something that's a lot easier to execute, a lot easier to play. We'll see how much they can get from what should be a relatively straightforward time here for the side of Team Spirit. Taking a gander bot, you already have some of those early blocks out from Collapse. And this is a lane matchup we used to talk about a little bit more. Centaur into Gyrocopter. Here, Forgot the Juice. This is a lane where it's going to be a little bit awkward for Collapse, right? Like, you probably will need some points in Retaliate. You're playing into an Undying. You're losing a lot of EHP every single time the Decay comes in. And that's going to buy a lot of room out here for Forgot the Juice to just farm up. You're not going to be expecting too much pressure coming out from Rue early on. There is some interesting setup later on, let's say with a Sprout plus Hoof Stomp, perhaps, if you can get on top of someone. But so long as you've got mana here on Riddies, that threat for Decay softening up for a chase down with a barrage later on is just a little bit too high.
Oh, Lal mid lane, he's having the experience, John. He's having the experience. Niku having a great old time already here up against the Quap, and props to Lal. It's not going to be an easy Quap lane, John. It's one of those lanes where you might not win because these Spark Wraiths, they're very annoying to lane against.
That they are. And again, it's going to be down to how well can Laurel actually utilize the Shadow Strike. Your range is, it's decent enough, but again, the moment you come in, Niku's going to threaten with his rates. He's going to have that Flux ready, and he has some opportunities. You have to get that point and blink. You have to play defensively here for Laurel. And you have to remember, water rune control, it's not going to be simple. Once you do have a little bit of that flux going on, once you have that magnetic field to help you out, even the water rune control is not going to be simple for the Quap. So you have a very strong advantage to play with here on Niku. And that should lead to the ramp up where, you know, this Arc Warden gets crazy. You get a fast Midas, you get active on the map at 6, can get wild.
Yatoro going to find Zayat. So you do have the nice Bane Nightmare into the SF Razor setup. So it's going to be a nice, easy first blood hit for Yatoro. perfect start for Team Spirit. You couldn't have asked much better. And I imagine Na'Vi will have to play pretty carefully up at this top lane.
Yeah, the top is the highest threat here from the side of Team Spirit, of course. It's that easy setup you were talking about. It's a melee matchup. Trying to gap close here on PMA is a little bit harder. Maybe by level 3, level 4, you can start to make some considerations. Would say a good glimpse back. But it's hard to see them playing out of position, although Miposhka is relatively forward.
If Yatoro is coming, this is another dangerous fight for Na'Vi. And just look at the damage output from this SF as Zayat's again going to go down. Meanwhile, Niku mid lane has been jumped by Ru. And it seems like Niku will be going down to Lal as Team Spirit. Oh, they're not waiting too long to get active, Jonathan. Sub 3 minutes in, they're just going.
Yeah, and that is what you want to see from this lineup. Again, it's much easier to rotate in. The Arc Warden laning phase doesn't have Magnetic Field. You don't have that early control on the runes. As you know, you don't tend to want to get Magnetic Field all too early. So you're not really denying the resources from Laurel. He gets all the water runes he'd want.
Another setup. PMA will use the Celestial Hammer to try and get out of there. PMA still dropping extremely low. Will not go down, but how are you going to lane this any longer? You know, like, how are you going to do it? Every time Nightmare's available with the raises from Yatoro, you're in danger every single time.
And there's really no relief that can come out from Zayats. You can maybe try to glimpse, you can try to block them off, get the value point in the kinetic field, but that aggression, certainly not coming online. Level 3 is up, you can try to farm safely here with a Celestial Hammer. You don't really have the mana sustain yet on PMA to kind of get that done, but we've seen this from PMA before. We've seen him in slower lanes. I feel like the moment for him to shine is when the movements start to come across, when Miposhka maybe starts to work the map a little bit more. In a 1v1, that's when we see PMA kind of get a little bit more, get that recovery, get the levels he needs solo, and maybe you start to have that impact into the level 6 timing. Still, it's a long way till then. Early phase again for Team Spirit, very clean so far. Great lane for Yatoro, great pickoffs from Laurel, great water rune control again coming out from Spirit. Both water runes again, just ending up their way. No refills. Not that you have a bottle
PMA
on Niku, but you have such a playable lane.
Ray's going to connect. It's just a level 2 raise though, so PMA going to survive that top lane again, but just having to constantly bring out salves for himself, not having a good time whatsoever. Neither is Niku now. Sure, the mid lane started off pretty well for him, but that one rotation from Ru allows Lal to have a one level XP advantage, and with that, Lal will hit the level 6 mark prior to Niku. And I imagine Ru might make the rotation again as soon as he hits level 6.
Oh. They're on him.
They're on him right now. Niku, who needs level 6? Niku in big trouble. He's down. Just none of the lanes really working out, apart from maybe the bottom for Na'Vi as Zayat's going to be jumped as well. Ru's just healing up in the tree line, and they can't get him.
No.
Team Spirit, 0-5 already, 2K advantage their way. Bottom, they're going to try and chase down Collapse at the very least. Riddy's going to drop the tombstone, so they do get onto the board. Again, the one saving grace right now for Na'Vi is got the juice. He's been farming very well on the gyro.
That he has. They've got control as well, just shoving out really hard. Probably not enough time until that Shrine of Wisdom. So no early steals just yet, but at least having the Watcher, having a way of watching when they come in could be nice. Again, the aggression is panning out for Team Spirit in a big way. I think slowing down Niku on mid is going to hurt a ton, because we were talking about the Arc Warden pick, we were talking about what it can do, this Ags timing you're looking for, this utility that you could maybe get with an Orchid as well, the fact that you kind of want to work that presence up once you've got the 6. Not really there yet. Laurel has himself a pretty free time now, 27-13, and power and control, this is the one that matters, and they lose out again. Haste Rune out for Laurel, that's 1.5 alt stats you're missing out here on Niku. That's, you know, utility you're missing out. It's an opportunity for Laurel to again think about this movement across the map. At the least, you have some good defensive wards to watch here from Na'Vi. One little river ward watching that Haste Rune pickup, so you should be aware that something can happen, but that tempo has certainly gone fully the way of Team Spirit. Like, just look at how free Yatoro's lane is. We were talking about the Dawnbreaker not doing much. It is a solo lane, you're soaking up, but you're really not going to be stopping this farm anytime soon. And this is going to be a scary timing into that Mask of Madness plus Dragonlance we tend to see from this SF.
Yeah, it's going to be very fast from Yatoro. Let's continue the absolute free farm here on the SF. Really frustrating for Niku as well. He still hasn't hit level 6, so you can't really abuse the Tempest Stubble to try and get the power runes either. Top lane, Requiem, easiest setup of his life. Miposhka, I mean, he's a Bane spammer. This guy, you don't want to give this guy Bane, you know?
No.
He does disgusting things. It hasn't even really started yet. Zayat, he gets a Shrine of Wisdom at least. Probably worth him dying for it. But he is going to die. There is no escape. Lal will pick up his life.
Yeah, look, I mean, the Shrine of Wisdom's important. I think the fact that Laurel is getting that kill, though, again, this Quap is just on a roll. Uncontested, gets good value out from the Haste Rune. They check out the triangle as well. They're clearing out some of these stacks with Yatoro. The flash farm catch up, especially the resources being set up here for Got the Juice, kind of taken away. And again, it goes back to what the panel was talking about. How do you start these fights in Na'Vi now? Right, because your Arc Warden's not ready. Still going back for the Midas, still needs more on top. You likely want your Travels to be up as well. If not an Orchid, just try to get to some teleportation points while they're up to join these fights. And none of that is lining up anytime soon. At the least, you have your 6, you've got the double. You can try to work out the lanes, try to get control on the runes as they are doing with the magnetic field now. A little bit early.
It was a little bit early. He does get the illusion rune though. Meanwhile, the Quap, Lal, he's worth quite a bit of money right now, and Lal's gonna go down. Blink on cooldown, he couldn't get out of there. And that's the kind of kill you want to be a little bit concerned about giving away, because Niku, he was having a horrific time. You give a couple of those kills and a bit of space here for him to farm, he could catch up pretty damn quick.
That he can. And again, he gets the rune, he gets a little bit more stats. You can't underestimate that facet.
No.
Once you get a few more, you know, just free alt stats is insane on this kind of hero. That durability, that extra bit of damage is a universal type, scales up. So you do have to be cautious. You are stuck with level 1 Blink. On Laurel, he does go for like 3-1-2 build, so you don't have as much uptime to get in and out. And once you have that maxed out, you should feel a little bit more confident with that aggressive sort of positioning. Again, considering how well the rest of the map is going, considering how free of a game this is for Yatoro, you really don't mind. And that's all attention going to the Quap, who's already had a good time. The SF is having an even better time. You're starting to get some space out for Collapse. He's already got the Vanguard, so some of that damage coming in, the threat of Flak isn't that high anymore from Got the Juice. And they've got the levels now for Team Spirit to pick and choose their fights. Like, they've got the Stampede to bail out if need be.
They're going to try again for the Quap. Lal will get the blink away. There'll be no real glimpse back here from Zayat, and Zayat actually might just be dead. This poison damage, and he will be. In fact, now Niku, Fiend's ripped up by Maposhka. Solar Guardian going to fly through Lal. Maybe he's gone too far. They'll take down the Quap, and Niku!
Ooh.
He's going to find a second before he goes down. Maposhka in trouble. He'll drop to boot. Yatoro just wants out of here. Requiem, though, gonna make it in time. Yatoro still between a rock and a hard place. He'll run with the Stampede. The zombie that could, though, giving the vision. Yatoro, does he get away? The zombie again! Keeping it up. Oh, and he's been blocked off. Yatoro's down. Oh, that's a problem, John. Niku, he was there for 2 kills worth of XP. A 2 for 3 trade, 2 for 4 trade, in fact, with Yatoro's death, and that's a big one as Niku. He's gonna find the power rune again. What a balanced hero this is.
You gotta love that facet. It's a hilarious facet, especially as you get a bigger and bigger magnetic field as the levels go up. It does it across the map almost. It's a long distance once you have that magnetic field maxed out. And I will say there was a little bit of maybe too much commitment coming out from Team Spirit, right? Like the Sonic Wave came before the landing came in here from PMA, so they did manage to push out at the very least and kind of try to dodge out, but just that window for Niku to kind of fight back in gave him a lot of value. Like, he still dies, sure, it sets up. You had a lot of space to kind of get value from Riddies. This Undying up front as a support is just so tanky, and you kind of committed all your burst onto the Arc Warden first. So there was an opportunity for Na'Vi to turn around, and that kill Yatoro, I mean, he's still doing fine overall, of course. He's still been farming up a storm, but it provides a lot of recovery out for Na'Vi to start to feel comfy. Because in comparison, Got the Juice, he's still relatively safe. He's still farming up. He's going into the Ags timing that we tend to see in the Gyrocopter, and he is in a relatively safe spot of the map. They are still very well protected down bot, a lot of good sentries watching some common entry points, and the Gyrocopter is kind of starting to catch up to Yatoro off of that one death, at the least.
Zayat will get caught. Maposhka with the Nightmare setup. The TPs are incoming. You've only got the Undying, though, and that will be cancelled immediately. They don't want to deal with Yatoro. The Zayats to go down, T1 top tower also to drop. Team Spirit still 2k net worth ahead. Still having a great old time with this SF. Probably not looking to force any fights too soon, I dare say, as they probably weren't happy with what happened last time, but nevertheless, things still going swimmingly for them.
That it is. And again, for the side of Na'Vi, you should be a little bit happier with a slower start anyhow. Again, you see just how balanced that magnetic field facet is. The rune just goes to him instantly. You're getting all that utility. You're getting a lot of permanent stats. Now 4.5 with 3 runes up. And it matters a lot for this hero who kind of wants to go for a glass cannon, right? You're going for Maelstrom now, maybe the full Mjolnir. Again, an Orchid buildup would be good. The Axe has a lot of utility. So you're allowed to focus on your damage and still get some form of durability out from this facet. It does quite a lot in terms of providing presence out for Niku later on. I think the key thing for Team Spirit is they are starting to approach some key points. The big one would probably just be this blink on collapse. They've got the durability lined up at the very least, as they are just, again, kind of waiting for those opportunities. You're almost set up now as well on Yatoro. He is going for the Force Staff first, try to get some repositioning out with the Dragon Lance, maybe go for the full Hurricane Pike. And once you have that, with a blink, say, on collapse, things do start to simplify. Blade Mail plus Vanguard up on the Centaur. Stampede is always ready to go. You have the output. Even the Blade Mail here on Laurel isn't too far off. They should start to be looking to be aggressive here.
Rue's going to move in onto Riddies. Keep in mind, that's an Undying you're trying to go for. He's got Tombstone available. This could be a dangerous fight for Spirit. Riddies, double decay, glimpse back on Miposhka and Spirit. They're going to just have to leave him be. They know they can't fight. They'll let Miposhka die. Interesting choice there from Spirit to try and even hunt Riddies, quite frankly, but they do decide it just wasn't worth the risk in the end.
No. Didn't quite have enough cores right next to it. I figured maybe Laurel would try to rotate in, and you could look for that burst play. Oh! Right behind the tier 1 is a little bit risky. That's a big one to take.
That's a big courier. The Aghanim, that was a full axe.
It's going to be a long stall out here. Forgot to juice. 1:40. Your farming pace is a little bit slower. I don't think you mind too much. Because, again, I don't think Navi's too comfy in looking to force big fights anyhow. But certainly the farming pace slowing down just a bit can kind of hurt. You're not as efficient. You're not going to be clearing the camps as fast as you would with the side gunner. But still, you are equalizing the game. Again, the advantage for Team Spirit isn't too high. They'll try to widen that with a smoke, though.
They come in, Riddies. This time, no Tombstone, so he should be in pretty big trouble, though he just continues to run. Stampede popped. Riddies still going. Rue will TP in as well. They will secure. Takes them a little bit more than they would have liked, and now with no Stampede, they need to get out of here. Yatoro, he's been glimpsed back. Zayat's gonna find the big target. Yatoro still alive with the Nightmare out, but got the juice. No, he's down. Yatoro will take him before he drops himself. Now the Fiend's grip out, catching PMA, and they'll get another. A 1-for-4 trade in the favor of Team Spirit. It looked really bad to start, but it ends up working out.
There's just a lack of damage right now on Na'Vi. Again, it's just a matter of how they kind of have to take these fights. They don't have easy setup. They don't have the most control in the world here to kind of keep these heroes pinned down. So once you have some opportunities to chase down, you have an angle in, you have a wave blinking out, you don't have too much to worry about from Miposhka and getting off a full grip. It's relatively simple. Again, the ease of execution here for Team Spirit is very easy. And for Na'Vi, it's a lot more challenging. They need to wait for more of that form to kick in. Even the damage on Niku isn't that high. Is still having to go back for the full Mjolnir. At least has the Maelstrom for some farming pace. But you just need so much more. And for Team Spirit, again, this is their spike. They've got the Blade Mills up. They've got a lot of output already. They're just going for the full Aura now on Collapse. He is just going back for the Pipe instead of a Blink. Understanding that there's no real need to jump. You've got the setup from Rue. Very low commitment with just the teleportation in and the Sprout. And that's enough to set up for you here on the side of Team Spirit. For Na'Vi, at the least now, PMA does get his full Ags delivered. Is going for the BKB next. That can help the cause. The only thing you'd have to worry about is grip, and you kind of have to make that tough choice on Miposhka, whether or not you'd want to grip the BKB user or someone else more pivotal in these fights. We'll have to see how that affects that decision-making here from Spirit. But they widen the lead up again, back to 4K. A little bit more even before that fight for Na'Vi. And for Na'Vi, again, it's a matter of patience. It's a matter of getting that damage up, trying to get some present out on your heroes. You don't quite have it yet. I'd say this Ags timing coming out on PMA is the big one. The additional sustain you get from that Solar Guardian, not to be underestimated if you do manage to get it formed up fast.
Absolutely not. Still a pretty even game, all things being said and done. 3K advantage to Spirit. They are taking many more objectives, but it's kind of to be expected with this style of draft. I mean, Na'Vi are certainly looking for more of a mid to late game timing with their own. Zayats, Static Storm, actually going to find Lal. Do they have enough follow-up damage, though? Lal's actually just standing his ground right now. Sonic Wave will be popped, and he just moves his way up, but the Spark Wraith is following him up. It's not going to be enough, though. Meanwhile, Collapse will get glimpsed back to the top lane, and Lal will make it out. As it almost felt like Na'Vi, they kind of hesitated. Do we initiate, do we not? Bottom lane, PMA will get caught out. Team Spirit, they will not hesitate.
No. They see that commitment on mid. They see all of their supports helping out Niku in that move. They know they've got the room. Just make something happen bot. And again, it's that easy setup. You've got the Grip, you've got the Nightmare, you've got Sprout you can rely on. Rue doesn't even have to be there until he teleports in. He could just work the map, split push, get some farm going for himself. And it's just so easy to play for Team Spirit. For Na'Vi, they're starting to lose some ground. All tier 1's down. Their bot jungle's kind of being controlled up nicely. They're constantly shoved in.
Zayat's going to go down once again. Yatora even finding the courier of Zayat. Mid lane, Stampede pop. Niku has been found. They'll jump in with the hoof stomp. Magnetic field is there. Niku's still barely alive, but will finally go down. Is that the call down? Doing a lot of damage. Collapse in a rock and a hard place right now, but no. Riddies is the one to drop once again as Collapse will survive. So will Lal. And Team Spirit continuing this crazy amount of pressure on this map. Now a 9k advantage their way. And I wonder, well, what do you believe going into, like, if we get to the late game? Do you think Spirit are worried about the draft of Na'Vi? Like, is that why we're just playing so quick? Or are they just that much better?
I think they are just, I don't think in an individual sense they're that much better. I think as a team, of course, this is a team with a lot of experience. This is a team that has players who've won multiple TIs. And they just understand this is their spike. They know Na'Vi just can't play. So why would you sit back and farm when they have no way of fighting back against you anyhow? They're not connecting on Na'Vi. There's no initiation. There's no easy angles outside of, say, Glimpse Static Storm. And chances are, if you use that Glimpse Static Storm, you're only catching one. There's no easy way to connect with Solar Guardian. There's no one to throw in front to kind of set up for that Dawnbreaker to kind of have some impact. And you are just forced to wait. Spirit just understands how much they can get away with. And there's just no punishment from Na'Vi. They're pushing that envelope quite nicely here on the side of Team Spirit. There are so many more issues coming in. Once you have that full BKB up on Yatoro, once you have it up as well on the rest, as more auras are coming in as well, you're not going to have any way of keeping this SF down. Like that threat of Requiem, the setup, even just a prolonged team fight with the damage that Yatoro has built up for himself, it is going to be a massive threat. Maybe you get some time and space bought out with a good magnetic field placement. Even that hasn't felt like it's been enough from Niku just yet.
No, absolutely not. 8-19 once again, 9k advantage. I mean, all T1 towers still standing for Spirit as well. They've just lost nothing off this map at the moment. You don't see that too often in almost 20 minutes in, but that's where we are right now here for Na'Vi. I mean, and Niku, he's been trying his best to catch up with this Midas build up on the Arc Water, and it's just been a very slow process with the amount they've been hunting him down. At the very least, got the juice, still farming very effectively, but he can't do it on his own. Have we got an Axe builder coming out on Zayat?
No, he barely has gold.
Okay.
Like, all he has is the Arcanes. Match 1. This is what you like to see in sports, isn't it, Mike?
This is my support life.
Yeah.
Yes. This is how we grew up.
But
John.
it would be nice to have an Axe, wouldn't it? He just doesn't have the room for it, unfortunately, for Zayat. He has been the sacrificial lamb. And I guess that's one angle to kind of make this simpler, if you can get the Axe. It's just a matter of how many people can you actually expect to catch in that Static Storm? Again, the most reliable way we've seen is the glimpse into Static Storm. And that's only going to catch one. A free Tormentor now for the side of Team Spirit. A free Shard coming out for Collapse, which is always nice. The additional strength gained from Double Edge is going to be massive with how far forward you're playing here on Collapse, along with all of the durabilities provided. Crimson Guard plus Pipe up and running on our Centaur. There's really not much to worry about, unless Spirit starts to split up one by one.
Collapse. I mean, this is a tanky boy. He's got Crimson and Pipe up. I don't know if it's worth trying for this. They're going to give it a crack, but here comes Lal.
He's so tanky.
Takes down Zayat. Collapse still
He's
running.
so
They heal
tanky.
him up. He's just not dying. Stampede away. Collapse finally getting caught. Does he even die? He finally does, but what's it going to cost? Oh, it's expensive, Na'Vi. No. Some would say they got ripped off there, John. They got scammed. I think it was a bit of an expensive trade.
That it was. They do gain 400 gold. You know, it's something for one kill and losing 4. You have to consider that's how far behind you are at this point in the game. But it's just still a massive win for Team Spirit. An opening for Roshan now as well, with everything being committed out from Na'Vi. The only bright side is that Niku is still around. It's not like he has travels to work these lanes out as well. And again, you can just see how long that took in this fight. 21 minutes in, how long it takes for Collapse to die. With everything, all the ultimates out, it takes way too long.
Of all targets to try and take down, I mean, in fairness, Collapse was the only one showing. So maybe they just needed to take the advantage with the spike they had with the BKB on the gyrocopter, but I mean, and there you go. I mean, that was kind of my face too. I'm not going to lie to you. Yeah.
Nah, it's tricky. It reminds me of, we watched a few of the Road to the Esports World Cup in C. We used to see some of this, jumping some tanky heroes.
I mean, we see a lot of sad faces in SCA, John.
It happens. It happens.
Oh, it happens a lot.
I think the key for Na'Vi is, again, they don't have a lot of options. At this point, you might say, maybe just play high ground. You have good AoE hold. You have good area denial with Tombstone, Kinetic Field, Static Storm. You've got the Solar Guardian if someone gets jumped. You just kind of hope Team Spirit funnel into you somehow, and you can find a soft backline through that, because right now there's no way. There's just no way to initiate, again, outside of Glimpse, Static Storm, which you cannot do to a Centaur, because it is too tanky to kill with all of the auras we've been talking about here on Collapse. It has to be someone else. If you can maybe catch up Miposhka, even Rue, a little support kill here and there goes a long way if you can find it.
Anything. Especially when you're 13k behind. Rudy's gonna get caught, and of course, Yatoro. The amount of damage from this SF now, very, very intimidating. Aegis up, of course, for another 3.5 minutes, so Yatoro feeling pretty much invincible right now. And so he should be. Going for the Silver Edge up next. I mean, maybe you just stick around for some T2 towers. You never know, you force a fight with an Aegis. Team Spirit hasn't exactly been losing any fights.
No.
And if you win the fight, chances are you'll be able to just move up to high ground.
Yeah, for sure. I like this from Team Spirit. They're not relenting. We see a lot of teams with the first Aegis kind of slow down, even on cases where you are this far ahead, right? Like 14, 13k ahead. We see some teams still play it safe. Not the case for Team Spirit. They just know. They understand what Na'Vi's weaknesses are. They understand that there's really not going to be too much punishment so long as you play as a unit. And for Na'Vi, that map is shrinking. They're kind of stuck on the high ground now. They're not able to go out. Again, you don't have the travels up here for Niku, so you can't even play around with your Tempest double and trying to just safely split push, force into, say, a tier 1 a little bit, threaten a bit of map space opening up. Nothing. And this is just such a confined space to share farm for an Arc Warden, plus a Gyrocopter, plus a Dawnbreaker who still needs more here.
Oh, PMA, not quick enough, sir. Not quick enough. Yatoro will take another. Nice and easy. Bottom though, Lyle trying to fight, but it's a 2v1. Still, he's doing a pretty good job as he will blink away. BKB force from Got the Juice, so Team Spirit, they might just make the call to keep going. The Gyro has no BKB, and here they are. Stampede pop, they want the fight. Miposhka even frontlining for his squad, finding the Undying, not actually tying either as the Bane. Oh, come on, Miposhka.
No, he goes home.
He's going home. Miposhka, the frontlining Bane, apparently, is what we're seeing, John. I mean, why not?
Yeah, again, they know how far they can push it. They know there's a lack of damage. They know that this Arc Warden isn't ready. They still have the Aegis. It doesn't cost them much for that last fight. Really just Stampede coming in. And the siege does not take long. You've got so much damage up and running on Yatoro. He's got a lot of Necromancy just riding up here without any sort of damage steroid item as well. For Na'Vi, I don't know where you go. I legitimately do not know what you can do outside of, again, hoping that a glimpse opportunity comes in that you can get a Static Storm that actually matters and a Solar Guardian on top. But it's just so hard to see that happening. Look at Niku, he's twacking away. There's no damage. He's hurting himself more.
Well, that he is. Can't go on to Collapse. Oh, no, where's the sentries? Oh, they drop on too late. Yatoro just moving right in there. Maybe they can take him down with the Solar Guardian set, but Yatoro just standing his ground.
There's no damage.
The juice is gone. There is 0 damage flying out from Na'Vi at this point as Yatoro maybe loses the Aegis. He does, but it doesn't matter. GG's been called. And Team Spirit, I won't sugarcoat it, Jonathan. They made game 1 look very easy.
That they did. Look, I appreciate what Na'Vi was trying to do, right? Like going for this Arc Warden last pick, something that normally kind of crushes the mid lane, it kind of hits this tempo, works the map, tries to get activity. We never even saw that build-up that Brian was talking about. We didn't see the Ags, there was no room for it. You were getting a good lane out from Got the Juice, right? This Gyrocopter was doing some good work. They did manage to, get some punishment onto Collapse earlier on with that decay combination with softening up. It just felt like they couldn't get enough from the other lanes, especially PMA. I think this is the one big difference for Na'Vi in this game. Normally, in a lot of Na'Vi's great games, PMA is like doing everything for the team, right? Like he's able to find all of these openings. He's able to kind of set up for the team, set that tempo up. His Dawnbreaker impact here wasn't that high, and I think that kind of held him back. Just quite a fair bit here on Na'Vi.
You think it's going to be easy for Na'Vi to reset after that game, Jonathan?
I think they are the kind of team that can easily reset with the experience of, again, Zayats and their coach. And, you know, they can kind of figure out what they'd want to do into the next game. But we'll have to see. This was a very tough loss. At the same time, Na'Vi is a very young squad, and I'm sure we've seen them in circumstances like this before where they can kind of bounce back in. They just need a little bit of time. Maybe they got enough in that break.
All right, well, with that, John, we'll look at some highlights of that game one and get back to our panel.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, MLP. As it is Team Spirit that take game number 1 here at the Esports World Cup. Getting into this one, I mean, we had our doubts, didn't we? We had definitely some pretty hard doubts over our team, and it didn't really come together for the side of Na'Vi. Team Spirit take game number 1. We had our doubts about Na'Vi's draft. How does it come together? How does it make sense? And ultimately, it didn't.
I was expecting more. No, I agree. Fear made a really good point in the green room that Gyrocopter, he's like, as a carry, Gyro, I don't know if there's any other build than I'm the carry of this team. Like, is there a build that is more active in the mid game and enables his team? And I was like, in my experience, no, not really. And that's perhaps like Niku kind of overcooking where you have too many cooks in the kitchen. Niku's like, oh, this is a sick arc warden game. And then you at the same time, you're kind of ruining your Gyrocopters. Like, you saw what happened. He bought Ags on Gyro, and then he showed up to a bunch of fights. Like, that's what he had to do. And then instead of getting that flash farm and potentially matching Yatoro, he's instead dies a couple times in the mid game, gets his courier sniped when he's trying to get his Ags. A lot of small things that just snowballed the game oh so quickly. And I do say the Arc Warden, not the greatest against the Nature's Prophet Bane support duos, and Team Spirit made sure to remind them as why, because they were like 2-3 manning him super early on in the game.
Yeah, there's a lot of reasons why this game was a beatdown. There's what BSJ said. I also think when you play Dawnbreaker, you need some type of hero that can initiate and enable the Dawnbreaker to get into the fights.
Good point.
They don't have that in this draft whatsoever. And yeah, Gyrocopter is one of those heroes, like, it's a very safe carry to pick. You pick it for 2 reasons. One, you want to counter Zoo, then it has actual purpose. But if you're just blind picking it casually, this hero isn't going to win a lot of 1v1 matchups versus other carries unless you're far ahead in net worth. And that's what the hero's kind of designed to do. But you're being stunted by this Arc Warden in the mid lane. He's taking a lot of farm. He's unfortunately becoming a liability because the Nature's Prophet is ganking him over and over again. Yep. And your only catch, only hero that can get in there, well, you're just bringing people backwards. But if the team is completely advancing anyway, it doesn't really do anything. We talked about this before. This is Disruptor's weakness. If you're losing the game, the hero doesn't do too much.
Certainly does not, and certainly did not. I mean, yeah, the puzzle pieces just did not fit together in this draft, unfortunately. You know, you're left thinking, like, yeah, why Dawn? Why Gyro? Why Arc Warden? Like, none of these 3 cores seem to work together. And on the contrary, Team Spirit had a really nice draft. Like, so many of the heroes fit together beautifully. I think the Bane and Shadow Fiend was kind of like a nice take. Usually you want the Naga Siren with the Shadow Fiend, but this was kind of an interesting one with a Sleepwalk. And then we even saw them utilizing it for the Requiem later on as well, which is a really cool interaction.
Yeah, I mean, you see what happens when one lineup has really good synergy and one lineup's just a bit all over the place. The individual pieces of Navi's draft are cool and all. Like, Disruptors looked good this meta. Dawnbreaker's obviously been a tough nut to crack for a lot of these teams strategically, but when you're lacking the crucial components, Gyrocopter not really having a space in the game other than the laning phase, no Zoo, no counter that he offers, the Dawn, like everything Fear mentioned. Yeah. At the same time, you think, oh, just the symphony of skills coming out from the side of Team Spirit. And going into game 2, I'm a little bit nervous for Na'Vi.
I mean, you know what this felt like? This felt like from Nico. Trust me, bro. Give me last pick Arc Warden. Ignore the coach, ignore everyone. Just didn't work out.
All right, let's take a look back at some of the key moments of this game and how it changed the flow, well, or how it continued the flow in this case, because there was really no change in tempo from this one.
Yeah, this was just the early Wisdom Rune Shrine invade by the side of Team Spirit. It felt like every clip we could find is just going to be them on the side of the map, on Navi's side of the map. And this is the one time where maybe they were going to set up the glimpse kill onto Laurel, and then it turns into an actually huge fight in the mid lane because Laurel goes back in. They get Bane 6 off of that kill. Dawnbreaker ultimate, one of the few times that it's able to have strong impact because Team Spirit was already committed. But Yatoro, with this early rotation, one thing that SF as a carry offers, manages to, like, you're thinking, is this the beginning of the end? Like, is this where Navi's going to turn this rough laning stage into a comeback that we had talked about going into the game? They are going to kill Yatoro, but this is the one fight that goes their way. And from here on out, you're just not going to see very much going in the way of Navi.
You definitely won't, and these moments in particular. This Yatoro did bait a lot of abilities, but I have to give credit to, yet again, the Bane. Just keeping it alive that much longer so you can get more spells off in this fight. Continuously just like getting ability after ability. This Arc Warden doesn't seem like it's doing enough damage. They need more time. And sure, your abilities are great in the very early game, but at some point they just kind of ran out of steam and couldn't take these team fights.
I want to raise a concern about Got the Juice, because I saw him yesterday on Sven in a game where they were behind. Maybe it was day one. And he was fighting consistently, like 600 gold off of his BKB. He died twice, and his BKB gets delayed 3-4 minutes. And that last clip we saw, his Axe had just been sniped on the courier a minute prior, so he's missing basically his big item and 2,000, 3,000 gold of net worth at that time. I think it's really important that they're a bit more patient over time. Maybe it's just the learning curve, the growing pains of being a newer squad. But Got the Juice, trust me, as a carry player, I understand the lack of patience sometimes. It gets you like, hey, I could have had that item. I'm almost there. There's a clear fight on my side of the map. I should go. But I do think those type of plays, like, it could be a very different story if he has his Axes or has the extra HP. Maybe Yatoro dies before getting his meaningful spells off because of that extra flak, the side gunner damage.
Side gunner, yeah.
But yeah, just a lot of little things.
I mean, those kind of plays haunt you, though, because if you don't go and you go back into the replay and it's that close if you would have won, that's the hard part about playing carry. You have to make precise decisions, and each one of them matters so much.
Well, that's going to do it for game number one. Team Spirit are now just one game away from making it through to the last phase of the tournament. Top 8 secured, skipping the next few days of gameplay. It'll be huge for them, but they will need to take down Na'Vi one more time. Can they do it, or will Na'Vi come back? We're going to find out after this short break.
This land is calling.
It's game number 2 time here at the Esports World Cup. We're with some Dota 2 action, and we've got Na'Vi versus Team Spirit. Team Spirit are looking to secure their spot in the final phase of the tournament, and all they need to do is take down Na'Vi once again. Just do the same thing again. Sounds easy, right?
Absolutely. After what they did in game 1, that looked quite easy, Fear.
And indeed did. But I think it was a bit too easy, I would say. And I think Na'Vi, they tried something very interesting and new, but unfortunately did not work out, whereas Spirit, they kind of followed the script, right? Of like how 101 of drafting good type of thing. You got your flex pick, you've got your stuns, you've got your supports that can be flexible on the map. Everything was like in sync, where Na'Vi, they felt like they really tunneled into one idea and it really had to work or everything would fall apart, and it did.
It certainly did, yeah. I think, you know, there was a big team discussion going on down there. We had everybody involved, you know, even the non-like coaching people just huddling in and all having a chat about that one. So I think there is going to be a big change coming after that first game because, yeah, that draft did not make much sense to us and didn't make much sense in the game either. And I don't think the issue necessarily comes from any individual hero. It just comes from how they all fit together. So
I'm thinking of one, to be honest with you.
Dawnbreaker.
Yeah,
obviously.
Yeah, totally.
Like, why did he pick Dawn with no stuns?
Yeah, I mean, Disruptor first pick. Nobody's doing that.
Let's see what they pull out here in game number 2, of course. Time to hit the reset button. My question is, should Shadow Fiend be given to Team Spirit?
You can. I don't think it's a hero that you just can't give away. Let's just put it this way. That was not the problem with this game.
Yeah.
So, like, focusing on, like, Shadow Fiend was broken, that's why we lost. If that's your train of thought, if you're Na'Vi, well, this is going to be a quick series because there's much more problems in this game that they really have to deal with. But Shadow Fiend's still very strong. It's proving to be one of the strongest heroes of the tournament. I don't mind it getting banned, but they need to think a bit more inwardly than outwardly right now.
Yeah, I think their opening was just a bit strange on Na'Vi when I think about it, because I learned a lot when you talked about Nature's Prophet being against Undying as like a good support matchup. Not only in lane was it the sustain aspect that was really nice from the Sprout to counteract the Decay harass, but you also have a Centaur that's going to be able to cut creeps like level 3. So you're kind of freed up. There's not much stopping him there, right? Like Undying Gyro can't really stop you from cutting creeps. But then Nature's Prophet, like I think as a 4 position, one of the worst feelings ever is if you're a hero that just needs to lane. Like there's nothing else to do in the game and Undying just bullies you. You don't really have like good stack potential or anything. And instead Rouge just like, okay. And then he just TP'd mid like 3 times in the first 6 minutes of the game, effectively not allowing Niku to have the 1v1 that I'm sure
did not.
He thought respectively, you know, honorably against Laurel, but
they did not have a gentleman's agreement, that's for sure.
Yeah, and I think those are the type of things that when you are a up-and-coming team and you haven't played against Tier 1 teams all that many times, like Team Spirit just completely dissected these early picks, right? You pick the Nature's Prophet in order to counter the Undying in lane, you pick the Bane in order to dominate the Disruptor, who you said his biggest weakness is laning, and yeah, it just felt like every time they had an answer conceptually to what was going on.
Alrighty, well, we are into the draft now for game number 2, so let's take a look at how this one's going to go down and see if they do make any of those important adjustments already coming out with the Nature's Prophet ban.
I think Niku may have called for that one.
That's a Niku ban.
Guys, let's just run it back. Ban out the Prophet, run it back, it'll be fine.
I think he does have a very specialty mid-hero pool right now that they're trying to experiment with, and I think Nature's Prophet can really be that X factor that throws a wrench into things. So, and the hero's just kind of OP right now, so I don't mind the ban whatsoever.
Yep, and another flex pick as well in Spirit's Quiver, which is going to make it even harder to pick up and ban out against him. And that's kind of why I was talking about the Shadow Fiend. I guess the same thing applies to the Prophet. It's a first phase hero, which you can just take. It's going to be flexible, and it's going to absolutely own in either way you put it, like either way you play it. Yep. It's probably going to have a good time. So it's not like you're picking something and it's like, well, it's probably going to be a mid, but if it's a bad mid game, we can shove it onto a support. Like, nah, these heroes accelerate in both of their roles, so...
Yeah, I think most notably about Natures is Team Spirit's played it 3 times this event, and they've played it once on once on Yatoro, once on Rue, and once on Miposhka. So it is like a true flex pick for them, all 3 lanes, and I think there's heroes like Disruptor that you don't want to pick in lane because it's going to lose to it. You don't want to pick Undying against it. Like, you can't dodge it either, you know,
No.
and Team Spirit clearly has shown and demonstrated that they will flex it accordingly.
Yeah, I mean, NP right now and Shadow Fiend seem to be like one of the bigger flexes right now. I think Quap used to be in that conversation, but I feel like it's a little awkward for a lot of teams to make the Quap carry work. It's very niche, and I think same with the offlane Quap as well, so it's kind of fallen off the radar just a little bit. So as far as cores go, it seems like, yeah, just the Shadow Fiend and this NP. And if we're talking about a Liquid or something, or a BB team, maybe TA's in that discussion. But there's not a lot of like super strong cores right now that can be flexed into the carry / offlane, whatever support position.
Yeah, Team Spirit clearly thinks SF's just worth first picking because they were first pick last game and they overall first picked it, and then this game they're second pick and they've banned it.
I don't know what the counter is. Like, can you think of one thing that makes Shadow Fiend unplayable? I don't think it exists.
There's nothing that makes him unplayable.
Yeah.
That's absolutely for sure. And
Banning it makes them unplayable.
That's true.
You figured it out. You broke the
I'm
meta.
as smart as Team Spirit.
I think this is ballsy. I think they're just going to do the standard Darkseer that they did yesterday against Talon as a response to the TA. I think Darkseer, we've talked about, Darkseer doesn't really win the lane. Like, and we've seen teams try to win the lane where they actually brawl with the TA and it ends up backfiring. That happened yesterday, Na'Vi versus, it was...
Yeah, that was like my question, essentially, right? I was like, why do people pick Darkseer versus TA? Because it isn't going to win the lane, but I think you had a good counterpoint to that, right? On how you can just, like, cut the wave, and eventually it's fine, you can bring others. You're not going to win the lane, but it is one of the few heroes that can survive the lane, which I think is important.
And it's also, like, you do it by yourself, which I think a lot of the times why people prioritize this is, like, say you're a Tidehunter, or you're some melee guy that can't jungle, TA is just going to level meld and bash you, and or not bash you literally, but just kind of shove you out of lane, and your 4 position is stuck there helping. But they elect to go for the Monkey King, which is...
Laurel has been thoroughly enjoying this hero. Every time I see Laurel on it, he looks incredibly comfortable through not only this tournament, but previous tournaments. And it's just a good matchup versus TA throughout the entirety of the game.
What makes you say that?
You get a lot of armor from the ultimate. You can break the refraction. You can Boundless Strike, just set up the stun, and so you can't blink immediately for an additional follow-up. It's a lot of teams do like playing this. It does limit your option to put TA mid as well. It's not a good matchup for the TA.
Can you Mischief dodge the Meld Strike as well?
Yeah, you can do that. I don't think you dodge the debuff.
You won't, no.
You dodge the
just the damage.
So yeah.
So it helps. It's a little bit of something, but just you get a lot of armor, you have a lot of instances of damage, and you have that instant stun, which TA generally does not like playing against.
Yeah, it's just interesting that they prioritized it over the Darkseer, considering the fact that they did literally pick the Darkseer against TA first pick yesterday.
Yeah.
Willow, another hard hero to right-click. I really like Willow against 100% physical damage carries that have no source of damaging you other than right-clicking you. That Dark or Shadow Realm is quite annoying. The Brambles damage over time. Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's going to be difficult for myself at least to not be biased towards rooting for the Team Spirit heroes. Like, oh, that must be a good pick because all their picks last game just made a lot of sense. Now the question is, do you pick something maybe like an Abaddon or an Oracle, something that dispels all of Willow's stuff in lane? Because I do feel like Willow's quite susceptible to just dispels in general, or like what's the good approach to getting this TA off the ground, you think?
I mean, that's a great question. I think the mines down there for support are much greater than mine. But when I think of Willow, it's always nice to have ground-targeted stuff. Like, I'm thinking Jakiros, stuff like that, that eventually at some point where Willow can't trade with you. Those are always nice. Phoenix would be also an amazing pick, I think. It just, you have to think, you know, like Dota's like a game of chess, right? You can't just think about the Willow. You have to think about the offlane that's going to come shortly after, too. What are the possibilities that they can pick? But yeah, I mean, I think damage over time is always going to be great versus Willow, because I hate playing versus Willow personally. This hero is so annoying as a carry player, and having some way to like deal with it, and Dazzle's still in the pool. I don't know if that's good versus Willow.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't...
Not necessarily, but the hero is strong. It is going to give you some additional armor. It'll give you some survivability. It gives you a save. I think I mean, Axe is banned too, which definitely helps for keeping that save viable.
I love Monkey King against supports like Dazzle, though. Like, I'm not a huge fan of this Dazzle pick. I think it's like a very, this is meta hero casual pick.
Yeah.
It does, like, the Poison Touch is not good against Willow. You know, you can just use the Shadow Realm to reset that.
Yeah. I mean, I would have loved a Phoenix against what you saw there.
I really liked the ground targeted AoE kind of damage over time heroes, because they're also good against Monkey King.
So to me, Dazzle's a question mark, whatever, but I absolutely hate this Rubik pick. This hero has been
telling us how you really feel.
This hero has been proven time and time again that like its laning is not really strong this patch, and I'm not seeing the spells that you steal either, right? They're all pretty. Willow's spells work as a combo, right? They all work well together. Not one single one of them by itself is very good. Yeah.
It actually might be one of the worst heroes in Dota to steal a spell from. I mean, Terrorize is like okay on its own.
I don't know about the worst hero in Dota, but it's not great.
I'm saying support to support. Usually, every support in the game has like one obvious.
Yeah,
spell
as a support, I was thinking like PA is pretty bad as a Rubik too. You know,
yeah, sorry. Well, carries don't often have useful spells, but yeah, no, now that I think about it, it's in the support role. Most heroes have that one signature spell you want, but this is just a weird pick to me. And I guess the biggest difference I've seen thus far in this group stage across all the series is the tier 1 teams. None of their picks make no sense to me. It's like maybe I wouldn't have thought of it myself, but when I look at it, I'm like, oh, that's good. You know,
you saw that Hoodwink carry and you were like, yes.
I did not see that game, but apparently.
I mean, I saw it and I was like, oh, it's got a break versus Bristleback. It made sense to some degree, right? So I would say yes, it did.
Okay, nice.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay, so Brewmaster.
More useless spells to steal.
That's true.
Unless you can get the ulti.
Yeah, the split's very good. Difficult to grab, though.
For professional E-athletes here.
I've always liked Brewmaster against TA, just generally speaking. She's not the best at killing your Brewlings because they aren't like in a straight line. She's like a spread damage carry that doesn't. And then also you have a lot of damage over time in lane as well as in the game. You buy the Radiance, which is always good against the Refraction.
We saw Saberlight pick this up against the exact same lane, by the way, versus the Dazzle TA. You got the Refraction break, damage over time. Of course, the ulti's pretty decent, and then you can just like brew up. Is that what it's called? Whenever you get poison touched?
In Mischance, Mischance plus move speed. Yeah.
It can help like create that little bit of distance.
I think it kind of boils down to the similar concept to Darkseer in the sense that it's not meant to beat TA in lane, but you have a way to survive the lane. Which will, and then once you get 6, you're good. You know, so you're not going to be able to cut very well, so you will have to brawl it out. But Brewmaster's perfectly fine. TA's, we've seen her in the meta for so long now. Most of the time, it's just worth letting her have her lane and making sure that you don't have no offlaner. Effectively.
And we have to bring up Moposhka playing Silencer as well. This is, in my eyes, he's the best person to recognize when it's a good Silencer game. I mean, and he has a very simple formula. It's like, I see Dawnbreaker, I see Oracle, I see Dazzle in this case, right? Then he just slaps in the Silencer, and his global usage is almost never wasted. It's like always perfectly when they need it, not defensively. He's, in my eyes, the best Silencer in the world right now, and he always has a purpose for the hero, which he does this game. They can now initiate whatever, commit everything, press global. Dazzle isn't a hero that buys Dispel very reliably. Maybe you do have to go for some Greaves or something this game, but that's a lot of money for a position 5.
I totally agree with all of that, and I feel like for Team Spirit, maybe I'm misreading the situation, but I would love just Yatoro to be on a stun bursty guy, like the Svens and the CKs. Like, I think CK specifically, they picked it yesterday against TA. What I'm thinking is, what they don't have on Team Spirit is a way to decide the fight during the global. Like right now, they guarantee their spells off. They have a decent amount of spells, AoE, teamfight, the Wukongs, the Brewmaster split, but I want to see a Sven or a CK that, like, when they blink in, someone's going to die. Like, that's what I think Yatoro needs on his hero. So, like, when I look at this Terrorblade ban, I don't really like it. Even though it's good against TA, carry-to-carry matchup, it's decent against Pango because of the physical damage reduction from high armor.
Yeah.
But I'm leaning towards Team Spirit going for something like that. I'm curious if they're on the same wavelength.
But Na'Vi, I think, has to be similarly thinking the same things, right? Like, you want some PL or CK illusion carry. That's why they picked the Pango. And I wonder if their next pick is also going to dissuade an illusion hero. It won't dissuade CK, Sven, as you mentioned.
So you think the illusion carry? I'm not just like. Do you think the illusion carry is more valuable than like the burst threat of team fights?
Not necessarily, but I think the burst threat is still there with Monkey King though.
Ah, I see. Okay.
I think you already kind of have that. So if you want to pick something that gives you more scale, you potentially can.
I see.
So like, I mean, you could pick. I don't mind playing Sven here. It's okay, but I don't know if Yatoro is going to feel comfortable enough to play into like not necessarily the best matchup against a TA.
But now we have a Dazzle Huskar situation.
Yeah,
Yeah, we do.
There's no axe.
Are they going to remove the? Are they going to rotate the Monkey King to carry?
So we're going to put A mid.
A mid.
Let's go.
I wouldn't even mind like a Necro mid, to be honest.
Sure.
Like if they have it in their arsenal, Necro would be pretty
It's
sick
just
here.
the first Dazzle, right? The Grave can't be.
You have the global.
You do have the global. I mean, I trust Team Spirit to execute, right? But that requires precise execution to do so.
Yeah, maybe.
But that's definitely punishing. I could see Yatoro play the Monkey now because I think you want to avoid that matchup, right?
Yeah,
You do,
100%. Yep. After the Huskar pick came out.
Will be
So,
the
Wind Ranger.
Wind Ranger coming out for Lull. That'll be their answer to the Huskar. Does it survive the lane?
It definitely survives the lane. I'm not a huge fan of Wind Ranger in general.
The execute though versus Huskar.
He doesn't have it so far. Oh, now he does.
Isn't that his only facet? Isn't the other one just a
The other one is like you get bonus damage when you shackle people, which is not horrible. But yeah, the kill shot makes a lot of sense against the Huskar.
Wait, does it
Similar
go through
ideas as the
Grave?
Necro. It does not go through Grave.
Unlucky. That'd be really cool.
I'm not sure how I feel about this draft. I feel like overall the Rubik's just really strange to me. The Dazzle's kind of just a casual Dazzle, and a lot of Team Spirit's picks make more sense. But the Huskar threw a pretty big wrench in things.
It did, yeah.
I think the Dazzle somehow, it matured like a fine wine through this draft. And, you know, it's still not, you know, a vintage, but it's okay.
They gave it really good synergy. Like, it has a clear purpose in the game, which I like. Despite it's a reliable laner, and it has synergy with your draft, so...
Rubik did not mature nicely into this draft. It is still looking like a bit of a weird
He
one.
had no chance. Hopefully he gets carried.
Go
But I
get
think a hero that could carry him is potentially this mid Nico playing Huskar. So I think that was a really cool pick. It forced Team Spirit to switch it up here, and I think that was more important than any other hero that could have possibly picked.
Absolutely, and I think one thing that's always important about a Huskar is that you plan for it earlier on. You know, it's not just like oh, we could Huskar. Oh yeah, let's do that real quick. But this draft actually feels like it had a purpose. But can Na'Vi do it, BSJ? Can they win this game?
I think they have a better chance this time around because they have the cheese factor if they turn those early Roshans and Aegises on the Huskar. They have the TA. A lot of like 1 or 2 item heroes in the core roles.
Alrighty, let's get into it. Game number 2 between Team Spirit and Na'Vi with MLP and John Xfire.
Thank you so much, Nomad. Game number 2. Jonathan, the question's been asked. Can Na'Vi do it? Do we see a draw here up against Team Spirit with a very different style of draft?
I mean, you can never count out the Dazzle Huskar for sure. It doesn't feel like it's going to be the simplest of time. I think there's a lot of things counteracting it. I think having to lane into the Wind Ranger is already tough enough, and that's going to be really where it stands for Niku. How much can you do against the Wind Ranger mid? We've seen this one before. We've seen Wind Ranger as a solution to Huskar multiple times. It tends to be pretty darn good. So I'm very curious to see if that's going to be enough here on Niku. He also does go for the Cauterize. We've seen this from few Huskars now in the very few Huskar games we do get ourselves. But having this spell is rather interesting. That additional healing is pretty big as well. So there's a lot you can do with that on hand. It's just a matter of, again, how much can you get out from the lane? Because into Wind Ranger with the threat of kill shot, even in lane, can be quite scary, especially as, say, level 3, level 4, 5 really starts to approach in. And things do start to get a little bit antsy here for the Huskars. So I'd expect Spirit to still have a good time. We'll see.
We shall. 2 banner runes here from Spirit so far. Looks like they'll get a 3rd on top, so happy start for them. I do like that Cauterize facet in a game like this. Like, there is so many spells you'd love to debuff here for the Huskar. We'll see how it does pan out. Of course, Lal on this mid-Wind Ranger. Something we're not used to seeing. As you know, I'm not a big fan of core Wind Ranger, Jonathan. However, it does make sense with the execute facet.
It does.
Laning stage-wise, Wind Run obviously very good against the Fire Speed.
Yeah, I think this is the one exception to your rule. Normally, I think when you see it into the Huskar, it is a pretty fine solution. It still does relatively fine. It's not as crazy as the old days when you'd have, Whirlwind on top and you just scale like crazy on the Wind Ranger. But again, the threat on lane here for Niku, it's going to be high pressure. just having that kill shot potential means that you playing on the fine line, that fine edge here in the Husker and lane, can get punished really easily by Laurel. I guess the one thing for Niku is that rune control, it's not too important. A lot more important, of course, for Laurel to have that mana, to get that wind run if need be, and the power shot if the opportunity presents itself. And, you know, it shouldn't be too hard for him to kind of take at least the bounty rune each time. Maybe you deny off the other to prevent free top-ups here for Niku. We shall see. The lane already feeling rather awkward every single time Niku's been walking up to poke, of course. That power shot comes in. You have a lot of output coming out here from Laurel already. The right-click poke, not to be underestimated on the Wind Ranger early on as well. And that does kind of simplify the start. Again, for a matchup that does feel pretty darn good for the Wind Ranger overall.
Absolutely. Quick reconnections coming out here from Na'Vi. Not too long of a wait. Of course, bottom lane as well. You're seeing Yatoro, Miposhka, and Zayat and PMA. And I mean, so far, I'd imagine that things should be pretty good for Yatoro. PMA. See if he can sustain himself throughout this lane with this this double shield crash. The Rubik, obviously, you know, John, I always have my questions regarding this hero. It's some games it looks incredible. Most games looks fairly flat.
Yeah, and this is not a game that feels incredible for the Rubik, right? Like, you'd want to steal some big spells. It's very difficult to see that happening when you're playing into a silencer. Even if you do steal a spell, as long as Miposhka's around, spamming Arcane Curse, spamming Last Word, can be rather annoying for the Rubik to try to find that positioning here, to grab a spell and get some utility out. The lane as well for PMA is not going to feel amazing. He's doing a fine job early on, but once you get some levels up in Yatoro, you know, level 2, 3, 4, you start to get the points in Jingu. That threat starts to really materialize for the Monkey King, especially as the brown boots come in. And that's where we normally see the Monkey King start to crush. Having a lane that you're reliant on spamming out as well with a shield crash and swash up against the silencer is not going to feel amazing for PMA. And we've talked about this with Na'Vi. If PMA has a slower game, it can feel like their entire tempo is thrown off. Mind you, this time around, I'd expect that tempo to come out from Niku. So some of that pressure on PMA's kind of removed at the least, but you'd still want to see a decent enough diffusal timing here on the Pangolier if possible.
Yeah, certainly so. How's that top lane go? Not too much. Oh, hold on a minute, PMA. Bit of damage here from Miposhka. Of course, Silencer in the laning stage, never very much fun to go up against. Those Zayats lift back onto Miposhka with the swashbuckle double shield crash. They'll have enough. Zayats seeing the opening here onto Miposhka, and they do secure first blood.
Yeah. Managed to clip out, just a little bit too aggressive coming at there in Miposhka, trying to poke out, buy some space for Yatoro, and wasn't really connected to the monkey to try to capitalize. So some good punishment coming out there from Na'Vi, and again, it's important for PMA to kind of get that start, to try to get that build up into that diffusal blade we've been talking about. Still taking gander on the mid lane, of course. Again, this lane is not really simplifying by any means for Niku. He is able to stand through a lot more. He's got level 4 up quicker than Laurel has. And Laurel is forced to just maximize Wind Run just to have that uptime up against the Husker Widow's Burning Spears. So at least you don't have to worry about too much kill shot here. Up top, lots of poking and prodding. They have a lot of simple ways to deal with Got the Juice and that Refraction. But there is some good damage here for Got the Juice if you're not too careful, though he also has to respect just the output of the Brewmaster at level 3. With a level 2 Cinder Brew, with the easy Ignite from, say, Shadow Realm coming in, there's a heck lot of poke that can come out here from Team Spirit without committing too much here.
No, they're certainly not worried about any refraction charges here from Got the Juice, that's for sure. Certainly Collapse going to be having himself a really, really good landing stage, I think, here on the Brewmaster. Not too much they can do about it. Got the Juice going to try and just secure his own farm and get into the jungle. Once it does get a little bit too difficult, and it should start to get difficult soon, because I believe we are going to see Collapse rushing the Urn build, which, yeah, fairly standard, but it is just, once you have the Urn up and you get some charges up, it can be pretty devastating to have to try and lane against, and there you go. I don't think Got the Juice is going to want to be here too much longer if they do give a charge away.
No, and there's not too much you can do here on Riddies either. He's been trying to use that melee advantage up against Collapse quite nicely, trying to get max value from the Shadow Wave. It's just that it's also shoving out the lane pretty darn hard. At the least, their camp on the right side is opened up, so they have some pulls to play with. Not too much that you can do on Rue to counteract. And, you know, all you can do is try to buy that space out for Got the Juice. Still a little bit slower for him overall in the lane. You are getting a lot of value out from Collapse. And again, in comparison to what Yatoro is getting down bot, doesn't even compare right now for the TA. Going to have to rely on that camp clearing later on to get that timing with the Desolator and the Dragonlance, plus the Blinker BKB that you tend to see from TA before it gets fully comfy. Down bot, some pull shenanigans coming in from PMA, just wanting to soak. Again, it's that threat up now from Yatoro. He's got Brown Boots, he's got level 2 Jingu. it's not a lane that you can just stand in on the Pangolier and just safely farm, try to rely on the shield crash. The threat is getting pretty darn high, so you do have to just play it safe, soak up. There is room for Zayats to try to make a move in a little bit early, half a minute until the power rune, but they can start to kind of set up for at least some of these objectives and try to deny it away from Laurel if possible later on.
Already, it's a bit of a chase top lane. You want to find a kill, you want those initial charges here for Collapse, but they're not really giving the opening for Na'Vi. Collapse, he'll be alright though, just continuing the farm. He's queued up a Mitre, so fully intending on just having a bit of a farmy game for a little bit. Zayat's looking to just secure a 6-minute power rune. Does get lucky here for Nick. Haste rune up, and Niku immediately knowing Maposhka's there, wants to try for a kill. Should be an easy one. The life break is there, of course. Maposhka can do nothing.
Just gonna have to fall down. Nice pickup for Niku, setting himself up nicely after, again, a little bit more back and forth in mid. Not a lane that you're crushing on the Husker as you would expect up against a Wind Ranger. It's not a lane that just shut down the mid. You are doing a good job of denying, and I think that's the big advantage Niku does have. A little bit slower in the EXP gain here for Laurel, but 6 is still coming in. We'll have that value point in the focus fire if he'd wish. Nothing like a Javelin early on to kind of boost that damage output up just yet. And that is one of the things, again, with Wind Ranger. They have severely kind of taken away her damage potential in comparison. The kill shot's great. Down bot, though.
Yeah, PMA certainly going to be going down. Yatoro happy to take his life away, and Maposhka is also there for his +1 in. Always happy to be around for that.
Yeah, of course. It starts to ramp up. You can never underestimate once that ball gets rolling here for the Silencer. And it's going to be pretty painful for the side of Na'Vi to lose a lot of int. So you always have to be aware of where that Silencer is, of if the debuffs are coming in, if they find a kill. They do have that burst damage. We heard the panel talking about it. You've got enough physical burst in the Monkey King anyhow, kind of get things done. And you have some good connections with a kill shot later on that you have to be concerned about. A nice movement across the gate here from the side of Team Spirit, looking for some action up top. But the side of Na'Vi has already pulled back a fair bit. They're not even showing in the lane. It's like what you were talking about. Got the Juice has to hit that jungle up himself. He's got to get that build up. He has to play it safe. And that's going to be a very quick tower if they'd want to commit early on from the side of Team Spirit.
Got to be a little bit careful though. Collapse and the squad kind of having a look around. Yatoro is hunting that northern side jungle. But he will leave back down to the bottom lane. Meanwhile, mid, it looks like there might be a small group up here, but just for the 8-minute power rune, Zayat will stick around. Lal will get lucky though. Amp damage picked up for the Wind Ranger. Not sure if he's going to be able to find any kind of kills with that, but at the very least does ensure that they don't hand it to Niku, who's now got the Juice. Top lane could be in a bit of danger, but they don't seem to want to really dive T1s. And that's also fair, because you know the Huskers got a TP ready. So you don't really want to force a fight into that right now if you can.
No. They also don't have Yatoro hanging out any longer. He goes back through the gate, just goes back to farming. So that movement maybe wastes a little bit of time. The side of Na'Vi going to be happy enough to eat some space up while that happens, kind of get that build up. They do have a nice ward that did watch the gate usage out anyhow. So they are keeping themselves informed. I would say this kind of start for Na'Vi isn't exactly the start you're looking for. Again, you have a lane for the Husker that it's not really crushing in. You still have this armlet timing lining up, at the least for Niku to play off of. And you are getting some room out for PMA to hit that diffusal timing in a timely manner. So there are still some decent spikes coming out for Na'Vi. And the side of Spirit, I mean, they're not going to push the envelope. Like you were talking about, you're getting that Midas up in Collapse. He wants to go for a slower game. You're getting steady farm out from Laurel. Still has the amp damage rune running, or in the bottle, and is going to go into the classic Maelstrom build. Javelin first, get some damage output for himself. I think the passive game does feel a lot better for Spirit. Again, the scaling that you're hitting with the Monkey King, this potential disruptiveness of Collapse on a Beastmaster or on a Brewmaster that can be allowed to go into the Radiance just freely, is a massive threat. Like, the Radiance burn alone onto Got the Juice will simplify that kill on the TA by a fair big margin. Even the miss chances on something like the Husker can be quite annoying to contend with already, as you're also having to deal with the Wind Ranger. So you take this slow on Team Spirit, you're going to be happy. You're going to get all your resource spikes. Na'Vi aren't really getting too much out in terms of efficiency either. Again, this timing for them, it's the Diffusal on PMA, it's the Dragonlance Desolator plus BKB on Got the Juice, and that's where you start running.
They're going to jump Rue, but he does go for the immediate Shadow Realm TP out. Power Rune does end up spawning bottom, so Niku will have a Shield Rune if he wants it. So he wouldn't really care for it at the moment, though. Just a Shield Rune would rather start pressuring the T1 mid tower if he can. And he's got a siege creep there, so he may not stop. He might just keep going for this. Lal's going to TP to try and ensure they cannot continue. You've got Rue there as well. Meanwhile, bottom, PMA barely able to TP away. Mid lane, they are still pursuing the T1 mid, but Niku deciding better of it. I mean, it is very scary because if you get into that HP threshold for the execute, it's not going to be a hard kill for Lal. So Niku goes back for the shield rune, gets his armlet up now, and maybe with the armlet you feel a little bit safe.
That you ought to. A little bit more output coming out there for Niku, of course. Again, it's been fairly static outside of that haste rune pickup here for Niku. Focused in just working his lane, getting some farm, hitting these timings. The BKBs coming out next for a Husker. Again, for Na'Vi, this does allow that spike into these items. The Diffusal for PMA, just a recipe away, considering all the space he's gotten down bot. Going to be something to play off of once that is up and running. It does look like they are just going to go for the Radiance build on Yatoro, so that will it looks like we're going to maybe get double Radiance up, which is kind of fine with the Monkey King Brewmaster. They do work different parts of the fight, so I don't mind that too much, even if it's maybe slightly awkward. It does make enough sense with how you want to kind of work the front and back line with these two different heroes. And again, there's no contest for either one to play greedy like this. Like double Radiance with this kind of farm pace, you're kind of happy. They switch it up. Yatora just goes back to the Maelstrom. So just gonna go for a little bit more standard in the Monkey King, which is fair enough as well. I mean, you have a lot of options. There's no pressure. You can play the farm game. And again, for Na'Vi, it feels like you would want to start playing fast soon, right? Like you've got the Husker Dazzle combination. You do kind of want to really slow down the side of Team Spirit relatively soon, maybe just wanting that debuff immunity up first for Niku.
Yeah, I think you need it. I mean, it's just too scary into the amount of disable they've got on Team Spirit. No way you're going to be able to just stand there and fight without a BKB here for Niku, so they'll at least wait that one out. I think as long as they're getting the farm up, they won't mind the slow pace of the game too much. I mean, you do have a TA. Timings are going to be roughly 20-25 minutes. Mid lane, Niku. Not going to get jumped. Zayats will be there anyway. Takes the maze, and again, not too much action right now. I mean, 13 minutes in, 1-2. Both teams just trying to secure that farm for the mid game. And in fairness, both drafts again are going to be very mid game orientated. You're looking at roughly 20 minutes in.
That you would. I'd say maybe you could start to get some action going by 15-16, depending on the timings of some of the initial items, right? Like the Radiance for Collapse, not too far off. That full Maelstrom's running now on Yatoro. Maybe you wait out at least the Hyperstone or getting super aggressive on that Monkey for the side of Na'Vi. The Fusel's just about done on PMA. And again, the BKB still 2 parts off here for Niku, a little bit more work to put in. There has been a lot of space out for Got the Juice, who the Deso only about 1,100 gold away into the Blink. So things are starting to ramp up towards probably 17 to 20, like we were saying there, Mike, in terms of looking for that opening. Collapse, though, is set to go. Does TP down bot, maybe could want to make a play. They are going out with a smoke, and that is the Radiance. Could be a nice swing around for the Shrine of Wisdom here if they get their timing right.
I mean, Collapse, he had the Midas queued up the whole game, but he was just free farming so much. It's like, why am I going Midas? I just go Radiant straight away, and obviously it works out for him. Is they're going to find PMA. PMA trying for the Shrine. Gets to the rolling. No, he can't get there. Gets silenced. PMA will drop. And Team Spirit, they'll pick up the Shrine of Wisdom, and it's like they'll move into that bottom T1 tower while they're at it.
Yeah, don't really have to commit too much for that either. Just a nice quick rotation. Another charge of Brain Drain out from Miposhka. And that is a pretty big target to take when you're playing this low. Taking a core for free, getting some space out for yourself, maybe even finding the subjective on top. You're going to be in a very happy state for the side of Team Spirit. For Na'Vi, and the blessing in disguise here is just how free this game is for Got the Juice. Still farming up a Storm, still managing to get a lot going here on that TA. Still top of net worth with the Desolator flying in. Just need to find the opportunity to maybe start to get more. Especially as the Blink starts to approach, you'd want to take that fight. You'd want to take a pick-off or maybe a pick-off or two into Roshan. And that's where the ball starts rolling for Na'Vi if they can find these opportunities. Roshan would not take long at this point with a Huskar on hand as well. But it's always that risk, like you talked about. So much control. You want to have a BKB first. You're going to have to sit and wait. A little bit of a smoke out, though, and they will drag Got the Juice in for this one. Maybe start to get some early Deso charges up if they can find something here.
Oh, they'd love to. Nobody's going to be up at this top lane, however. Try and bait with the TA if they can. They've got the juice, might just approach the tier 1 tower, apply a bit of pressure and see if somebody's going to come up to defend. It doesn't really seem like he wants to risk it though. He'll look to retreat, so no kills to happen top. Team Spirit focused on the mid lane with the siege creep timing. Doesn't really feel like Na'Vi's prepared to try and defend. Instead, they're trying to look towards Yatoro now, who has shown up. Zayat's currently standing in a tree with that tree jump, or rather the tree dance. And that is one really nice ability to have, I guess, as Zayat. Just being able to give all this vision to your team, and it's been an absolute nuisance across the map.
Yeah.
But they aren't going to find anything. It's still 2 to 2, 16 minutes in. I mean, on the bright side, if you're Na'Vi, got the juice, top the net worth board, but Yatoro, he's really not that far behind. No. He's having a great old time. His farm will escalate, of course, now with the full Mjolnir up.
Yeah, and I think, again, for Na'Vi, the key thing is starting to get that value in on your TA once that blink is up. That should align with the BKB being finished up here on Niku. You need to make a move at that point. You want to take a kill into Roshan. You want to start to apply some pressures on these tier 1s that 16 minutes in are still pretty healthy on the side of Team Spirit. That's except for that mid down to 400 HP, but relatively healthy across the board, and start to take some map space away. So far, you're not really able to get that done just yet on Na'Vi. In fact, their triangle is the one being scouted out by Collapse. So, yeah, I mean, again, it's a lot of patience. It's a lot of waiting for these key items to be up. But once those items are up, again, it feels like the pressure's on Na'Vi, right? Like, it feels like their spikes are more sensitive. They're the ones that kind of needs to play around these early item spikes better, because there is a little bit of a timer with this combination. Right, there are ways to counteract it. You have really good scaling out from Team Spirit. You've got the global silence to bail you out every single time. And eventually, if this game will drag on even longer, you know, the potential for, say, silencer refresh becomes bigger and bigger. Maybe a refresh as well down the line for Collapse with his own BKB way later on. Just a lot of teamfight utility that, again, doesn't really simplify the game for Na'Vi if they just choose to keep holding out like this. I mean, you'll eventually reach that point on Team Spirit where the ease of execution, again, is maybe a little bit easier here.
Oh, it feels like it right now. Two-man smoke from Spirit, Yatoro and Maposhka. Gonna try and connect into the mid lane. They've got the juice, does avoid the shackle setup from Lal. Collapse unable to really break the gap to lock him down either. Yatoro and Maposhka now going towards the north. They'll try for the top lane. They will run into Zayat. Zayat's gonna kind of reveal himself though with that tree dance and will be going down. Yatoro, he'll get something for his trouble.
And he does. Nice little chop there from Yatoro, seeing that jump away. Not the big skill in the world, but you're happy enough to get a freebie, considering how slow this game has been. Do have that full blink up now for PMA, so we can see if he can start to find the angles in the back. This is something PMA's been really good at with his Pangolier. He's very disruptive once he has that blink up with a Rolling Thunder. It's just that, again, the opportunities aren't really showing themselves. If Na'Vi wants to farm, Team Spirit will farm even better. And again, that's what we're seeing. I mean, BKB, just a recipe away for Got the Juice. You do have your full complements up on Niku. Maybe consider some armor now if you'd want it, just to protect against the Monkey King and Wind Ranger. But maybe you're not even concerned as long as you have your Dazzle playing with you. It might not be that much of an issue for Niku later on. You are scaling up as well here on Laurel, getting the BKB into his own Ags up, so the invisibility is going to be a bit of a nuisance to deal with as well.
They're going mid. They know the Husk is farming top. Got the juice. He'll get the Shallow Grave out. It's pretty early on though, so got the juice. He needs some help ASAP. They're just trying to get him away from here. Meanwhile, PMA holding them back. Collapse. He'll move on to Riddies instead on the Dazzle. They'll at least find a kill for their trouble. Not the big one they were hoping for, but they'll get something.
That gets the ball rolling just a bit. That is the split committed, but you also managed to force out that roll from PMA. And again, you're getting some room out. You are forcing TA to kind of reset, look for a different part of the map, slow down that BKB timing just a tad bit. I'd say for Na'Vi, again, it's not the ideal, I think, what we're seeing out from them in terms of their timing. Again, now just wait for that BKB timing on Got the Juice. Perhaps that's when you start to feel a little bit more confident in what you can get done here. But these spikes from Team Spirit, man, it's starting to get concerning. It's going to be the Shivas next for Collapse. You've got that BKB as well lining up for Yatoro, so the Global Silence might not be, or you know, you've got the GS to back that up as well. You're not going to have the control to kind of keep him down until you hit maybe something like the Axe timing here on Niku, which is a long ways off. Tormentor to be taken for free by Team Spirit, 4-2. Probably one of the slower games we've seen just here on the Esports World Cup, Mikey.
Yeah, it is. It is, but it'll heat up. It's gone. Well, I mean, there's a lot on the line for either side. Like, they are trying to fight for that top placement in the group. Team Spirit, obviously, are the ones fighting for it right now because they're one game ahead. Na'Vi just trying to draw out another series and keep that first place spot tied if they possibly can. It's all about sending a message as well for Na'Vi. I mean, it's the confidence you're going to feel if you can at least force a draw up against a team like Spirit in these groups is going to be massive going into the next stages. Roshan being oh, Roshan, come on now. That's 2 in a row, sir. That's not fair. Meanwhile, bottom side there, Onta got the juice. He'll get his BKB off in time, and Lal's being targeted. Lal, he's still going to got the juice, though. But they'll trade. Lal is gone. Here comes Niku. He'll make the jump in onto the Dark Willow. Ru is down. Yatoro, he'll pop the Wukong's command. Niku cannot fight within it. He cannot fight within that. Riddies was not around for the Shallow Grave either. He Shallow Graves himself in the end, but it's not going to matter. He'll go down to collapse. So continue the chase now onto Zayats. And Zayats eventually should also be joining his fallen comrades, as they will pick him off to boot. It's a 4 for 2 special. And that's, you kind of saw the weakness of this Husker. Like, you need Got the Juice to survive these fights to try and deal with Yatoro, because it just doesn't seem like Niku can kind of maintain himself in that Wukong.
No, and he got cut off. And he was right outside of the position he'd want to be. He doesn't have the highest level on Shallow Grave yet, so it's a little bit harder to kind of try to maximize it. And you kind of need that positioning to be coming out here on the side of Na'Vi. That combination is your bread and butter at this point. Not getting value there does hold you back. That means, again, you don't have the tempo to take Roshan. Control in this game now is handing fully to Team Spirit with a 5k lead.
Oh, got the juice. He doesn't know Yatoro's behind him. In fact, Collapse even showing up. They'll try to save here with their Dazzle, but a beautiful boundless strike. Yatoro takes them both down. Zayats, Niku trying to run. The shackles will not latch. They've got to try and force a fight, I think, here. But how do you do it? Yatoro, he'll just pop his BKB. Niku needs to get out. But there's no running. No running this time, as PMA will at least try to roll out of there. And Team Spirit were thinking about just diving the tier 3s. They will not, but it's going to be another 4-man wipe from Spirit.
I mean, they just get going. Once they have this confidence come in as well for Team Spirit, there's just not much stopping them. And again, it's almost the same issue that we saw from Na'Vi in the last game. How are you going to start these fights? Because they're so reliant on just going in with Niku and playing with his Dazzle combination, maybe getting a good roll out from PMA. It's just easier said than done when you have a lot of things to worry about, like the Global Silence being there, all of this output now from Yatoro, from the free farm, having that full Mjolnir. Him having BKB hurts the side of Na'Vi massively. In fact, the Na'Vi BKBs don't feel as much of a big deal as long as you time it right. And again, it's just, there's no stopping the Monkey King. They allowed Yatoro to just farm a little bit too much. That's them without the split. That's them taking another fight with cooldowns up.
Gone again, Niku. Going in, BKB was already committed. He's going to try for Collapse, though, knowing the Wukong's command was down. Collapse in a lot of trouble, but he's just so tanky. They actually just can't deal with him. PMA, he'll jump in as well, but Collapse is not going down. In fact, he'll turn around now. They're looking to reinitiate. Do they expect this? Na'Vi, they'll see Yatoro. And that'll be enough to force Team Spirit back a little bit.
Play it safe for the moment. I mean, Team Spirit, the fights have just been going non-stop, but they've got the split again ready in Collapse if they'd want to re-engage. That's why they're just posturing so aggressively. And Na'Vi, and once that roll is done, your options are limited. Maybe they could try again. Roll is back up. It's just a matter of finding an angle. Even a support kill at this point can do a lot for you.
PMA is going to try for at least Maposhka. Maposhka going to make life as hard as humanly possible. He does actually have teammates coming. They might knock him onto the high ground here. Maposhka still alive. They'll lift him up and take him down, but here comes the cavalry now. Lal is there to trade with Zayats. Zayats definitely falling as the rest of Spirit now chasing down Neko. Oh, they've got him. I don't think Niku can fight at all.
No.
He'll try to disarm, try to buy some time, but there's just no fighting spirit.
No, certainly not. Again, if you disconnect this Husker from that Dazzle. There's just no durability at this point just yet for Niku. The impact he's having on this Husker is just not there. Again, they did a great job on Team Spirit to mitigate that with his Wind Ranger pick, not crushing the lane, slowing down that timing. And then because their side lanes, and it went relatively well for Got the Juice, not too well for PMA. You just didn't have time to connect. Look at the vision game coming out now from Team Spirit. Some nice wards watching that top jungle, some wards watching right beside that mid tier 2. They have a big area to play and kind of invade and prevent Na'Vi from getting that build up. And for Na'Vi now, where do you go from here? It's an MKB build-up now for Got the Juice, trying to pierce through that evasion of the Radiance. They do have some utility up as well. Zayat's having a force half at least, although...
Yeah, Lal, he's more than happy to oblige if they want to run into him. Nice BKB up. Global Silence committed. PMA going to have to find a way out, and he will do so. Riddies could not, however. It's a 15-5, 10k advantage now for Team Spirit. Na'Vi, it's starting to feel like they're running out of options here in this game. Like you've still got the Juice, who's top net worth, basically right behind Yatoro. But everyone else is just suffering so much. And PMA, I mean, just look at this.
Oh,
look what they do to him. PMA, he'll try for the roll TP. He'll get there. It's not pretty, but it works.
Yeah, if it gets you out, it gets you out. It's just not having to roll again for a minute 10. It's a big window for the side of Team Spirit. That's their main disruptive team fight spell right now on the side of Na'Vi. They have nothing to be worried about in Spirit. They see anyone on the map, it's a freebie.
And Zayat looks like a pretty free kill. They'll get it. Rue will take it on his own. Maposhka just there for a free in. Why not?
Yeah. 10 int up already. That's without your free shard. Maybe you get lucky in the next shard. Gonna be a happy boy with 3 int every kill.
Collapse. We'll find Riddies. Riddies just gonna go for the Shallow Grave TP immediately, but Collapse more than happy. Just Primal Split. Sure, you force the usage of the Primal Split, though. I really don't believe Collapse cares at all.
No. Not even necessary. Again, in that follow-up fight we saw on mid after that fight near the triangle, they didn't have split. It didn't even matter. It's just a little bit of a bonus now. And now they can just kind of freely siege with these Brewlings. All of that damage coming in, not really much to stop it. They're just forced to surrender a tier 2 for free. Na'Vi, the game's just getting harder and harder. Again, it feels like that initial spike has been missed, and you're just kind of playing catch-up at this point. Again, look at the net worth difference. Niku right behind Laurel, 2k behind on that Husker at this point. PMA bottom net worth core. Like, these timings aren't just not panning out in the way you'd want it to. We haven't seen that combination of Dazzle Husker be impactful yet. You can never count that out at the very least. It's just, how do you even execute?
PMA, he gets rolling. No, he doesn't. It was just the roll up. He's down,
Oof.
executed by Lal. And that'll allow Team Spirit an easy path into the Roshan pit. And there'll, of course, be absolutely no contest.
No.
Na'Vi can't fight. There's no fun.
This is painful for Na'Vi. I mean, they're the team with a Husker and the TA. You want to be able to take Roshan. You're not able to do so. You just have really no presence. You didn't manage to get these timings up. You didn't manage to play that aggression that we were maybe expecting with a Husker Dazzle. And it's Team Spirit just stepping on the gas full speed. No concerns. Secondary life up for Yatoro. A little bit of a smoke across the map. Very good lines drawn to the position of Na'Vi. And for Na'Vi, man, I'm not sure what you do. You've got the MKB up and got the Juice. It just doesn't feel like it's enough.
Zayat, blink away. Chases on from Lal. He'll go the wrong way, but Rue will go the correct way. Won't find the Rubik, however. So at least Zayat's able to escape out of this bottom lane. Team Spirit, though, just not relenting on the hunt. And poor old Na'Vi still looking for an opportunity to try and win out a team fight and maybe force the game back their way a little bit. The Team Spirit, they've been giving plenty of opportunities for fights, that's for sure. They'll give another one here up at the top lane, it seems like, but against the Primal Split and all the other abilities you've got here on Team Spirit, it's probably not too advised to try and defend the tier 2s.
No. You just have to surrender it at this point for Na'Vi. Get some space on the map while you can. They're playing across the river once more. Getting that build-up you'd want. Crystal is coming out for Got the Juice in short order. Still a little bit more to go. The high ground siege, though, surely you've got to do something here. This can't go for free.
They've got to do something, but again, if you lose this next team fight, you don't have buybacks. This could just be GG if Team Spirit want to keep going. Na'Vi might be forced into a very awkward high ground defense 30 minutes into the game, and Again, without the buybacks, it'd be a very awkward fight. There goes your top racks. At least the range one is down. Got the juice is going to show up. Brambles out immediately, though not landing quite. They do get the harpoon out into the hurricane pike. They're pushing them back. Though a nice boundless landing on 2. Just trying to delay the racks being taken, but they cannot. Team Spirit get a free racks for their trouble. Aegis still intact for 3 minutes. No stress. And they've got all their spells up. They can just go again.
They didn't even have to use anything for that kind of siege. Again, you're just seeing the lack of options here for Na'Vi. Like, again, I don't know. Maybe you just try to go all in with PMA, look for a backline, Rolling Thunder play, maybe hope that Niku can kind of connect with that life break, get a kill on 1, try to reset, try to pull back unless they're kind of splintered here on Spirit. Easier said than done. Spirit, for their part, also going around with a smoke. And they only have 1 outer tower left to worry about. Maybe take care of the tier 2, correct that bot lane a little bit. Go for the siege. You have a ton of time on that Aegis, still 2.5 minutes. So you don't necessarily have to be rushing things here. And again, the pressure's on Na'Vi. Kind of get things done. Got the juice. Will sneak away a Tormentor at the very least. Get themselves a free shard up on Niku.
Oh, I mean, I'm not sure that shard's going to matter right now. John Niku trying to get back to the fountain. The chase continues. Lyle going so deep as the Wind Ranger right in front of the fountain. No buyback for Niku. Na'Vi, they'll try one last-ditch attempt to salvage this game. They'll try to hunt down Lyle. Lyle does get caught by the Rolling Thunder, but they can't see him. And the Global Suns follow-up is just not going to allow us. Now the TA got the juice, forced the fight against Yatoro. They'll lose Riddies. PMA is gone. And, well, got the juice. It's quite literally out of juice here, I think. John, GG is called.
Yeah, I mean, look, again, like there was an idea again from Na'Vi. We saw this in game 1. They tried to be a little bit cheeky with the Arc Warden pickup this time. They get that Dazzle early. They tried to go into the Husker, and they're looking for these kinds of drafts to try to catch Team Spirit off guard. The issue is Team Spirit's seen it all.
Yeah.
But this is a team that has, again, as an organization, has won 2 TIs. Multiple players there have won it. And for you to try to catch them by a draft surprise, I think is a very tall order. This is not a team that you can just kind of spring a surprise on and, you know, they can't be prepared for it. They always know what they want to do. This Wind Ranger last pick from Team Spirit kind of ruined Niku's lane. You didn't manage to pop off the flex for the Pangolier off into the TA as well. Wasn't the smoothest of times here for PMA, like not having that presence up against Yatoro at all. The Monkey King just free farming into that point, even collapse as well. Very free time, burning through, got the juices, refractions. And for the side of Na'Vi, I think, again, it's a little bit of a rough one. It's a bitter pill to swallow, but this is Team Spirit. I think, again, when you consider how young Na'Vi is, when you consider how few chances they've had to play against Spirit, because one, Spirit's not playing in a lot of those qualifiers, right? They tend to just be invites. You don't get the opportunity to play against them. Maybe you get some scrim opportunities, but it's a very different environment when you're actually on a tournament, on a LAN setting, and having to play some serious Dota. You kind of see different sides from a team, and I guess this is for Na'Vi a bit of a learning experience.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, nothing to be ashamed about, Jonathan. If you're going to lose to any team O2, it may as well be Team Spirit in this group. And props to the boys. You know, time to reset. Look at what went wrong and try to readjust before we get into the next matches here for Na'Vi. Team Spirit, just being Team Spirit, I think is the way to put it. They are just still one of the best teams in the world. And well, there you are. Look, why has this guy always got the coolest hair?
Yeah.
Why has he always got the coolest hair?
Yeah, Yatoro's always got those style points going for himself. Love the team this year. Looking really sharp. And for Team Spirit, of course, that should secure them their #1 spot for our group. They're going to be nice and happy, having a good time. But you have to remember, placing first in the groups here means you skip Phase 2. So you don't need to go through the first elimination round. You're going to go straight to playoffs, I believe, if my recollection is right. And that's going to be a happy time for them. A few days break. Going to be very secure in their position here in the Esports World Cup. For Na'Vi, it's not the end of the world. Of course, we have Phase 2 coming up relatively soon. There might be ties. I don't think that it really depends on how the other teams did, and I don't think we're expecting too much crazy here on Group A. So they should be fairly secure as well to be the top seed in kind of the next phase for the seeding matches, skipping at least the first round as well as Phase 2, going into the second best of 3. But you know, you can never count them out. It gets a little bit scary, though, going into Phase 2, right? Like that single elimination. You have to really bring your A game once those 3-game series come in. And for Na'Vi, again, there's a lot they can pick up from this kind of game, this kind of series, to figure out what they'd want to do going into that next phase.
No, absolutely. I will see what they do intend on doing. Of course, Team Spirit, like you said, probably going to have a couple days off to relax if they so wish, though I highly doubt they'll be doing too much relaxing. Yeah, like you said, Jonathan, first in the group's looking pretty damn happy. With that as well, speaking of the side of Team Spirit, I believe we do have Nomad along with Maposhka to speak to. So let's throw to Nomad, see what he has to say.
Thank you, Mike. Yes, indeed. All right, Maposhka, there you go. Top of the group through to the final phase. How does that feel?
Very good. I mean, usually it's not something unusual for us. Win our group stage, but I hope in playoffs everything will be on the same level.
Excellent stuff. Yeah, you guys have looked fantastic so far. I wanted to ask, do you have any concerns at all about the fact that you're going to be like skipping an entire phase? You know, you're not playing through the next phase. You got a few days off. You know, are there any worries about you know, losing the momentum?
Of course. If you know, like almost actually, I guess our previous 3 tournaments on Wallachia, we always were 3-0 in group stage, and we skip like that 2 days. And after that, we always lost, losing our first match in playoff. So we tried some strategies how we can like dodge it. But I hope, I don't know, maybe we will try something new on the tournament. And I guess also there is a single elimination playoff. I think it also matters. So I hope on that tournament we will use every our mistake, what we did before, and everything will be good.
I see. Yeah, maybe you treat the single elimination like the lower bracket, and you can find your form, perhaps. I mean, so what's the plan now for your days off? You know, is it just like practice?
We'll see. I guess we will discuss with teammates what we're gonna do. But I guess yeah, we're gonna practice as much as we can, and also try to balance it with chill. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. Enjoy your chill time. You have earned it. So, talking about this Na'Vi team as well, you know, they've come into this tournament. We've seen them in a few international events now, but I just wanted to know, like, your opinion on them and, you know, were they playing their best today?
I think no. I think they were better drafts. Like, their drafts was in both games was not really strong. They like side lanes, mid lane is like they don't even have a strong lane, so they can play on that hero. No, like put the resources, try to pressure something, but they didn't pressure at all in both maps. And I think first maybe they could play better, but in both games their draft was not really strong. It was really hard for them to play. Like second game, Templar Huskar, like you cannot do moves. You have only Panga, which is also not doesn't have really good lane. In first game they have Arc Warden, Dawnbreaker, and carry was Gyra. Yeah, so also free FK cores, and they also losing lanes, and it's just very hard to play Dota.
Yeah, couldn't quite put it together today, not putting their best performance in against you guys. You know, maybe they idolized you and couldn't quite bring it to the table. Who knows? But either way, congratulations on making it through to that third phase, of playoffs. Congratulations, and yeah, we'll see you in a few days' time.
Thank you, thanks so much.
Yeah, that was quite a clinic put on by Team Spirit here, and Maposhka, humble as ever, giving a little feedback for the Na'Vi boys, maybe to take with them. Definitely, I like the fact that he mentioned, that was not the best showing. This team's definitely better than that, and just showing a lot of respect after quite a beatdown.
Yeah, he went in detail too, right? Of like all the things that they could have done better. Yeah. He didn't have to do that, and I think I definitely have to agree. I mean, who wouldn't agree with Maposhka after a series like that? But I did like the fact that how they tried to salvage this last game by picking a Huskar, because I feel like if you give Yatoro the pick of the litter on that last pick there, you probably lose this game even harder, if that's even possible, which I think it probably was. However, it was just a bit of an outclass, a bit of an outdraft, and when you do play against a team from your region, probably ones that inspired you to even to become pro, you might have a little bit of the jitters here, but you can definitely take away for sure in this game that Na'Vi learned a lot. These are the type of games where you learn the most from.
Yeah, these type of experiences, at least for me, have always been, it hurts in the moment, but you're going to be grateful that you had it, and you're going to take it moving forward. I think we'll see a very different Na'Vi after today, basically.
Yeah, and that does mean they will be going through, potentially going through the playoffs. We don't know what point of the Phase 2 of playoffs they'll be entering as of yet. I'm not sure how the other stream's gone. It looks like the game's still
it's
playing.
all up in the hands of Extreme Gaming over there. If Extreme Gaming takes down Talon 2-0, we'll be seeing Na'Vi later today in a tiebreaker. So maybe they won't have all that much time to gather themselves.
There's a bit of irony there as well, in that Extreme kind of fell down, dropped the game due to the ARM APL. Kind of, you know, there were other things in that game, but now the ARM APL is coming out again. It's trying to win their way back into it, forcing a rematch against Na'Vi, so that'll be an interesting one. But yeah, for this series, definitely Na'Vi not looking like their former selves in this tournament. Something about this matchup just did not work for them. They overcooked a little bit, and now they are down 2-0. Wait and see how the other streams end.
Yeah, they definitely picked 2 drafts in a row. What was very difficult to make plays on, essentially, right? Like game number 1, their only real playmaking was potentially just glimpsing people backwards. 3 cores that like to farm. They find themselves in a similar situation. TA, very hard carry, is gonna farm a lot. Huskar, same story, is gonna farm a lot. And then you have a Pango, which you're sending to the Wolves, essentially. And you can't really expect your offlane to succeed when you're picking a weak laner with it, and you have a bad lane matchup. So it was a bit of a miss, I want to say, on the speed that they needed to play to be able to contest Team Spirit.
Absolutely was. Yeah, I think lots to look back on here for Na'Vi. And not a whole lot to look back for Spirit, honestly. Like, they kind of just did their thing, got their win. You know, you heard from Mahoshka there. He's so confident in these groups, you know? He's just like, groups, you know, like, this is another day at the office. He barely even cared that they won their group. In fact, he even seemed a little bit like, well, I don't really want to have any days off. So, you know, I don't know what he meant by we tried some different strategies, but yeah, now we're in this situation. But here's a scoreboard. I mean, 24-5. I don't know what there is to really break down here, Brian.
Yeah, I think for somebody like Maposhka, I remember the DPC season where if you won your entire DPC, you would skip to the playoffs and not even do a group. And there was, across 2 tournaments, there were 8 teams that did that. And 7 of them lost in the first round of the playoff because you don't get to play it all. There's a lot of calibration that needs to happen. The meta is consistently developing. I actually completely agree with Maposhka that it's not necessarily an advantage to have less games. You don't want to put yourself on the chopping block, but having
especially
4 days,
with single limb, right?
Yeah, and having 4 days where you're just not going to play. Yeah, you're going to scrim. Yeah, you can watch the games, but it's just not the same. So I'm nervous for them moving forward. Like, I think it's going to make it interesting. This dynamic.
I mean, it's like pick your poison. Like, do you want to play more, but potentially get eliminated earlier type of situation? So hard to say. Of course, you want to play more, but at the same time, you want to feel comfortable in your position in the tournament.
Of course.
Absolutely. And they do secure themselves at top 8 and a substantial prize pool already. And of course, they can take themselves even further than that. And like you said, maybe something about a single elimination is going to trigger something in Spirit to let those lower bracket instincts kick in from the get-go. And perhaps this event will be a little bit different for them. We shall see how they're able to perform in, yeah, as you say, 4 days' time onto the main stage, onto the final phase. Yeah, see you next week, Team Spirit. Enjoy your time up. Na'Vi, meanwhile, we may actually be seeing them again today because
Extreme won that game.
I don't know. It looks like they're still going,
but
you know, then we may be seeing them again. Yeah, there's a pretty...
Don't play with my emotions like this. I'm excited to see Na'Vi play again today. That's what I mean.
Absolutely, absolutely. I don't blame you because they've been a fun team to watch so far. Keep watching them develop. And a win or a loss there would be pretty significant as well because that's like another round essentially.
It is effectively, yeah. We are starting almost all of these best of 2s are almost the first round of the playoffs, considering that a lot of these teams are playing to skip a round.
Yeah. Yep. Alrighty, well, let's take a look at some of the replays you guys have got for us as we jump into... Never mind, we don't have replays available this time around, which means, what were you going to talk about, Brian?
That game was just so exciting, all the Team Spirit fights that they took. It was just a lot of the activity they had. They just had a lot of ways to connect to fights. They always use their timings. The 14-minute Wisdom Shrine, they had the Radiance come out from Brewmaster. It's just the fact that I feel like these teams that are of Team Spirit's caliber, Liquid's also looking very good as well. They just seem to be playing very crisp. Every moment of the game is accounted for, and I liked how Maposhka in his interview also mentioned they didn't have somebody to play around. Like, there's nobody that's pressuring towers, rotate to their lane, the guy that leads the charge, and I feel like on a team like Team Spirit, sometimes it's the Monkey King, sometimes it's that Brewmaster timing, and sometimes like it's just going to be an entire team timing, but at the end of the day, that's what I was looking for in that series, and that was what Na'Vi I feel like was lacking.
Any final words for?
I think it's really easy to sum up this series, right?
Yeah.
You have a Goliath, and then you have a team going against such Goliath, and they were not prepared. And next time, they have to do a little bit more homework because this wasn't the Na'Vi we're used to seeing. I think they over-adjusted to playing Team Spirit, and it just crumbled so hard.
Yeah, they definitely had some ideas, and some ideas are fine, but maybe too many ideas. Forgot the basics, and things went very wrong very quickly, and that's going to put an end to this series. Na'Vi do get taken down 2-0 by Team Spirit, who secure themselves a top 8 at this tournament. We'll be seeing them again in Phase 3. But now we move on to our next series of the day. This one is going to be also a similar David versus Goliath story. We've got ourselves BB Team versus Execration here on the B stream, so we're going to throw it over to a break, after which we shall be back with that series to find out if Execration can fight up versus the CIS Giants. We'll see you in a bit.
Shake, shake, shake! We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. Rhythm got me skanking, had me feeling like I'm Fred Astaire. Bread was kinda short, but I was smelling like a millionaire. Claimed their opposition when we stepped in, they were running scared. Man, we're louding up the atmosphere. Too much chatty, too much catty. I just lit a fatty and it came from Cali. I'm already here. I was in the clouds, I don't ever take the stairs. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. I was in the corner sweating till the lights came. Man, don't ever sleep, step out on this night train. Right brain, man will blow your mind like a migraine. I was bossing up these spots, pulling something out my socks. Man was shuffling out of blocks, phone and vibrate. I don't need to talk to Frank, I did it my way. Never slipping, never tripping, never violate. We don't gas around here, we on a higher rate. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here.
It's time for Execration to prove themselves. They're coming up against the Goliaths of BB Team. Can they take them down, or is it going to be heading to the first round of the playoffs for them? We're here to find out. My name is Nomad. I'm joined by the wonderful Seb and the beautiful Fia. I mean, we got 3 ages between all 3 of us here, guys. That's quite nice, isn't it?
Yeah, how much are you bringing to the table?
That's what I was
He's
worried
sharing,
about that.
he's borrowing.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
How do you like
Thank
it?
you very much. No, it feels good. I think it works well for me.
You're welcome.
Okay, so basically we're looking at a team which has been looking stronger and stronger throughout the year. They've won a few major tournaments and they have looked basically like one of the most improvisational teams coming into this one as well, versus a team which hasn't attended a single international event throughout this year. What's going to happen here, guys? You know, like, how do we have faith in Execration?
That pause there wasn't really a good thing, right? But I think there was a lot of faith when they beat Falcons, right? That one game, but then BB Team just 2-0'd Falcons shortly after, which made things a little interesting. But I think if you are going to win it for Execration, you kind of go back to what they won with the beginning. It's playing ultra-fast, high-tempo Dota, because they seem to throw teams off every once in a while if they can do that, but maybe they just need to find the right set of heroes to do it. They tried it with Witch Doctor the other day. Yeah, there's a reason that hero wasn't picked too much.
It did not work.
Yeah, it didn't work.
I got excited for the Witch Doctor. I was like, I mean, the one thing, there's lots of things you can give that team Execration, that is, but they're creative, and I think they're daring, which is a good sign, because I was saying that yesterday, but these teams, they don't come into these tournaments blind. They have played scrims against other teams, and they could have played scrims versus BB Team also, so they must have had some sort of success so that they stick to their guns. It didn't work yesterday. It doesn't mean they can't make it work. They also have to adjust to what other teams are throwing at them. But I always like to see teams that come with their own kind of playstyle, playbook, and confidence. So, I don't want to be close-minded. Obviously, BB Team are the heavy favorites. There's no doubt about that. But Execration could surprise us today.
All right, let's look in onto BB Team then. They're, of course, 3-1 at the moment, a 1-1 versus Gaming, but a 2-0 versus Falcons. This team looks pretty damn good. Is there any chance of some overconfidence coming into this matchup for them? Because they are in a good spot right now. You could argue that they've had their difficult matchups gone out of the way already. So is there any danger of overconfidence? Is that a thing?
I'm not sure. I think that team is actually very disciplined. These are players that everybody has been looking at for maybe years now and thinking, how are they not winning tournaments yet? Because they're exceptionally good. They're all recognized as some of the best, top 3 in their roles for some, and they haven't had the success that everybody expected them to have. And they always have these performances where you're like, wow, that team is no joke. Like they're gonna go all the way. But somehow they never do. Last season, this season is probably the best they've had so far, where they actually were able to claim, slots in finals and championships. So I think they want much more. They're never going to let the guard down. It's way too early for that.
Yeah, this is a squad, a bunch of players that have been around forever. They've faced a lot of defeats in their career, and I don't think this is a team that's going to get overconfident at any point.
Absolutely. Well, another thing about this team as well, I mentioned their improvisation earlier. They won a previous tournament by utilizing a Lifestealer, which no one else was really playing, this new facet, which people kind of overlooked, but Pure used it as it's a tremendous effect. He was the only one picking it. He had a ridiculously good win rate with it, and no one seemed to know what to do against it. Yeah. So that was one thing. And now this tournament, just yesterday, we had a Hoodwink carry coming out from this guy.
I think it's really interesting because, if you look back at previous tournaments, I was critiquing Pure a little bit on not being able to slot in and find his hero pool. Then he did at Wallachia, right? And he found this Lifestealer. He really just stuck to it for the entirety of the tournament. Then he comes into this tournament and he's diversifying a lot. Like he's picking these Hoodwink carries, CK, and he's finally getting more confidence of picking more heroes. And that's what's scary about Pure. When he's on fire, he looks really good, if not the best carry in the world. And I feel like he's heading towards that trajectory where his confidence is catching up with his skill, and that's when he's the most dangerous.
That player is a menace. I've competed against him a lot, and you get a different vibe when you play against him. I think he's overly, maybe not overly, but he's extremely aggressive, very creative in how he plays, and I think there must have been some adaptation going on when he joined a BB Team at first, because he came from Chandra, a team that was very open-minded, very, had a lot of different concepts and kept reinventing the way they played Dota. BB Team on the other side was much more conservative, sticking to the meta heroes. Nightfall used to be their carry. I think he's much more known for a style that is, maybe more refined with less
safer.
Yeah, safer.
Yeah.
I guess. He comes in and he gives you the performance that you expect. Not much more, not much less. Pure is quite different, so I'm happy to see that he's getting the space, because I think it's a matter of the team also enabling him and giving him the freedom to really express who he is as a player.
Absolutely. This team is very, very scary. On the other side of the coin, of course, we have Execration. These guys, they're not doing so hot. 1-3 at the moment. A 1-1 versus Falcons, a 0-2 versus Gaming. And I think I started to get really concerned for them in that Gaming series, because all 3 games they played previously, they'd had a very clear identity, but Game 2 against Gaming, after Gaming took the first game off them, they seemed to completely switch it up. They moved away from the fast gameplay, they picked themselves up a Magnus, and that was really concerning that they kind of ditched their identity so wholesale. But is that actually like a good thing they're able to, or they're willing to improvise and find new strategies?
It could have been a misread against what happened against Gaming. I think they got completely outscaled. Gaming was able in map 1 yesterday to really slow the game down and maybe kick them out of the strategy that they had. And they obviously, when the game slows down and you're playing a lineup with Witch Doctor, Marcy, you feel uncomfortable and then you feel helpless. So, and that has an impact on the second game where you're like probably asking for more scaling, you know, something a little bit less one-dimensional. I think that against Gaming, they fell into the trap of you know, not respecting maybe who controls the tempo of the game, which is the mid laner nowadays in Dota, and not respecting enough the Quinn heroes. I saw a big flaw in their draft yesterday, if I'm honest, and I think that if they fix that, this is not a team that is conceding maps because they're not on par with their opposition. They just failed to adapt yesterday. It is hard in such a big international event. Like every team comes with something different, so you got to learn that somewhere.
Just looking at their drafts alone, it feels like they gave away too many good heroes as well. Like, they gave away Batrider, Shadow Fiend, Axe, Dazzle. We see these heroes first phase a lot. And then the second game, they're giving Naga, SF, Puck away. Maybe if you're going to give these heroes away, you have to have a better plan, potentially.
Yeah.
But they gave away really good heroes, maybe testing their limits. Didn't really work out. I don't think the Witch Doctor trade for like these Dazzles and Nagas are probably worth it.
Yeah,
That's one way to put it.
Yeah, we like the Witch Doctor. We were like, this is cool, but like looking at the draft, it's like, why is it so early and why are you choosing it over other stuff? You know, it's yeah, we want to see more interesting picks like that, but maybe not at the expense of giving away one of these really, really strong heroes. But I actually wanted to ask you a little bit more about the draft there, because on the very first game we saw them, the very first win they had a pretty interesting support Jeff Enchantress and Bounty Hunter. That game they looked so strong, they played so fast, and yet they've just dropped the heroes. They haven't picked them again. What's the reason for that?
I mean, there's like a combination, I think, with that game in particular, because like you have to look at as well that Falcons was experimenting with Naga carry, the slowest carry in Dota, and then they just played ultra fast and just out-tempoed them. So is that their identity? I'm not sure. I don't watch too much of this team, but when they did play super fast, they looked really good. I don't know if they can just replicate that. They feels like they've been trying to. It hasn't been working. So how much did it come down to, like, Falcons just had too slow of a lineup to deal with it, to they have to go and just do that every single game and play quickly? They're going to have to adapt at some point for sure if they want to win this tournament.
This team relies, like Execration, they really rely on being able to set the tempo of the game themselves. And Falcon is typically a team that is pretty happy being hands-off on, you know, having to take control of the early game. And obviously, you know, they'll punish you when they get the chance. But if you're going to give them, you know, 20-25 minutes of quiet before they can come online, Falcons is definitely one of the teams that is going to enjoy that. As for Gaming, which is the team that Execration faced yesterday, it's quite the opposite. They get control over the game from the get-go. For Bedboom, it's a little bit of mix, so it is going to be interesting to see what comes out of this matchup specifically. I think it's a little bit of a better matchup for Execration than Gaming was. It's probably one of the worst I could think of.
Yeah, probably.
So probably today, you know, with the learning that they got yesterday and the fact that the matchup is a little bit you know, better for them, we could see a different outcome.
We'll have to see. I think this BB team is going to be very hard to draft against just because they have so many threats to deal with. Like, whenever I look at this team, it's like Save is always like so incredible. His hero pool is always something you have to look out for. And GPK has just been popping off lately on the heroes that he's been playing. So
it's been very impressive.
It's been very difficult to like ban against them in particular, and it looks like they're just gonna go straight in for a bounty hunter.
Yeah, that is unheard of. I mean,
and that's on Execration.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that is Execration.
It's a good sign. Honestly, it's a good sign. Like, when you're a team and you have your own identity, the identity that brought you to the tournament, going away from it completely, to me, is never a good sign. You know.
Yeah.
Obviously, you have to make some adaptations, but that doesn't mean you have to just throw away everything, like who you are, basically, how you play Dota, how you view Dota, and what you practice also. So I like the fact that even though they're 1-3 in the standings, they're sticking to their guns, and hopefully they will make the changes that are required.
But do you think it should be first-phased?
You know, I think a lot of thoughts could go into that. I personally don't think it should be first phase, but at the same time, perhaps they have a style of drafting where I'll make a case for it. Like, if they have a style of drafting that relies a lot on getting solid lanes into a lot of aggression, then you want to play more on counter picking, counter drafting. You're looking at the picks of the opposing team, and then you react to that to make sure that your matchups are favorable in the lane and in the early stages of the game. In that case, you don't want to throw away a high-value hero, such as a TA or a Puck first pick, because you know he's going to end up in a bad matchup, and instead you're going to go for the Bounty Hunter, which is, it fits your lineup no matter what happens. And now you get to see what BetBoom is drafting, typically a TA, and you can start deciding how you build your lanes and how you're going to set yourself up for a strong start.
Interesting. That's a very interesting way of approaching first pick, and we'll see if it works out here for Execration. Meanwhile, BB, they open up with the Templar Assassin, and then just banning out some those classic kind of TA answers in the Darkseer. We'll see what they grab next.
They did first phase ban the Puck on Execration side, which I like, because a lot of the supports that they're choosing, you know, we mentioned the Bounty, the Enchantress, the Marcy, the Witch Doctor, all these supports are just literally food for Puck, and they got terrorized by Quinn on Puck yesterday. So this is definitely, we don't want to deal with this anymore.
I mean, GPK probably, if not the best Puck in the world right now too. You gotta keep that in mind. So curious what he'll play though. I mean, you do open up with this Bounty Hunter.
They did target him, yeah. No Puck, no Monkey for GPK.
You have to be careful for Storm maybe later on in the draft.
For sure. It's definitely a hero he's looking at.
Yeah.
So they picked the Marcy. This is a hero we've seen Save play a lot. He's very comfortable in it. It also gives a good balance of you know, early game presence, which you have to factor in when you're going to play versus Execration. You know, they had the surprise advantage also. That's something we haven't maybe mentioned, but Falcons were the first team to face them with a completely different style, and that matters. All the teams by now are quite familiar with everybody here, so everyone knows what Execration is going for. So we're going to see BetBoom also cover the angles that maybe Falcons didn't on day one.
Yeah, and this is an interesting pick just because we haven't seen it before. This might be the first pick, right?
Yep.
Hypothetically, good game for it, right? Like, you do have the Frost Shield, that all physical damage. I'm not sure what the power levels of Lich are right now in the laning stage, but if they can make the lanes work and this hero can, you know, get some like Solar and just sit behind heroes or Glimmer, whatever, I'm not sure what the build will be, but it could work. It's unique, and they just take the Storm away aggressively.
Yeah,
I like that.
Plays really well with Lich too. I think Storm is definitely a hero that enjoys being Frost Shield when he goes in. Same for the Bounty. I think it relieves a little bit of pressure because Bounty is a hero that can do a lot, especially when he's able to place deep wards, but he's not going to bring the damage, he's not going to bring the control, the initiation, and Storm literally is that. He's initiation, he's all the damage you need. So, you know, these three heroes going together can cause a lot of issue, and honestly, this is exactly what they lacked yesterday. I think they really lacked the synergy between the supports and the mid laner, and they ended up losing control around the mid, losing control around the runes, and the way the Dota map is right now, if you're not going to control the mid area, the whole map becomes harder to play.
And what I like the most is they're doing it in their own style too. Like, no other team is drafting like this. So this is completely their way of wanting to play the game. And then we'll see the Shadow Shaman come out. Not too surprised to see Ember. I mean, Puck is the #1 choice against Storm, but obviously that's banned. Ember comes out, another hero GPK is very happy with. And this, at some point, will have to get addressed. Like, sure, Bounty Hunter is cool, Lich is cool, but there is no disable whatsoever for this Ember right now. Storm probably just won't be enough, so they're going to have to find a way to address this.
It's a very strong Ember pick, and you know, I go back to the second phase bans from Execration, and because I feel like this is really the moment in the draft where they get hurt the most, kind of. You know, this Bane and this Dazzle, realistically, like, how important were these heroes if you compare them to like the value of an Ember pick on BetBoom, which you know is gonna come. Like, you play
if you take
GPK,
Storm,
it's coming. It's 100% coming. So either you know you're confident that you can deal with it, but if you're not, you're gonna have to go back to these bans and try to get more value out of these bans.
Well, let's see. Well, the next pick's going to be here from Execration. They do go straight in for the Abaddon. So a little bit of flexibility here. Could be their carry, could be their offlane. I would imagine most likely heading towards the carry role, but honestly, it's a pretty good Abaddon game.
It's a very good Abaddon game.
Yeah, absolutely.
But this could be exploited pretty easily too, I think. You're definitely looking at heroes for Miro, such as the Lycan, and maybe even the Nigma in this game, because you do have this Marcy to pair with it.
Yeah, summons look really strong right now.
Yeah, they haven't answered it at all, and they only get 2 bans.
Yeah. And they're gonna have the ultimate last pick, so that is the scary part about this Ember. It's like it was pick 17, which is usually like a tough position to be in the draft, but so much value from it. And now they're gonna be able to, you know, bring even more value from the ultimate last pick, looking at all 5 heroes from the Execration side.
Yeah.
They're banning the Beastmaster, so they seem, you know, they seem aware of the summon angle that might be built on the boom side, on BB side. So the fact that they're looking at it, you know, to me it raises. I feel a little bit more, you know, confident about how they're gonna cover angles. We mentioned the Lycan in the Enigma, which maybe are, I guess the Lycan is the most concerning one. Perhaps they can cover the Enigma pick, like pre-picking something decent against it on the lane.
Yeah, I'm curious how BB team is going to think about that, right? Are they just going to ban like some gyro and potentially some bristleback to just be like, yeah,
Two bans might be enough.
Yeah, you just like can't do it, but they might have a different look entirely. As if they wanted summons, why would you ban Death Prophet?
Yeah, you'd definitely be happy to play against it.
Yeah, but maybe the lane might be hard for TA, because Abaddon could still be carry.
Because right now, like, sending the Abaddon and the Bounty Hunter to this TA lane sounds pretty tough.
Yeah,
like, TA is gonna love playing versus double melee, especially with whether it's Rasta or the Marcy. Like, the support that TA is gonna play with is extremely strong also. So the off lane for Execration is gonna be you know, a sacrificial lane, definitely. And they're gonna have to play through the safe lane and mid instead.
So Darkseer is gone though. Death Prophet's gone. What are their heroes? I mean, they could ban Lycan and take the Enigma themselves, which is also pretty good versus the Templar.
Yeah.
How do you enable this bounty is the question.
It's not easy. Perhaps they are heroes from their playbook, but I mean, I'm looking at the Visage ban is also gone. They're running out of heroes, honestly. Dazzle's out too. Like, basically all the range heroes I can think of were removed by BB team.
Venomancer. Okay, so Veno offlane to punish the TA.
Yeah, it's
speed.
It can be good, but at the same time,
isn't this a free Lycan game now?
Yeah, it's a really good Lycan game. But
oh no,
I'm a little bit scared for the Veno if I'm honest, because Bounty's not gonna stop them from going on it. Like, when you play Veno, like, you need a support that obviously can, you know, be offensive with you, but you need a support most importantly that can help you stay in the lane first levels, because you're so squishy. If this Veno's laning against like a Marcy TA, they're just gonna go on him non-stop, and Bounty is just gonna watch.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, if I'm BB team, I pick some hero that can just stay bottom by themselves, and then you can just try lane top if you want to.
The classic Miro Omni. That is a hero he's very, very comfortable on.
All right, does that answer a lot of what this Venomancer brings to the table?
It does, but I think it could have been worse. I want to say. I think I would have been more scared of Lycan that Fear was mentioning. Yeah. In this case, I think Execration, if the mid situation is stable, they can have a pretty solid game. I'd give it a little bit of an edge to BB team in terms of drafting, but it's definitely much better than yesterday. Much better.
All right, Fear, do you agree with that?
Oh, for sure. I mean, I'm glad that Execration came in with their hyper-aggressive strategy, because this is what we've seen work for them, and they're kind of like going all in on it. So I do love to see that. Will it be good enough against some of the Goliaths of the scene? Hard to say. I'm skeptical, but I'd love to be proven wrong.
So what are the weaknesses of BB team then? We've talked a lot about their strengths, but what are their weaknesses quickly?
If somehow I mean, they have to play through the Ember. Like, Omni needs time, TA needs time, and Execration have a super explosive lineup. You know, this Bounty, Storm, even the Abba is gonna look to connect quite early. The Veno can like take a lot of map with the Veno wards. You know, you have to think about this Bounty running around and this placing deep wards. Veno's like pushing in the waves, and this Storm, Abba, Lich in your face constantly. So Ember needs to be strong enough to fight back. If he isn't, we might just see, you know, a cat and mouse game where Execration is going to be the cat and BB team is going to be the mouse. So to me, it comes down to the mid matchup and what's going to happen around the runes.
Alrighty, let's get into it then. Game number 1 between Execration and BB team. Will BB be the team to top out their group, or will Execration find the acceleration and get themselves a win here? Let's find out with Mike and John.
Thank you so much, Nomad. Game number 1, Jonathan. BB team against Execration. We have some very interesting drafting here from the boys. What are you thinking, sir? What's happened here?
Look, I like seeing the Venomancer coming out from Execration. This is something they love. It's just that we normally see it on Lewis, right? Like that tends to be his mid hero before. He was the guy that kind of went into like this Ags rush, looking to run down with an Orchid build-up, playing with that Septic Shock. And on offlane for Tino, it's going to be interesting to see because those weaknesses are highlighted, right? Like, you can get dived early on. You're a very squishy hero. You do not like to have heroes right on top of you as this Venomancer in the offlane. And that can be pretty much the biggest standing weakness for Execration is that lane. I do feel like everything else was set up quite nicely from Exedo. Like Abaddon plus Lich Lane is pretty sickening. There is a lot of chase down potential there for Palos and CML, especially once you have some levels in the Frost Shield up. So you have a lot that you can get going with. The Evil Eye facet is pretty cool as well. So I think that can maybe catch you off guard with that bonus damage coming in. And that I think that's the foundation for Execration. This lane for Palos should go well. They should try to get their most. The issue is you're playing into a very high sustain lane. Miero on the Omni Knight is not going to be dying as much as you'd expect a Venomancer to die here for Tino. So you might not be able to get full value from that early aggression with all of these slows, with all of this damage coming out from your safe. And I think for BB Team, that is something they can work around. Like mentioned, you know, this is going to be about the Ember. And I do like the way that GPK is kind of set up. He goes for the Chain Gang. We've seen this facet kind of rise in popularity in a lot of our qualifiers happening here into the road to the Esports World Cup. The Chain Gang does a lot of work. It provides you with that teamfight control that you are otherwise lacking on the side of BB Team. And once you have that, once you have your 6 up, once you can get aggressive with your Remnants forward, using those chains very smartly, you get that control, you get the easy lineup for the TA to get side blades. You've got the Shadow Shaman with a blink timing that can be devastating as well. And things can start to get spicy. At least, Lewis's mid lane shouldn't be too bad into the Ember Spirit matchup. Storm does tend to have a pretty good time. You've got Static Slide, you can just poke back, you've got the range advantage. You do not have to worry about a double impact Sleight of Fist kind of bullying you out here. You will have to eat more into the Flame Guard. I'm expecting a 1-1 tree build here from GPK, if not a 0-2 tree build that we tend to see on the Embers with the Chain Gang up. But, you know, for Lewis, it's still going to be a good time. And again, for Execration, it's going to be key to have this Ember, to have this Storm get a running start. Because if you can get that 6 fast, if you can kind of connect with the Bounty Hunter with control on the Shrines of Wisdom, get a fast 6 again on Shanks, that snowball effect can really kick in fast for Execration.
Oh, absolutely. And don't forget as well, John, if Execration somehow found a 2-0, they're going to make some very awkward tiebreakers later on today. I mean, the odds, obviously not very high, right? I dare say both of us are looking at BB Team and thinking, you know, these guys are the stronger team, but if Execration can make something happen, we're all going to be here for a long time today, John. We'll be here all night.
That we would be. We'll see if Execration can get that done. Of course, BB Team, this is a team that, you know, sometimes find themselves maybe thinking, getting ahead of themselves, right? Getting overconfident. That has happened before with this lineup. Not as often nowadays, I would say. I would not expect as many slip-ups here. We'll have to see. This top lane, again, is the lane that, for BB Team, can get really aggressive down bot. You're seeing some of that coming in. Already out of mana on CML, but does have the mangoes. Again, all these slows can stack up. You are relatively tanky as well on Palos, but that single control is enough.
That certainly is. Palos in big trouble. Chase on from Miero. First blood drawn. Great start here for BB Team. You've got to be really wary of giving the first blood bonus here to Miero. I mean, he knows this Omni Knight very well.
That he does. It's a rough one for Palos to just die like that. You need some levels in your Lich to really feel effective here, right? Like level 3, maybe level 4 is when you start to feel better. I'm curious to see if CML will actually want to get a value point in the Gaze to try to maximize Evil Eye early on. It can have some ways of protecting as well, especially in a way of breaking shackles here to provide Palos a way out if that control comes in once more. But the direct matchup for Abaddon is a little bit awkward, right? You do have that Withering Mist. You do have a way of reducing healing, but it's only when they're below 40% HP. Trying to drag the Omni Knight to that point is not going to be easy here for the side of Execration to capitalize on trying to soften up. And that is going to be a considerable issue. There's not much threat on Miero from just running in and getting that damage done. And as again, we're kind of seeing that down bot earlier. The top lane is going surprisingly well for Execration, all things considered. Tito has not been jumped. He's not really stopping that farm coming in here for pure, but he isn't being dived on just yet. Has level 3, holding on to the skill point to see what he can get away with. And if you are allowed to just soak, you're pretty happy in that lane anyhow.
Speaking of lanes, mid lane, Lewis going to get jumped, but he's happy to fight back. Shanks is here as well. GPK could be in danger, and he's gone. Lewis picks up a kill. Karaomi trying to get away, but Shanks right behind him, secures the secondary. And I was just about to say, for Execration, hold that thought, because Palos will be chased, but the Frost Shield will keep him relatively safe as CML might be the one to fall. Miero diving all the way in, will be able to secure the kill. What I was about to say, John, is if you're Execration, Lewis he has to have a good game, right? I think this draft revolves around him as Pure's now going to go down. But if you've got a Storm that has a good laning stage, it could be a very hard game for BB Team.
That it can be. I mean, you have some answers in hold. You've got the Shadow Shaman with a Hex at the very least, and the Chicken Fingers on hand as well for some follow-up. So you have some ways of keeping Lewis locked in. That death on mid is very costly for BB Team. You get both Water Runes for Lewis. He's fully topped up. He's got his Soul Ring. He's got a lot of mana to play with. He's halfway into level 6. And again, we were talking about it. This is going to be almost like a mid showdown for Lewis and for GPK. Both of their teams are kind of reliant on these heroes to kind of get popping off. I will say, all of this movement across from Shanks being this effective is pretty scary. He's looking at mid again. There's still no sentry down here to watch his movement in. And so long as this bounty hunter is getting activity on the map, getting that faster stick gets scary.
You'll see him eventually. The sentry on the right side of the lane will allow GPK to get the chain gang off. But the impact here is ensuring this Storm has a good time. And of course, Power Rune's going to be very important for either of these mid laners. GPK doesn't really want to miss out, but I don't even know. I don't really feel like you have the supports right now that can make these rotations to secure the Power Runes. Comparatively, say, the bounty, which is going to be a bit of a pain. We'll see if they do make those rotations into the mid. Execration certainly is. Both supports around the area. BB Team, not so much, though. They might just be letting this one go.
It's a pretty big resource to hand over to Lewis again. Again, he's just fully topped up. He's already leveled 6.
Here they come. They're going to try. They will connect with Save and Kataomi, trying to jump the Lich. Rebound's going to be nice up to 2 as well. Lewis trying to jump in and get some damage up, but CML is already down as Shanks in danger, completely surrounded, will go down. And of all things, Power Rune's up top anyway. But a very nice set of kills for BB Team.
And it is. You still managed to get that rune out for Lewis, so I think overall you're still happy enough on Exa. It's just that you wasted all your mana on Lewis. You're not going to be able to get the biggest use out of the haste if you want to top up now. You're not going to be able to get that jump in. Very good commitment coming out from BB Team, understanding that, again, their launching point has to be December. One good rebound here and there, and you suddenly find yourself pretty exposed on the side of Execration. They are still looking mid, though.
They're trying to beat GPK. They're trying to bait him into a fight. Shank's going to move in now as well. Doesn't get the stun, but they'll get the gaze off. I think they kind of messed that initiation up. Kataomi, though, still dropping. Will go down to the blood grenade as Lewis jumping GPK. GPK has nowhere to go. Still level 5. Will go down as Lewis hitting level 7 now on the Storm.
Yeah, it's a big disparity now.
Oh,
for
that's
GPK.
massive.
Like, he's still stuck at 5, still about to hit 6. Not too far off at least, but no creep wave around him. Did cause issues. How hard Execration is playing around mid.
Pure.
Starting to play up.
They hit the Gale. Pure in a bit of danger. Shanks will keep the vision up. Gets a stun. A rebound in onto Pure. This could work against them. They'll bring in more TPs to try and help out. CML going to intervene. No, Shanks goes down. It's Pure. He survives all of it. They'll bring Lewis in eventually, but he was too low on mana to try and make the jump in on the TA, which is why he didn't have the backup. They'll continue now. CML feeding another life away, and Lewis has to leave. So they made the jump on a Pure, but it looks like Lewis, he didn't have enough mana to actually commit to the fight.
No, not quite enough mana. You also didn't have a free charge on the Urn yet on Tino, which is unfortunate. Maybe with that Urn tick damage, you might have had enough to get that damage in to kill off Pure. Again, maybe a little bit hasty as well from Exa. Good punishment coming out again from BB Team. And for the side of Execration, I mean, the one silver lining is that you are getting free space out for Palos, but it's still a slow lane here for our Abaddon. You're just not able to really match up against the Omni Knight too well, especially now that you have the Mana Sustain set from Yarrow with that full Soul Ring up. So he's not going to have an issue in just controlling the lane, looking for that aggression coming in, and kind of just zoning out Palos. At least Palos is at 6, has the value point ready. So they'll hunt for more top.
Well, they'll go for Kataomi. The thing is, with the start that Lewis has had, he can pretty much hunt anyone he wants right now. Maybe not Miero, in fairness, but certainly the support's not going to be feeling very good about their chances against Lewis at this current stage of the game, as Palos now being chased by Miero. Of course, Miero has literally no fear at the moment, as the Omni Knight is going to be the harassment onto Palos, walks away. But it's the message being sent. You know, it's not a safe lane for Palos.
Certainly not. I think the one thing you do have here for Execration as well is their vision game has been pretty on point. Really nice aggressive wards up top in that jungle, keeping watch if anyone's walking up for the bounty rune or just farming in that general area. They've got level 6 up now as well on Shanks. So they are ready to really get that snowball going. You want to start to really find these track kills. Keep that start rolling for yourself. Get the initial build-up you'd want. Getting some activity out on Tino as well. Successful activity. Can set up nicely here for that earlier timing on the Veno. Maybe looking for the Orchid build-up. A lot more damage coming out when you can find that.
You are being hunted again by Shanks. No sentries around. They'll dust him up though. They know that Shanks was around somewhere, but Lewis, he's going to jump in this time around onto Pure. They're going to cut Omi instead. In fact, trying to go for the easier kill, but the Hex out. Lewis is down. Pure will secure the kill. Oh, and it's a horrible fight for Execration. BB team just bring practically everybody up to the top lane to ensure they pull off that team fight. Execration not going to be too happy with that.
Really nice sentry being set up by BB team as well earlier on, spotting that movement in, and maybe kind of baiting them with the dust usage as well. So they'll figure perhaps, you know, there's no sentry there. They'll try that move again. It's going to be punished. They're going to need to somehow get a D-ward, or they can't rely on Shanks. They're looking elsewhere now, though.
Miero, he's a hard target. They are going to give it a crack, though, and Miero, he'll get the repel off for now. Has the Guardian Angel if he needs it. Miero's still surviving as the TPs will come in. There's your Guardian Angel now committed. It's Kataomi with the rebound out. Lewis, though, not giving up, looking for the track kills, and they've got both of them. And that's something you can't forget. Double track kills for Lewis, you've got to be careful about that.
That more than compensates for that movement up top now as well. You get your Galvanize back up to 7, you get a lot of gold. You're getting that activity you're looking for on Shanks. And you are even bleeding some gold back to Palos because he's around for those track kills. So this Radiance timing, considering the slower lane, isn't going to feel as slow as it would be. For the side of BB team, they've been really good with punishment. They've been getting that form on. Pure still #1 in that word. It just feels like this activity from GPK has been a lot more subdued. Maybe they'll try to get something done now. Level 2 chains up with a maxed out shield. Could go for some easy pickoffs.
Well, they're going to find CML, and that's certainly an easy one. GPK more than happy to secure that for himself, and in fairness to GPK, he did have a rough laning stage. He's just trying to get that blade mail up before he really gets too involved, but still trying at the very least to join his team when necessary. So 8-11 now, very slight net worth lead the way of Execration. Pure, obviously, is starting to slowly get out of control here on this TA. Top of the net worth board by far. Palos nowhere near him at the moment. And chances are you're not really going to catch up until you have perhaps just the Radiance on this Abaddon.
Yeah, you're not expecting it to. You have to understand on the side of Execration that with that failed attempt on Pure, he is just going to snowball. Dragonlance already up, going for the blink first, jump up.
They are going to jump into the bounty, but Lewis is here to back them up into a very nice Chain Frost. GPK will just remnant out. Miero picked up the shield rune anyway, so they don't miss out on a power rune, but they will hand another kill over to Lewis, and these are the things, if you're BB team, you've got to be wary of these tracks. They start to add up, and suddenly Lewis back on the top of the net worth.
That he is. 8 Galvanized stacks to play with. Already has the full Kaya as well. So a lot more output here from our Storm. And again, for the side of BB team, that control is reliant on follow-through from, say, Save here. Like, that's your big got him on Execration. It's your big punishment for Lewis that we've seen a couple of times now. If he does overextend. Again, the vision game coming out from Execration is just so clean. Look at the wards Shanks is dropping, keeping eye on Pure, farming still in that top area. They've got some good sentries as well, just to kind of block off, ensuring that if your bounty hunter will move, the vision's still there. There are a couple of areas for BB team that can still spot out. The mid-roche is the big one, top side, and that can kind of cut off Shanks a bit. They've gotten some room now to just siege bot with Palos.
Yeah, Miero getting a little bit excited here. Might need to look to retreat a little bit, though again, he does have his ulti ready. Palos will continue the chase. Kanomi is there with the rebound out if he needs it. It doesn't really seem like there's a big chance of Miero dying unless Lewis can catch somebody else who'll move on to save, but he gets hexed up immediately. Save, trying to run. GPK will move in with the chains out. Meanwhile, Palos still trying to just chase down the Shaman, but he might die for this if he's not too careful. He's dived very deep, Palos. He'll try to run back towards his side, and well, for now he's fine. Meanwhile, bottom CML has been caught. So GPK finding a freebie, looking at Palos now, and Palos, he's in the middle of nowhere. Went way too deep for the Shaman, gets punished for it again.
Yeah, and they kind of split their targets there on Execration. Not really aiming for one or the other. It was a bit of a split choice out from Lewis and from Palos in terms of looking for that initiation. I know they were just trying to cut off the Shaman from getting control. Still kicks in anyhow without any kills coming in. it does feel like you'd really want to have Tino participating in here. A lot of their early damage and a lot of their threatening slows, threatening output is on this Venomancer. Would say the Noxious play a good Gale out, earn usage as well. And Tino is just kind of camping up top, getting that build-up he'd want, but it is costing the team extra damage, extra output. The timing as well for Execration didn't quite pan out. They didn't have Chain Frost yet. They do have it now, and they could try for another successful fight if BB team are clumped up.
And they're coming. They'll find perhaps Save. They will jump in. Nice quick kill here onto Save. The Kataomi was trying to move in, but can't quite get there in range for the rebound in time. Shanks will take that kill for himself and the bounty. Big concern though, if you are Exile, I mean, Pure is still just complete free farm on this T8. Uncontested, having a great old time. Of course, if there's one man you can trust to carry the game for you, it's probably going to be Pure.
Yeah, he's got that blink up. He's going to be able to get aggressive on that TA a little bit earlier. Desolator not too off the mark as well. 2K in, one Mithril Hammer already up at this point. And that's the key timing now for BB team. You know, you're already pretty tanky on Miero without really needing too much. Already one part into the Radiance as well. Once you get that Deso up on Pure, that's when you start to look for that pick-off into Roshan. That's where the tempo starts to kick in. Having that secondary life plus Guardian Angel and Repel on hand on the TA makes this a pretty complicated game for the side of Exa if they are going to try to keep running this run-and-gun style that they've been doing so far.
Miero being followed by Shanks. We'll be all right. And it does take a long time to try and deal with that Omni Knight. They will see him again. Miero takes the Watcher, so now maybe they can hope for this because he's a bit out of position. Lewis will jump in. TPs are not coming to save Miero. He is all on his own here. He'll pop the Guardian Angel TP and the Croaker's getting involved just in case. Turns out he was never really in danger anyway, John.
No. Walks just far enough away as well.
Palos might be though. Palos, he's got borrowed time. He'll have to pop it. Try to find his way out of these Serpent Wards. They're going to jump back in though. Palos is not really moving. Kataomi is going to die. And Palos, he made the choice to farm the wards instead of going for the southern wards and trying to run. I mean, maybe he just assumed he was just dead anyway, but certainly Palos not having the game one you would have hoped for if you're Execration.
No, certainly not. Bottom network core right now is Palos. Still a ways off from the Radiance. Again, kind of the same build-up that you're seeing from Miero, just a little bit more coming out from Miero, considering that he also went back for a Soul Ring and the Bracer as well. For Palos, I think you're actually somewhat happy about that. You got a track kill. You got another Galvanized stack coming out there for Lewis. He is the hero that matters the most at this moment, and this is accelerating his BKB. I think you have to be weary of just giving an opportunity back, even on support kills with track. That snowball effect is somewhat kicking in. At least it's only the level 1 track, not quite yet. Level 2 here for Shanks, still a ways off from that one. But now the timings are coming in for BBT. And that Deso, Blink, Dragonlance is set to go. You can start to look for fights. You can start to hope to translate that into Roshan. Maybe even the movement out onto some of these tier 1s. Tier 1 mid is the one that's kind of blocking the way right now on the side of BB team. And for Exe, you can't afford to rest really. Right? Like, with this Bounty Hunter and with the success we saw them run with on day 1, it's all about keeping that pressure up. They've been pretty good at it so far. They're going to need to keep it going. The moment you take a break to farm, you're just ceding ground to BB team, who has, again, done spectacularly here with Pure and the way he's just working through all of these camps.
We haven't really talked about Tino much, have we, John? Tino's been relatively quiet. He's third in net worth right now on the Venomancer. How's the Assault, the Crimson Guard going into the Hurricane Pike? I mean, there is a point where maybe the Veno starts to become a somewhat of an issue if he gets enough items up.
Yeah. He has been, again, not really joining these connections, which down bot did cost him. The other times, not quite so much. That additional damage would be beneficial for the side of Execration. He is going for that full aura build, as you mentioned. The Dragonlance can be nice to just reapply Poison Sting, have maybe a little bit of spacing for yourself with the stats until the full Hurricane Pike is up. But I will say, we haven't really felt his presence yet outside of Crushable Lane.
Lewis getting caught, not reacting quick enough. He will die, and so will CML. BB team were waiting for it. They knew he was coming for the creep wave, and sadly, Lewis not reacting quick enough to zip back out of it.
No. And that's the kind of kill you can't afford to be giving here in Execration. Again, all of your momentum has been on the Storm. You want that build-up. At the least, he did manage to buy out the mithril hammer, so he's only having to wait for just the recipe now to get that full BKB, but this is the launching point for BB team. No storm to worry about, no initiation to have to worry about. You can just kind of shove in. You've got your first charge on the Deso up, although...
Karaomi looking for the rebound. Will get there, but is still going to die. Tino able to secure as Miero just trying to TP away. Will be fine to do so. Execration still looking to chase. Not going to find the Shaman either. They do at least find Pure, who does get tracked before he gets through the twin gates. But they're not going to follow him through. They'll just take the freebie on a Karaomi and just leave it at that.
Now you can see how much damage Tino does when he is in the area. He did 1,000 damage straight up to Karaomi by himself. And that's what you kind of need. You need to find a way to connect onto Tino. Again, he's wanting to get the Hurricane Pike first, so if he is committed on with a rebound, he will have some counterplay. It's just, again, you're missing a little bit more in this power spike here for Execration, whereas for BB team, it's just getting stronger and stronger. They haven't been able to threaten onto the Roshan just yet, so that is a little bit of a blessing in disguise. But their timings are lining up. You've got your own Radiance on Miero. He's got this BKB timing coming in as well into the Blink. BKB as well coming up next for GPK, having the full Kaya Sanj up on top of things. So he's a lot harder to burst down on that Ember. And now they make that move into the Roshan. Fairly obvious, the scan is there. The issue is, can Execration even run into that area at this point?
Roshan pretty low. Execration not going to be willing to give it up. They're moving in. Roshan still dropping, almost down, but not down yet. Shanks looking to move in, but can't get there. Pure, he's got the Aegis. CML already down. Lewis trying to go after the Shaman. Save. Okay for now with the Repel, and now the Shackle holding down Lewis and Pure from the low ground, getting some damage off, but not quite enough as well. Chase down Lewis. Lewis needs a way out, but he's been perma-stunned up. He will go down. They'll finally maybe find Save, though he's still shackling, still surviving. They'll finally take him down. But without your Storm, can you really keep this fight going? Palos, he's trying to do so. Tino's doing so much damage over time. All right, this Veno could be problematic, John. You can't just leave him alone the whole fight.
No, and again, this is the one thing that you were kind of lacking for Execration. Tino has not been able to connect too often to these fights. Would have used him a little bit earlier. They missed this opportunity as well to try to kind of get off their spells in the Roche pit, right? Like getting a big Chain Frost in that area maybe changes that team fight. They're not able to jump in. Lewis was a little bit too far to try to zip into the pit as well. So not the ideal circumstances for Exe. You're still very happy on the side of BB team, but you're also not getting that lead you'd want yet. Again, you've kind of front-loaded all of your gold onto Pure. Everyone else is relatively equal in net worth. And again, the biggest issue for Execration there is that they're just a little bit low on Lewis now. Again, if they make it into the Roche a little bit earlier, if you're not caught in the back with CML, a Chain Frost would have changed that fight, but they identify their targets very well in BB team.
They absolutely do. It's not a fantastic fight, but again, it's just the long kind of team fight. A little bit scary if Tino does get involved. As Save just surviving forever as well in that fight, I've got to say. Just so much pressure on trying to find this Shaman throughout these fights, just to ensure they can actually just not get disabled permanently as Save. Or rather, Shank's going to find Pure now. Zip in. Are they going to try for this? Pure has a 3-minute timer on the Aegis still, so he's looking pretty safe. Maybe they feel like he's alone, but Pure will be able to blink away. Kanomi right behind him just in case they need it. BB team now setting up for a fight. They know Execration. They were hanging around to Pure. He's going to jump in, trying to snipe CML, though CML does make it. Chains out onto Tino. They'd love the Veno first. It's a great target if they can get him. Tino in pretty big trouble. He'll survive for now. He'll get the ulti off in time and just Hurricane Pike away. Is now the Chain Frost. That could be a little bit scary. BB team, can they get through it? They can for now. It's Palos. Palos in danger again. Palos, he's still going, he's still alive as Lewis gonna zip right through 4 of them. Where's the damage? Miro, he does go down. Kataomi will follow. Pure though trying to salvage. He'll take down Shanks, but he can't. We can do it, Lewis. Lewis will leave. A 2-for-3 trade in the favor of Execration so far as Pure. He still has the Aegis. Still happy to continue. But Execration, seeing that they've won the fight, would love to just retreat now safely. And they'll do so.
Again, it's a little bit dicey out for Execration. They did manage to get really good usage out from the Chain Frost, and it makes all the difference. It makes it so awkward for GPK to just try to hold that position with Pure at the start. They get a really timely retreat as well on Lewis. Like, he makes that choice to kind of back into that top jungle further up and allow the rest of BB team to collapse onto Palos first to look for the angle back in. Very smart in and outs coming in here from Execration and from BB team. But you are seeing some issues. Like, the damage is certainly lacking. For the most part in that fight, Palos really wasn't doing much except getting held up, copping spells, trying to buy that opportunity for Lewis. And at this point, yeah, Lewis's damage output is good. It doesn't feel like he can really carry through if these fights drag any longer than they currently are. There's only so much weaving you can do here on the side of Execration. We'll have to see if they can maybe catch a little bit more.
GPK, that'd be a nice target. Land a stun initially. Gaze is there. Lewis with the Vortex to follow up, and it looks like they've got him. GPK will be dropping once again. This is the big thing right now. Like, Palos, he doesn't really feel like a carry, but Tino and Lewis, they're proving to be pretty big problems. It's almost like Palos is just playing offlane right now, it feels like.
That he is. Basically, Lewis is pretty much carrying here. I will have to give a shout out to Shanks as well. Getting his shard up, they did manage to actually get that initial setup from just double Shadow Walk breakage. And they layered it perfectly as well. Like, Execration are just moving as a unit very cleanly outside of, a couple of maybe 2 aggressive movements across the map. And now they found themselves an opportunity for a tier 2. BB team kind of hugging that bot jungle themselves, shoving in the bot area to kind of trade away. They still have that Aegis for a little bit more time, not too long now, a little bit of a reset out for Pure. But again, Exa is managing to find a way to constantly weave in and out. With the BKB up on Lewis, it's going to get a lot easier, down to 8 seconds now, but still enough of a window to get things going. A BKB coming for Tino next, and a Blink coming out for Palos can start to at least put the Abaddon in interesting spots, especially while borrowed time is running. So maybe better positioning out, easier saves coming in with a Photic Shield if Palos isn't jumped first. And it's going to be about a back and forth in those saves, right? Like, you're playing into Omni Knight, you're playing into just the factor of Repel, Guardian Angel on hand. At the same time, you've got this Abaddon with a Photic Shield that can be murderous if he does manage to get some big saves off, especially onto someone key like Lewis.
Do they want to try for Miero? They're going to try, but the whole side of BB team's there. They're ready. Miero is dropping low, but he will be safe for now. But Kadomi is Lewis. He needs to back out of there. He'll do so. They'll try for Tino instead. Palos, he'll be the man left behind as it looks like Execration. They need to reset. They need to escape. Do they really leave Palos behind? Well, in fact, they don't. He just walks out of it. So they only lose CML. BB team, they lose nothing. So they'll be very happy with that. And I think for Exa, like, sure, you get close with taking down Miero, but he's the hardest target to deal with.
That he is, and you did have to expend the Chain Frost as well. Not the luckiest bounces in the world this time around for CML, unfortunately. Not staying onto the heroes, and they were split apart enough on the side of BB team to not get caught off guard. It's still a very even game across the board off of that, 18-21. Slight net worth advantage still hanging in there for Execration. It is just worrying how much Pure is getting away with. Again, still an 8-second BKB to play with, constantly shoving in down bot. Will find that tier 2 tower now with no contest. And for the side of Exe, there is still a lack of damage. Like, Palos still has no solution. He would be a very good nullifier carrier if you can kind of find room for that. It's just he still has to work into the Blink as well. It's going to take so much time to remove these saves from the side of BB team. And for the side of Exe, I mean, again, the pacing, they're still keeping up that aggression, to be fair. They're still trying to play around all of these tracks, trying to play around with the friendly Shadow and the Shadow Walk and hunting heroes down. It's just that BB team have been playing in very distant parts of the map now, mainly hugging bot. They've got a good ward line, a couple of sentries, a couple of wards here to watch if Shanks and company are kind of sneaking around. And they have avoided that top area where Execration has set up most of their vision at. So if you can't find these heroes, you can't get track kills. If you can't get track kills, you can't keep that snowball going.
Mid lane, setting up again it looks like. GPK gonna hang by the tier 2 tower. Execration just not relenting on the pressure. Tino just keeping the wards here to ensure the lane's forced in, and they're just trying to force an error from BB team at the moment. It's one way to do it, just keep the lanes forced in and force them to get into some awkward positions to try and defend. Pure will reveal his position. T2 tower. Tino will take care of it on his own for now. TP's incoming. Pure, he's going to get started with the Meld Strike, but they're pretty safe on the Venomous. Pure, got to be a little bit cautious. Palos, he's right in. Zip out. Lewis trying for the Shaman. Can he get him? Save is still alive. He will not die. Palos is gone. Now they can go. BB team, they'll find CML to boot. In fact, they even found Tino. Lewis has left the building. It's a 4-for-0 trade. This Omni Knight, it's making life so hard. Like, the repel comes in every time. Save just survives over and over again.
That's too much.
Oh, they'll get him this time. Lewis will eventually get him, but you know, it's a 1-for-4.
It is. And again, this is the big difference for Execration and BB team. For Execration, it feels like Palos has to take that front line, right? Like, he's having to move forward. He can't just stand back, try to use the blink to get a photic shield onto someone. He's trying to leverage that radiance. He's trying to leverage his durability as a core. But it pales in comparison to how safe Miero can play. He's just standing back. He's always got repel. He's always got Guardian Angel. He doesn't need to be in the firing line. They know Execration has to run into them. And as long as you have that safe positioning from Miero, I mean, what will you do? You know, you can't reach the Ami. If you try to reach him with Lewis alone, it puts him in the firing line, in a very dangerous spot. So it's just that difference. You can afford to play safe on Miero. You can't afford to do so on Palos just because he is their pos 1. You don't want your pos 1 hugging too far behind when it's an Abaddon. You kind of need to be aggressive on him, and it just removes that threat of saving with a photic shield.
I mean, it does. Makes it very hard as well, because Save, he just has that Ghost Scepter, goes into the ethereal form every single time. They try to jump him, and just so many ways to keep the Shaman alive in the middle of a fight. Save, he's been very good for his squad. As we are seeing both teams smoked up, Shanks, he'll break the smoke, but does get caught out immediately as they'll pop the Frost Shield, but it won't matter. Pure is hitting way too hard now. Roshan is available for either side, but more so BB team at the moment. They want a little bit more, though, by the looks of it.
Oh.
They'll jump in. Oh, Palos! There
like
goes
that.
Palos. Lewis has jumped as well, trying to pick up the Shaman as they'll throw the Chain Frost out. You're really lacking quite a bit of damage here. Save, gonna walk out again. He won't die. CML will, however. Shanks not looking safe either. He bought back into this. He really doesn't want to die back immediately, but they found him. Pure godlike now. And another disastrous fight for Execration.
And you have to appreciate how fast BB team can just get on top of a hero. They've got that mobility. They've got so much going on for them. This pick-me-up facet just providing a lot of angles out for Kataomi to get these heroes right on top of these soft targets they'd want. And your output, again, on Execration is just lacking. It's still all in on Lewis, who's caught out here.
Oh, Lewis getting caught as well. Save will secure the kill. He really has been the bane of their existence, Save. On this Shaman, it's just been in. I mean, how many times has he survived a team fight?
Way too many times. Way too many times. That foul play is just doing a ton of work. Like you mentioned, the Ghost Scepter as well, stalling out that burst window you're trying to play with on Exe. And the ball's completely out of their court now. 19-30, 11k lead for the side of BB team. Roshan not going to take too long here for Pure to clear out. And you don't have options on Exe. And again, it kind of comes back to how this draft is laid out, right? Like, you need to be the front liner on Palos because Tino, I mean, he's a tanky Venomancer, relatively tanky for a Venomancer, but not going to be tanky enough. He needs to be the one standing back, so Palos has to be running forward. No saves for him, and he's not able to save anyone else as well if that key control comes in. And your damage as well is just somewhat lacking. At this point, Lewis is just not going to cut it by himself. In fact, Lewis is the one trying to go for the full nullifier for the team. We're looking at a Basher pickup for Palos instead, which can be useful. It's just, you can see how much pressure there is on the Storm to clean things up. Like, remove the Ghost Scepter, remove Repel, remove Guardian Angel himself. He has to do all of the work on Lewis.
I mean, that he has to. Palos, I appreciate he has just been the tank for the team at this stage, but it really is starting to feel like you're lacking a carry in this game for Execration. There's only so much Lewis can do on his own. BB team, they'll go through the top lane now. T1 tower is still standing, so they'll quickly deal with that. Shanks in a position if they want to try and defend and force some fights, but would not really advise it right now. It does start to feel like you're going to be in that high ground situation pretty soon as Execration with the way this game's been going. BB team, I think, know it very well too, John.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the clear advantage. The fight here for Execration is just so hard to find. Like, how are you supposed to initiate? You don't have that much team fight control. You know, you're banking on Lewis to jump in. Maybe a good Shadow Walk and friendly Shadow Stun as well coming out of the Invis. Just difficult to execute on.
No, they'll try Tino. Tino gonna be okay. Pure though. Two-shotting CML. Chain Gang out as well onto the Venomancer. They're using the traps with the side blades. Not gonna be enough. Pure not getting lucky with a crit.
It's enough to hold them back at the very least in Execration again. I don't see the angle for these fights. Lewis has to kind of go all in somehow.
They're going to zip in. Vortex, but BKB was used by Pure, so he'll be okay. Kadomi jumping in, runs right back up. Without the BKB, you could maybe hope for something, but he's still got the Aegis up, so it makes it rather difficult anyway. It's Pure. Will get gazed up. Lewis will jump in. They'll try to burst him down, but the Repeller's there. Into the Chain Frost now, but it's just doing no damage. They'll try and jump the Shaman. There's that Ghost Scepter. Maybe this time they can deal with safe. Let's see if they can keep it going. Kataomi will also go down. This might be the fight. Lewis, he's onto the Omni Knight. Miero will be okay, though. So not really the biggest fight in the world for Exa, but they do find a support duo for their trouble. They have lost the melee barracks, though.
I mean, it could have gone worse for Exa. They hang on to the range. They're not losing as much as you'd expect. The Aegis is still up for BB team. They could still look to go back up. I mean, there's still a good amount of time, 2 minutes 10 on that Aegis still. So you have an opportunity to just come back in. The one thing for BB team is that you are feeding out track kills. Your lead is high enough that it's a 2.7k swing for Execration. Helps fix a couple of issues. Unfortunate for Palos that he doesn't get a first hit bash trying to chase down Miero, but at full basher up. But hey, can't have all. And for Exe, that has to be the key. You kind of have to weave in and out on Lewis. You kind of have to hug that BKB usage, hold back as long as you can, bait them in from BB team, have them overextend, and try to chase down afterwards. It's not a very direct way of coming in, but that's the best way they have, just kind of putting BB team in disarray. If they don't manage to find that initiation, they'd want themselves here as well.
Another minute 20 on the Aegis here. BB team looking to see if they can find another fight before it does expire. Pure already on the hunt. CML very scared now, knowing it's just 2 shots away from dying. Maybe even 1 shot at this point, let's be fair. Tier 2 mid tower. They'll delay it a little bit with that Frost Shield, but it won't do too much. Question is, do you want to try high ground again for BB team? Minute left on the Aegis. I guess there is time for at least a tier 3 tower.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like they have too much to worry about. You've got a Swift Blink plus Daedalus up on Pure. He has so much output. Still has his BKB to a healthy amount. Oh, 6 seconds, but 6 seconds is enough. The windows you're looking for on Execration are just so narrow. And they can just kind of split their attention. Wards down bot, TA shoving in mid. Got to find some way to correct.
Well, they do. Watch out for the chains, though. Always very awkward to start the fight as Tino. Losing about half his HP here to Pure. Lewis gonna zip in. We'll try for the TA. Still 15 seconds on the Aegis. They're just setting up as GPK. He went a little bit far. They need to jump in and help GPK out. The Repeller's there. It will keep the Ember alive. GPK, who have another lease on life. However, they need to dissipate. They'll find the melee barracks, but can they get out safely? Pure, he has no Aegis. Maybe this is the opening for Lewis, but he's out of mana now. Palos will keep the chase up. Meanwhile, Tino will die in the base as Pure still trying to fight it out. Will go down. It's a big kill. GPK also going down. They'll take Palos though. GPK, he'll buy back immediately. BB team, are you sure you found a nice couple kills, but they've got the buybacks. They're ready to come back.
I love that from Pure. I love that from GPK, just having that Remnant on top, getting instantly back into the fight, cleaning up, forcing the buyback out now from Tino as well. You do have a buyback in Lewis, but you need that entire complement up here to defend. You need Palos' body. You need a lot of that control coming out, that damage coming out from Lewis. And the pieces just aren't there. At the least, without the TA, this threat from BB team isn't as high, but they will still keep on it. They know there's just not going to be enough, even with the respawns coming in.
They're trying. Miero. A bit of HP. Kataomi, they're just jumping right in. Happy to go right after Tino. The Kataomi should probably just be dying. He'll try for a TP up, but won't make it. Miero, meanwhile, he's still in danger, but these trap silences being very annoying for Lewis. But eventually, they will find Miero. Not out of the game yet.
No.
They are trying.
Now they are. And again, BB team a little bit hasty without the TA, without Pure around to siege onto the next set of racks. Execration still hanging on. They do have that output. And the damage coming in now from Lewis is high. Even Palos, not in the last fight, but when this Abaddon's on top of you with the threat of the Basher now, things can get a little bit spicy. And again, for Execration, they did a fantastic job of just weaving in and out. It's Lewis always kind of just dodging out the rebound, looking for the backline. A little bit of an overextension out from GPK, putting them in a little bit of that mess. As, you know, he is fairly low HP. They need the Ember for the poke. They need the chain gang action going. He's a little bit less confident with all of that expenditure onto him. And then you get that follow-through. You get that deep chase. You get that output from Palos now. And the Abaddon's not to be not underestimated.
Pure's been jumped. Pure's been jumped. Can they kill him? Pure. Oh, he's gone. He's got buyback though. But Execration, they're feeling it. They feel the opening. Palos, he'll keep going on the save. The Shaman will go down now. Well, hold on a minute. BB team, let's calm down. Rewrap, get it together. What's happened, John?
They're going a little bit scattered around. Again, that's where Execration shines. You've got the Storm who can just dive bomb you with no concern as long as you're kind of separated away from the Shadow Shaman and the Omni Knight. So the moment you split apart, the moment there's an opportunity for Execration, of course they can get on top. They've got Friendly Shadow, Shadow Walk, plus all of this movement across the map with Lewis. They are trying to stall out. You have to remember, GPK did buy back in the earlier fight. If he puts himself in danger here, you're going to be one hero short even with the buyback on Pure.
Uh-oh.
So it's time for a little bit of caution out from BB team. At least wait for the respawn to be here.
And this all goes back to that mid-racks trying to be taken without Pure. Get a little bit hasty thinking we can do it without him, but turns out they couldn't, and suddenly Execration now looking like they're in a dominant position. Palos has actually become a bit of a problem at this stage too.
Yeah.
Here we go.
He's got the full Abyssal to go through that debuff immunity. He's got himself an Outworld staff, buying him a little, some key time to bait up some
That's
spells.
such a broken
It is
item.
so good. Such a good item. I can't believe people thought it would be bad.
Who thought it would be bad?
A lot of people on Reddit thought it was a little bit lame.
Of
No,
course
it's like,
they did.
no,
John.
you underestimate what 0.7 seconds does. It's just massive. And again, some of that damage is starting to come into being here for the side of Execration. Full Scotty up for Tino. It starts to get a little bit painful with all of the slows and damage you get with a Septic Shock here on the Venomancer. Nothing like an Ags up. So it's not all about damage, but the utility certainly is starting to really take place here.
I mean, you're basically in an even game. If you ignore the objectives, Miero. Well, do we have Dota? Well, what's Dota Plus saying? Do we have some win probabilities here, perhaps? 57% for BB team now. Well, that's not a good position to be in, considering where they were just a minute ago.
Certainly not. And again, we're seeing from Execration, they can find these angles for the fight, even if it's just extremely awkward. You have to bait BB team out. They are biting the bait every now and again. A little bit of a smoke out from BB team, as well as from Exe. See if they can start to posture. Roshan is that flashpoint. Whoever takes this cleans up the high ground.
BB team, be careful, gentlemen. You don't want to throw a game like this. Execration, they've got a high ground advantage here if BB team do try to move their way up, but they're trying to go towards that. No, never mind. They're looping back around towards the east into the Radiant jungle, but Tino's going to be there along with CML and the rest. They'll see Palos very soon. They won't see the Veno straight off the bat. They'll jump in onto the ledge, but the gaze is there. The Shaman's been caught. Saved. He'll get the BKB off. Meanwhile, Lewis getting caught for a second. Will zip out of there. Who are they targeting? It's CML down first. Meanwhile, Palos, he's on a save. Pure's dropping real low. Somebody save him.
Pure
is down. Palos, meanwhile, still going. He'll go on to Kataomi as Pure's going to buy back along with save. They're just going to commit all the way for this fight, but the fight's looking pretty over. GPK, he needs some help. Miero will move back in. Tino, though, with the Scotty being such a nuisance. Execration.
They're doing it.
BB team, they're trying for Roche. This is why they bought back. They can't let this go down.
Oh, it's so risky, though.
Oh, BB team. This is scary.
It's so risky.
The world's on your shoulders, Pure.
Your BKBs are on cooldown. There's an opportunity here.
Tino's going to scout it out. This is just very frightening for BB team now. They were so far ahead, but Execration just enduring the suffering, Jonathan.
That they are. Again, it's this target prioritization. It's the way they're weaving in and out of these fights. With the Storm, like Lewis is doing a fantastic job here.
That's my every time I see the Parasma.
Yeah, it gets dangerous. It gets dangerous. You've got the nullifier now as well. You're dealing with all of these saves coming out from the side of BB team. At the least, they haven't course corrected top, slowly being shoved in. Someone's going to have to repair for those tier 4s. So you should have a window here for BB
Don't
team.
say repair, John. You bring me back to the repair kit days.
Those are fun.
You give me PTSD when you say repair.
We're very, very funny. At least you don't. I mean, you could count in like the Lich 25, I suppose, if you want to get into that.
That's true.
For CML, if the game drags on long enough, you would have that.
I mean, the chain frost damage is actually quite nice too.
Yeah, 100 incremental is pretty big. But 50 HP regen on your ancient
you're right.
and your towers.
You're right. You're right.
I don't know, actually. I take the chain frost.
I think you might actually just be right on that, honestly.
It depends. I think in this kind of game state, you're still fine because it feels like you could go with the extra damage. The issue is you're going into BKBs, you're going to repel. That damage is mitigated to a fair degree, so it's not going to be bursty anyway. You might be better off. I mean, look, additional regen on Lewis, additional regen on Palos. It's going to be massive. That could be, you know,
I'm just
the way to go.
I'm looking at Lewis and I'm thinking, where's the axe build up at this stage?
That's the only thing lacking, that wide AoE control. He had to go for all of this counter control and damage because he has been carrying.
Oh, BB team, they're hanging around Roshan Pit again. Keep in mind, there's not many buybacks here for BB team. In fact, there's no buybacks on the map. Never mind, nobody's got it. GPK, he'll jump in, trying to find CML. Won't be able to get there as Tino trying to start a fight. They will rebound GPK out. Lewis, he'll jump right in. He's Saw safe. He'll force the BKB, now jumping onto Miero. Meanwhile, Palos trying to deal with the Shaman, but Save is going to be able to save himself and run out of there. Miero trying to chase down Shanks in the meantime. Here comes Save again. They'll find Shanks to start. Here comes Pure. Palos, he's been shackled up. He'll get the borrowed time off. Meanwhile, CML is just still being chased by GPK. He'll finally go down. Kataomi, he'll follow. Pure, still fighting. Takes down Palos.
God.
Lewis, he's out of mana now. Surely this fight's over, and this game might be over. Execration, in the end, it seems as though they cannot do it as BB team pull off the team fight victory they needed. They'll go for Roshan. There are no buybacks right now for Execration. Lewis will have one in 5 seconds.
It's a very fragmented fight out from Exa. Again, like, they were fighting one front by the ramp, a deep dive from Lewis, the connections aren't clean, and this time it was Execration that was just kind of fragmented. BB team capitalize on it. They forced the buyback out now from Tino. There will be at least be the buyback in Lewis, like you mentioned here. But this is a scary moment now for the side of Exa. 2 lives on Pure, a cheese on hand as well. That's going to be force-fed out. Only the one set of racks left standing here for the side of Execration. It's do or die. They've got to find some magic again that we've seen a couple of times. But in this circumstance now, it's looking a lot less clear to find that opportunity here.
I mean, you've got your support you up in 20 seconds. The thing is, you're going to be lacking Palos for another minute. It's a long time to not have your Abaddon. BB team, they know it. Mega creeps up. They're going into the tier 4 towers now. One last ditch attempt to save this game for Exa. But they need some more heroes. They've now got 3. Lewis can buy back whenever. Preferably, they'd like to fight with Palos if they can, but I don't know if they have the time. Divine now on Pure as well. He's just going to go straight for the Ancient, it seems like, with the Divine Rapier pickup. But Lewis, he's going to buy back. GPK holding them in the fountain. Is going to be able to get out of Shanks now, moving forward. Here comes Lewis, trying to jump the Omni. Miero. Miero is down. Pure. He's going to lose the Aegis. Keep in mind, he has a Divine Rapier, Pure. You don't want to lose like this. He'll jump in the Ancient again, Pure. He's completely surrounded, but the Ancient is gone. The Ancient is gone. They make it happen.
Oh, man.
Oh. Well, that was a bit too close for comfort if you ask me, John.
Very close for comfort for the side of BB team. I don't think they would have expected Execration to still have that momentum lining up. Again, very spectacular plays from Exa in the way that they were utilizing the Storm, they were utilizing this Bounty Hunter extremely well. Maybe some missed opportunities early from Exa. They weren't maximizing with the Venomancer. Tino was kind of just farming top when, even with the Crimson Guard timing, he was a little bit hesitant to join in these engagements and made it a little bit tougher for Execration to keep that momentum up. BB team in the end, though, you give Pure all the space in the world to farm. They have all of these ways of accessing these fights. The rebounds were amazing coming out from Kataomi. And the side of Execration, at some point, I mean, it was all about execution, right? It's all about that experience kicking in. It felt like in the end we did see that rise up for the side of BB Team, and for Exe, it's a lot closer. I think they can be kind of happy. Just a couple of things to fix in the draft next time.
Yeah, I'm not sure if BB Team expected the game to be as close as it quite was, but props to them. They make the win happen in the end, and well, it certainly wasn't a very easy win. Of course, with that, Jonathan, we do have our lovely panel, I do believe, on standby, so we'll throw to them and see what they've got to say about this game one.
Thank you very much, MLP and John Xfire. Yes, unfortunately, Execration, they gave it a really, really good shot. I mean, Seb, I became a believer in a few minutes there.
It looked good. I mean, I was also a believer. I thought they had it at some point. I think it was really close, and probably BetBoom were sweating at in many instances. I think it came down to basically the last fight. I want to say last fight of the game. Like we've seen the aggression that they were able to bring to the table yesterday, and in this clip we see the same here. They really put BB Team under heavy pressure this game.
Yeah, most definitely. And I was super impressed by this Venomancer hero. It felt like usually when you look at Venom, you're like, okay, he's this early game cheese type of hero, but he did the most damage on his entire team, even more than the Storm Spirit, who was zipping around and doing what felt like majority of the damage. So I'm very impressed by what they brought to the table here. Very unorthodox, bringing the Lich, Venomancer, Bounty Hunter into one draft here. It was incredibly close, but you know the experience of BB Team was just a little bit too much there. The clutch Rapier pickup at the end by Pure, allowing him to finish off the throne there, because I feel like if he doesn't kill the throne in that moment there, the game might just be over, because they had no buybacks as well. So
yeah,
very close game.
Drops the Rapier.
Yeah, it's over for sure.
Yeah, we could have been in for some epic turnaround, but BB Team, you know, as you mentioned, a lot of experience.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's Pure in big tournament mode, you know. Once he hits these big events, he just becomes an entirely different beast. And here at the Esports World Cup, he is definitely firing all cylinders at the moment. And yeah, seemed very confident in that play at the end there. Pick up the Rapier, use the Aegis, just burn through the first one attacking the Ancient, and then burn through the second one with the BKB. Jobs are good. Also, the Snake's helping out there quite a lot as well. But yeah, I mean, did you see any flaws in BB coming out here that were exposed by Execration?
Not really. I have to give props to both teams. I think both teams actually played a really good game. It wasn't so much about the flaws on BB team side than, you know, just how effective Execration are at finding openings and putting the opponents under pressure. If anything, they kind of overplay their hand at times. Like I remember, you know, they went for a dive on the TA at some point in the Ancient. They ended up dying with 4 heroes. Like you can't really afford these kind of setbacks when you're playing such high tempo lineup. So I see a lot of improvement. You know, like this is the 3rd series that they're playing now, and you know, I'm looking back at the first one, the second one, and this one. Like it's getting better and better. They have another map, and these group stages are not gonna, you know, knock them out of the tournament even if they end up being the last team there. So the experience that they are acquiring, I think, is gonna end up paying off.
Yeah, I think for BB Team though, like what made this game a little rough to begin with was just GPK had kind of an uncharacteristically slow start in the mid lane against Lewis's Storm, and gotta say, Kataomi had quite a few rebounds that did not connect where they should have, and ended up in deaths that allowed Execration to get a bit of a strong start in this game too.
Absolutely, yeah. Kataomi kind of bouncing around, and
he was bouncing, yeah.
yeah, not sure he was super confident on that Marcy, or what was going on in this game. Maybe just underestimating some of these curveballs.
First game of the day,
Execration.
You know, first game of the day, we call it us.
Yeah.
There's always a first game of the day. You know, you can't be blamed.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, I mean, I kind of agree with you guys, though, that the Venomancer is something which I'm kind of looking to see more teams pick up, because that looked like a super valid hero. But we can take a look at some of the replays here, some of the key moments in the game where Execration were able to take the fight to a BB team, especially focused around this this Venomancer and the kind of plays he was able to get off with the debuffs coming out from him.
What's interesting is the transition also that he brings, right? Like he starts with a Crimson and then transitions into the right-click items. So I guess that's where the subtleness maybe lies, like being able to identify, you know, which items in which order, because probably, you know, the ground is much more open than on other heroes that have been really, like, figured out. But there was a really good balance to that last game.
Yeah, it definitely was, and I know we are kind of like talking a lot about how well Execration did play. Sure, they lost, unfortunately, and BB Team did win the game, but they did have a really good chance of winning this game. And there's like some moments where the game did look like it was going to be in their control. And this is one of them, right? Like Kadomi, he rebounds in, bites off a little more than he can chew here, ends up dying, gets GPK killed as well on top of it. This happened quite a few times, which did help them out in the end. But yeah, these are some of the other team fights where it just looked like they were so close, but then Hex breaks.
They just overplay their hand, like, because they have no reason. I mean, this is his decision to blink in on Abaddon here and over aggressively, and yeah, he gets surprised by the Hex Spirit on the Rasta.
Wasn't just once.
Yeah,
as well.
it happened a couple times, like several times actually, and they end up dying with 5 heroes, and honestly, it just changes the nature of the game completely. Like you have to wonder what would have happened if these moves are just a little bit more clean.
Yep, it's 2 fights in a row, and then this is where BB Team kind of like gets back into it. So we're kind of talking about how like we feel like Execration probably should have won this game, right, after this early game. But then these 2 moves happen. BB Team claw back into it. Of course, this game went much longer and was very back and forth. But I think these are like 2 pivotal moves where Palos blinks in, gets hexed, dies immediately, and they get wiped out, and it lets BB back into the game.
Absolutely, yeah. And there were a few of these moments where Execration, you know, they get the better, but they also did make mistakes as well. You know, you can't really say they made a completely clean game here. Paulus, especially, you know, getting caught out by the Shaman counter pick. It happens, and unfortunately that does mean they drop their first game here. But again, if they can just get a little bit smoother, a little bit more consistent, and maybe throw another curveball away at BB, then we might have a 1-1 on our hands. But at the moment, it is BB 1 game up here. We're going to head over to a short break, and then we'll be back to find out how game number 2 is going to go.
I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea. Two worlds inspired by each other. Two worlds making one. This land is calling, Saudi Red Sea.
It's time for game number 2 of BB versus Execration here at the Esports World Cup. It is getting a little bit spicy here, as despite BB maybe predictably taking the first game, it was close. It was very, very close indeed, and involved some pretty, sweaty plays at the end coming out from Pure to just secure this one out, along with save on the with the snakes and everything. But I feel that was sort of a very BB ending to that series, where it was sort of Pure and Saves stepping up and putting an end to this game, right?
Like, these guys are always stepping up when it matters, so that was another example of it. But overall, I think pretty solid performance. I mean, if you think about it, despite GPK getting a little bit, shaken up by on the mid against Lewis, which again, we don't really know Lewis much in these international events. This is some of the first time he has, went against some of the, considered most established dominant mid laners. And so far, he's been doing really well. So I don't even know if GPK is, just supposed to win the matchup against him.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting. And especially when you're looking at players who haven't really stepped up onto the international stage before, we don't know how they're going to handle the pressure. I mean, they don't know how they're going to handle the pressure. Nobody knows until they're on that stage, right?
I mean, yeah, for sure. I mean, there's definitely layers to it, though, where it's like, we're still not in front of like a crowd yet. That adds an additional layer on top of it. But this is the baseline. You have to start somewhere, just playing on LAN in general. And he did a great job. I mean, GPK right now has proven that he might be the best mechanically gifted mid laner right now. And he got owned mid. And that's very impressive and promising, of course. But I think they need the whole package to beat BB team. Pure TA, he first picks it like he always does, still finds a way to carry the game. This guy is incredibly impressive. Strategy-wise, I still got to give it to BB team. They're just so hard to draft against. I feel like Execration came out swinging in this game with a really cool strategy. Can they repeat it? I hope so, but how many heroes will they have in their arsenal to try and do this one again?
That is the question indeed, but I would expect it to be a lot, because one of the interesting things about Execration...
Might you ban the Veno if you take TA next time? That's like the question, right?
Maybe, yeah, maybe.
Do you have another Veno? Like, yeah. We'll see.
I mean, always Viper, I guess, but I don't like that one quite as much. But I mean, the thing about Execration, though, is that two of their players, Shanks and Tino, they've been playing together since 2022 on this team. The rest of the team has shuffled around a lot, but I think that gives them like a very solid foundation and a lot of experience together to maybe pull out these unique strategies of like the Bounty Hunter, Veno. There could be more to that.
They're very creative, and honestly, like every time, I mean, I say every time, maybe yesterday, the Witch Doctor did look a little bit, lackluster at points, but today the draft was as unconventional. They started off with the Bounty Hunter first pick into the Lich, which, none of us had seen either of those. And I think overall, when you look at the draft and how the game played out, it was pretty solid. It was actually very solid. Like, these heroes had a purpose, and how they were able to like balance the draft out with the later picks, it made a lot of sense. So definitely not at a draft disadvantage, I would say. today compared to yesterday. I mean, if you consider the fact that they do have a different style and they don't value the heroes the same way as other teams might do. But again, you know, that might be a personal opinion. But
Yeah.
I'm not a meta believer personally. I think the meta is like another way to say that just do what the best teams are doing. Obviously, some heroes are stronger than others at times, but this is one of the beauty of Dota is that it really offers, you know, a very large panel of things that you can use. And I like to see creativity always, so I'm always gonna, you know, be on that side and try to support it as much as I can.
I'm just curious if BB team respects anything that Execration's been doing, right? When it comes to the bans or maybe even block picks. So that will say a lot to me, right?
100%, yeah.
Yeah, we'll see what angle they decide to go for there. I mean, it's always tough when you're coming in and, you know, you come into your first game, right? You know, you're sort of rookie team when it comes to international play, so you have to kind of throw your cards on the table in that game one, give it everything you've got. If you don't win, then you kind of have to reset a little bit, come up with some new ideas in game number 2. You've shown a lot already, which BB will now be adjusting for, even though they've won. But BB, you know, I think we can probably agree that they won't be happy with this game, right? Like, they see Execration, they don't want to have a 50-minute game against Execration, right? They want to get a nice quick victory. So we know for sure that BB are looking to change things up. They won't be happy. They'll be switching it, and they'll be trying to bring something new to this draft.
I mean, Execration might not have been able to, you know, get a win, but they definitely must have earned BB's respect, because as we've said, it's been close, much, you know, way too close for comfort for BB. So you're not gonna come into this next map, you know, kind of disrespecting or underestimating them. That is for sure. And on the Execration side, I think now it's too late to kind of get a better position in the group. They're most likely gonna be, you know, bottom of the group, and that might also relieve some sort of pressure in the sense that they can now, you know, keep trying and keep like finding the right, you know, the right like balance, I guess, in what they're doing, like how they play and how they draft. So perhaps this will make them play, you know, better, more free and more relaxed.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a pretty feeling free pick right there.
Yeah, it is.
why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? Lewis just came into this game, you know, last game he absolutely destroyed GPK in the middle lane, which is not what we're expecting in the slightest. And yeah,
it's interesting though, right?
It is. And Puck is out, so that's like one of the natural counters to the Storm Spirit, especially in GPK's hands. Monkey is also a hero that some teams go for when they see the Storm matchup, like gives a little bit of control, has a good lane against them. So these heroes are out. So
Queen is out too, which is a lot annoying in lane.
They could like protect the Storm pick with the next phase bans also and try to make it like truly a very strong
they
Storm
get
Spirit game.
One ban, which I'm thinking Ember probably, right?
Yeah, it should be the Ember. I mean, or perhaps, you know, if he's confident that he can replicate the same amount of like domination in the 1v1 matchup, perhaps you don't even need to ban the Ember. But you really got to make sure that it happens again, because Ember is a natural counter to Storm Spirit.
Yeah,
of course.
And here comes the respect that we were wondering if it was going to come out, and here it is.
You like
the
to
bounty
see it?
hunter. Yeah, you do.
It's very good. It's very good. It says a lot about BB team's mindset when they go into these games and into these drafts.
Yeah, they know it wasn't just you know, a fluke or a, you know, a difficult game because of one like mistake they made. We recognize and they recognize that both teams were playing pretty damn well in that last game, so nothing but respect at the moment.
There's something going on with the Bane. Like, it's been banned second phase first map, and now it even made it to the first phase ban for Execration.
Yeah.
Big respect to Kataomi.
Yeah, it's been very strong in the lane, mainly. We saw Spirit played earlier with like these SFs and stuff, and
Absolutely. Well, coming into the next ban here, they're going to get rid of that Marcion BB team, as well as the Bounty Hunter. So Execration, one more ban to come from them, and we'll get to see what direction they are going to take it in.
Could have been, could indicate that it was they were seeding it from Execration, but then they realized, well, it's maybe not that good of a steal for us, the Marcy, so might as well ban it.
Yeah.
They go for the Kunkka, so again, like, that is a lot of, like...
showing a lot early.
Yeah, they're showing 2 cores that early in the draft. It's like, we know what we want to go for. We don't really care how you're going to try to deal with it, as long as we put our hands on it.
And they actually, they didn't ban the Ember. They just went straight into the Dazzle ban. I didn't even pay attention to that. So, yeah, he's confident. He's like, yeah, I won mid last game. I don't know if that's like an overconfidence, to be honest with you, because it's very much so winning your lane isn't necessarily winning the game.
Yeah. No, it
And
is.
things can go much different.
Listen, I'll say, as currently borrowing an Aegis from Seb here, I will say that, this is an ego thing. You need to make sure that you're proof to your team that, this is just a one-off.
Just keep them in check.
I mean, that's definitely, it's a case of that. But who's gonna, the one that's gonna have to say something about it is GPK, because I'm sure he's the kind of player to not enjoy having to admit, a 1v1 defeat. So he's coming for revenge here.
Yeah.
Which is hype.
Which is very hype.
That's really hype.
It is hype.
I like this Ench pick. I think it fits really well the tempo at which Storm wants to play. It's also quite good against the heroes that we see. I mean, you got to think that most Embers now play on maxing the shield, and Ench used to be a counter to that. We haven't seen that interaction in a while because the Ember build has been about Q and W for the longest time now. But maxing shield on Ember and having your whole kind of playstyle revolve around it when you get dispelled that early by an Enchantress is absolutely it's just very sad.
Yeah, for sure. And Storm has been, not Storm, sorry, Shadow Fiend has been ignored this entire series.
Interesting.
Which I found interesting. I mean, I bring that up because it's very good versus Willow. But I don't know if they're... Pure does like his carry NP a lot, so maybe they're not going to go for it.
Yeah.
So probably that might just pick a support here. But it is 18 pick, so offlaners, usually on 18 pick, you want to pick a core there that has the most value. And they're going to go for the Omni yet again.
Go back for it.
I mean, versus Kunkka, that's like, we're thinking of old counters. This used to be an old counter.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. I mean, I'm hoping that I'm looking at this Ench, and I don't know if he's gonna be happy transitioning into the classic right-click impetus kind of Ench. Obviously, the build now is much more about building Holy Locket and maxing out your heal quite early, but it could be a very good Ench game. I'm looking at these heroes, and both against Omni and Ember Spirit, Ench can do a lot of damage if she finds the space. I kind of like what Execration have so far. I mean, both Bet Boom, they're going for something very similar to what they had game on, but pretty good adjustments from Execration, in my opinion.
There's also a caveat here, which I'm sure Mike and Joel will tell you later on as well, is that CML used to be a mid player, and he did used to bust out the Ench mid on occasion. So
he's going mid?
No.
With Ench?
He's not doing that.
That would be hype.
Absolutely. Not after that performance from Lewis. Lewis is firmly our mid laner.
Lewis is demoted to support for this game. He's going to show him how it's done, how to really close out a game.
But it could mean if he's a former Ench core player, then surely he's very hyped about, dishing out damage at some point, which I think could be a big difference maker. I think we've seen Snaking yesterday play the Ench kind of old style where he quickly transitioned into the Dragonlance, and this hero can really become a menace.
Yeah, become a huge problem indeed. Willow coming out as well for Execration. But it is interesting to see that both in this game and the last game, they did go back to the two heroes that really secured them their opening game here at the Esports World Cup. That Bounty Hunter and that Enchantress, their supporting duo in their opening game versus Falcons, which they won. They're now, they've obviously made the read that, we should probably be using those guys a bit more. That worked. Let's go back to it.
And we're most likely looking for a position 5 on BB team, perhaps position 4, but it is quite likely at this point that Pure is just going to keep his hands on the Prophet. He's had a lot of success with it.
Yeah.
And on Execration side, they could decide to flex to Kunkka to both off lane and safe lane. So things are a little bit more open for them.
I'm curious on what position 5s that are left.
That they would consider.
Yeah, that they consider. Because if you look at the bans, there's a lot of supports banned.
Yeah, maybe just a casual Kataomi Ogre, I'm thinking.
An Ogre, yeah.
Could be pretty decent. Works well with Prophet, works well with Omni, that also relies a lot on movement speed and attack speed. He just gets in there to dish out the damage.
I'd be down.
Do you keep this Kunkka on the...
Alright, so it'll be
lane?
support MP actually.
Okay, they're
going back
switching
for
it
his
up.
life stealer.
Yep. It is a really good next game.
Yeah.
Against Willow, against Kunkka, not much threatens him here. It's only the instant stun from the Vortex, but that is so... it's so little.
I don't know if Execration plays it, but you might have to take a loss on the offlane, but it's a really good troll game.
Yeah, a lot of good carries. But yeah, as you mentioned, sending the Kunkka to the next lane is not ideal.
Yeesh. Yeah, and Kunkka's not really a hero which can sort of jungle back into it, right?
Yeah,
you kind of can, but it's not the best. It depends.
You need a decent amount of laning before that, I guess. Maybe up to level 5, I would say that would be ideal.
But I would say it might be worth it if you just have the carry matchup here, because Troll, I'm not actually sure how it works with Omnimore with the Ags. Can you dispel?
I think so.
His ability.
I mean, you cannot dispel the W, but you can dispel the ult.
Okay, they're gonna go for Beast anyway, so they're gonna throw Kunkka into the safe lane. And Beast, this is definitely one of the traditional Lifestealer counters.
It's a very good lane for Beast.
Yeah.
Like this Prophet Lifestealer lane is not something the Beast is going to care much about. The boards are going to reign. They're going to dominate that lane. So we could see like quite high tempo given like if the Storm gets off to as good of a start and the Beast has a good lane, like the tempo that Execration is going to set
Their style for
can
sure.
be quite extreme.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely like it because they like playing fast. Like the Troll suggestion would have been much slower, but Execration, they're a very, very quick team, and this adds to it. Maybe win the lane, snowball the game, but if this game does go too far, there are a lot of good tools, I feel like, especially this Lifestealer. He probably could carry this game if it gets very, very farmed.
They're like almost on a timer, Execration at this point, because it's very all in, but they drafted themselves in a very like in a nice situation. Honestly, it's very achievable.
Absolutely, and you can see on the cameras there, BB looking happy. And one interesting thing about BB and their mentality is they're usually happier when their opponents actually drafted something they think is good, because they're going to get a good game out of it. Like, if they think that someone's messed up the draft completely, you'll actually see them looking a little bit, like, cheesed off almost. Like, there might be some laughs, but generally they're a bit like, ugh, like, come on, really, guys? Like,
Boring.
Yeah, there are sweats to the highest degree, which is why they're able to win tournaments in the way they are. But, yeah, I mean, so we're saying reasonable chance for Execration here?
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
All right.
If they play it well.
Absolutely. Let's see if they can do it then. I mean, game number 1, it was close. BB team did take it. Let's get into game number 2 and see if Execration can cause an upset here and bring us to a 1-1 in this best of 2 series. We've got MLP and John Expire on the mic.
Thank you so much, Nomad. Game number 2 is where we're at, Jonathan. BB team, Execration. Obviously, BB team looking pretty happy right now. They've secured the first victory. They don't have to worry about some crazy tiebreakers at the end of the day. Execration, though, still fighting for an attempt at a draw for themselves to finish off their day. As you saw, game 1, I think went a lot closer than most people would have anticipated prior to that game starting. How are you feeling about the drafts for game 2?
I think it's interesting. I think we're getting to see the pure Gore Storm Lifestealer once more is kind of sickening. I mean, sure, maybe the lane isn't going to be amazing here for Pure into the Beastmaster if Tino, and Tino is a Beastmaster specialist. But that Gore Storm facet, I mean, you hit level 6, you basically have your own Overlord up, you're going to be chasing around, you're going to be looking for kills, you're going to be a menace with some Ancient creep on you. I don't think you can underestimate that. It's just so much early pressure that can come in from Pure, and he has a lot of good vehicles as well for Infest Bombs if he wants to play that style instead. So you have to do a good enough job here on Tino to slow him down, which again, the matchup does make sense for it. Beastmaster into Lifestealer, you're going to play with the boars, you're going to stand back, you're going to apply a lot of slows, he's never going to walk up to you and get some free right clicks off. So you should be able to do some damage to that laning phase that Pure would want to establish here.
Shank's going to stick around for this top bounty. Kataomi and Pure going to say hello. Sprout block is going to be out. Shanks, though, just goes with the Shadow Realm, will be okay. You know, to intervene as well, just in case. It is going to be, I believe, a 3-for-1 starter. CML being chased down already, has to go for the Nature's Attempt to survive them. Hero getting very close to securing the kill, but not quite.
Not quite. You do miss out now on just having perhaps Enchant in lane or an Impetus shot. You're going to have to just try to regen around here for CML, but not feeding First Blood is always nice. Mid lane match, of course, we're seeing a rematch for Lewis and for GPK. The Storm versus Ember once more, Chain Gang Ember again, and we saw Lewis kind of manage his mid lane really nicely last time around. I'm keen on seeing if anything changes here for GPK. It's basically the same old story. You've got that long-range poke. You could just melt through the Flame Guard. It makes it a little bit awkward for Chain Gang Ember to kind of play nowadays, going for 1-1-3. And that just means Lewis, as long as no rotations come in, should have a fun time. But you have to always be cautious with Kataomi around. We've seen this Nature's Prophet rotate around quite effectively once level 2, level 3 is up, blocking off the pathway, providing an opportunity to jump on top. Can be quite scary. And he's going to have some room. That's the one thing when you have a Lifestealer. Yes, this lane isn't great for it, but if you start to stabilize a little bit on Pure, you get an opportunity for Kataomi to go away. The Lifestealer is still a relatively annoying here to try to fully kill, so long as you play your spacing right here for Pure.
Absolutely. So far, things are okay. I mean, as you get the level 2 balls up, I think you're starting to get a little bit more afraid for Pure and Kataomi, and already Tino being a bit of a nuisance. Keep in mind, Tino, this is one of his favorite heroes in the Beastmaster, so we anticipate he's going to have a pretty decent game for himself. It's like mid lane, we are having a pretty good time for Lewis once again. GPK already only 5 CS comparatively to the 11 and 5 of Lewis. So it looks like another somewhat rough laning stage for GPK on the Ember Spirit. Is top, Kataomi being chased down, but Tino not going to need to dive. He'll let Shanks take the kill. Meanwhile, bottom, they'll try for CML, but he has the nature's attendance. They've proven to be enough to survive once again.
That it is. It's just a big nuisance to try to have to go into the Enchantress. Has that enchant now, so you do have yourself a basic Dispel to try to clear out and maybe try to hold someone down. And for the side of Execration, I mean, you're having a decent enough start for Palos, all things considered. Melee matchup into Omni Knight could be a little bit more annoying, but you always have that Tidebringer threat. You are relatively tanky yourself here on the Kunkka, so you're not going to be easy to shove away, even with the chain control threat that you are getting here from Save. It shouldn't be as hard for Palos in comparison to that Abaddon game that we were seeing last time around. So already some good signs for Execration early at the very least. It's just a matter of how much can they capitalize. Because it feels like this game, the big difference for Exe is going to be Tino on the Beastmaster. Right? Like last time on the Venomancer, he was a lot more passive. He was farming. He was getting the aura up fully along with a Hurricane Pike before joining in his team. With the Beastmaster, he kind of does the same thing, but it is more effective with the Dominator, Overlord timing, shoving in top, having that presence, maybe even just getting a roar out, opportunistic kills start to appear. This is not looking great for GPK mid. Again, a little bit of a repeat from Game 1, if not maybe a little bit worse actually in comparison to Game 1. It felt a little bit closer there for GPK in comparison to this.
It does. I mean, you don't have to worry about the Bounty Hunter at least for GPK. So there's one bright side, I guess, is you're not going to have to be too concerned about that hero moving in as Pure. Got a man fight Tino here. Tino will retreat. They do have those level 2 balls up now, so they are trying to be very aggressive. Kataomi probably the easier target to aim down, but they'd much rather the Life Stealer if they can. Pure are going to be okay, but the harassment's certainly not going to be slowing down too much here from the side of Execration.
No. Been on point again with just that positioning, that spacing.
Miero's going to get caught down bottom. He'll pop the Healing Lotus, will survive thanks to the Shackle. CML will go for the chase, but Miero should be perfectly fine. It's top lane now, the chase on a Kataomi. Kataomi not looking too good. He'll go down. Pure still fighting a little bit, but does ultimately need to retreat. No more spells to throw out here for the side of Exa. They will leave. They got Kataomi. They'll be more than happy with that. And of course, this is allowed. Oh, Pure plants a tree, hides behind it. Quick thinking from Pure.
Yeah, a little bit cheeky. Did force out the Lotus usage out from Shank. So missing out on the snipe. You do have some good sustain. Just a shared tango plus the Sprout. A little bit of that longer tango to play with for Pure. Some regen to kind of keep him in that lane. Again, very annoying here to try to poke out. But you are still lining up for a strong start for Exe. Like all of these kills coming out onto Tino's lane, it's just adding up to that early start for that Dominator, for that Overlord timing we're looking for from him. And again, all the lanes are looking pretty clean from Exe. That lane for Palos still getting pretty active here.
Save. Bottom lane will be targeted. CML with the enchant being an absolute nuisance. And they will find save. CML. As an Eng player, John, you really enjoy that level 3 timing. That level 2 enchant, always a pleasure to play with.
That it is. Just having himself a nice, annoying little Warpine Raider already. And he could start to consider making some movements here into the 6-minute mark. Gets himself the tomato creep. Can kind of just deny this refill out from GPK.
Pure's very low up at top. He's got no mana for Rage either. He's just going to run the old-fashioned way, but he cannot do so. Tino will secure his life. Meanwhile, the Palos will go down. So a pretty nice trade across the map here for BB Team. CML, he's trying to connect mid lane to secure power runes and maybe even force the Tier 1 tower in. When they've got a siege creep, so they can start to apply a lot of pressure onto that Tier 1. GPK will have to leave the power rune for Lewis. And I think maybe you could just full commit for the tower if you really want to. Yeah. Can you keep the siege creep alive long enough? I think the answer is probably yes. Here comes the next creep wave. Meanwhile, top, Tino. He's diving Tier 1 towers. This is the style of play that Execration love. Pure's been jumped. Pure, he can't survive it. Mid lane, they have shackled up at least CML, so CML will go down. Meanwhile, top Kataomi still trying to run, but he is going nowhere. This Kataomi will die. And mid Tier 1 tower, John, it's gone. Yeah. It is gone. No deny even.
No, they kept that siege creep alive. It was a very smart tomato creep pickup as well from CML. that aura it gets when it dies, that buff, the little bit of extra attack speed for the Siege Creep, speeding up that push. Really good fortified timing there as well for the side of Execration. And you're finding those good trades, because when it comes down to it, yeah, you're sacrificing a couple of bits here with Palos losing down bot a couple of times. Same thing with Pure up top. But the Kunkka does farm a little bit quicker than the Lifestealer. Mind you, you can kind of speed that up with the Infest here, of course, for Pure once that's up. He's stuck at level 4. He's forced to jungle early. Top's gone. And this timing now for Tino is key. Overlord's Dominator's already up, building into the Overlord. And we know what Tino can do on a good Beastmaster game. He can really start to pop off. Heck, he doesn't even go for Roar. Just goes for the additional level in Inner Beast, wants to keep farming, wants to keep pressuring lanes. And we've seen Tino do that a couple of times. If they don't need the Roar for kills, he's going to bypass it. He's just going to eat all the space in the world, deny some pivotal farm that BB team needs to find for themselves. And the rest of the team will kind of pick up the slack for him.
Oh, absolutely. It's classic Tino Beastmaster. You just give him the farm, let him have what he wants. He knows what he's doing. GPK, chains out, trying to get a power rune. We'll get lucky. Regen rune down bottom. He'll be able to secure. Sure, Lewis would have loved that. He will not have it. It's BB team keeping around this Ember Spirit. But look at top lane now. T2 Tower almost gone. The Dark Troll Summoner of Tino proving to be a nuisance. And don't forget, you can have 2 of these. You have an Enchantress.
Yep. Just have so much to play with. They are starting to walk up to Tino, but this Beastmaster is fairly tanky with all the stats he's just building up, and is just lacking that full Ultimate Warp now for that tempo still.
Okay, quick jump in onto CML, and he will not be able to heal up in time. Nice quick pick up for BB team. But geez, the tempo of Exile, like the fact that they're already knocking on T2 towers and almost taking them down, it's a pretty big concerning for BB team. I mean, you've got to find a way to slow the game down a little bit. Like, you're just losing a few too many objectives, I think.
Yeah, I feel like this is the better idea that they had when they were going for the Venomancer. It's kind of the same style, right, for Tino. He's doing the same thing, eating up top, kind of taking space, getting that build-up he'd want. But the threat from the Beastmaster is much more apparent in comparison to the Venomancer wards and that aura still.
Yeah, Save going to get caught. Does not look like he's going to make it out, and he will not. Pure, though, looking to escape in his ancient Black Dragon form, and he'll be able to do so just fine. Get through the Twin Gate. Palos was left alone down bottom. It's only Miro there, though, so he'll be perfectly okay. Miro, of course, having a very nice time as well, we should add. He's been basically completely free farming down to this bottom lane, trying to work towards that Radiance build-up. And, well, with the way the farm's going for him, it'll be up relatively soon.
And that's one way to kind of deal with a creep army at the very least. Just kind of slow down, have some threat with a big group up. You are being a menace here with Pure, and we've seen this again with the Core Storm. Just taking that Ancient Creep, cutting off waves. Not really much you can do to poke back on the Ancient Creep at this point, at the very least.
The GPK. GPK not going to find the power in this time. They'll find an illusion for Lewis to save. In big danger, but the Repel and Guardian Angel going to save as a nice Terrorize now, landing on 3 targets. Save still trying to get out. Somehow will survive. Now the 3-man chains from GPK for the turnaround. Oh, Save. This man, he's just been surviving everything.
And he has. Find an
CML will
extra.
drop.
I mean, Execration just, again, going on a target that you can't just insta-get. Oh,
Pure. I mean, it's a big target if they can find this Lifestealer, and it seems like they can. So you lose your support duo, but you do find a position 1 Lifestealer. I don't think you can complain too much about that.
it's pretty equal in terms of net worth trade. Just a little bit more of a bonus, actually, on CML. You have been held back, after all, on Pure in terms of that build-up. You will take that. Again, this timing now in the Lifestealer is starting to slow down severely here for Pure. Barely above Shanks, just 600 gold above the Dark Willow in terms of net worth at this point, which is not ideal for sure on this Lifestealer, and his timings for something like, say, the Radiance is just not going to be all too quick. Map space has been shrinking. The vision game coming out from Execration, so clean. Look at these wards up top. Having a good line of vision into that top jungle, getting that information to play the aggression to see if they can, you know, take these fights on mid, take these fights by the runes, and when coming in. Just a clean line of action coming out for Exe. And overall, I think, again, this is a good rebalancing from Execration in comparison to Game 1. Their draft shifted a little bit more. The ideas are somewhat the same. Shifting the Abaddon for the Kunkka, shifting the Veno for the Beastmaster. And, you know, BB Team are also running a very similar draft, bringing in the Nature's Prophet and the Lifestealer. But this translation for Exe so far has looked a little bit more successful.
Shanks moving in, seeing Kataomi, looking for the Brambles maze. Won't really land it, but it won't matter. I'm sure that it allows Lewis to get within range to secure a kill here with Tino. And well, they've got Raw back up here for Tino, so you could try for another quick kill. And the tempo of Execration right now is pretty damn insane. Like, there's no slowing these guys down at the moment. Oh, maybe now, Tino. He'll get caught out. He was completely alone. Everybody else just left the building.
Yeah. A little bit surprising. He was just kind of standing still, maybe again feeling safe with the vision on top, but good movement out. And again, you can't underestimate just how far your control is on BB Team. Because you have Chain Gang just throwing a Remnant out with Chains, very low committal kind of movement out to catch these heroes alone. And that's going to be some breathing room for BB Team. 9-6, 1K lead still standing for Exe. You still have that ramp up set here on Tino, but you are getting some recovery room out for Pure. And still slowly working his way towards the Sacred Relic, probably into the full Radiance, like you were talking about on Miero as well, looking for his own Radiance timing to line up. And once you have that durable front line that's willing to run in, you will have the output, you will have that sustain, and it will be down to Execration to show us whether or not they can deal with all of these saves and all of this sustain that we saw even from game one. You have some answers for that Ench. CML, at least, you know, with the enchant can somewhat deal with some of these nuisances, but whether or not it's going to be enough remains to be seen. Still, Tino is back up, gets himself a new Ancient Creep. The Thunder Hide's on hand, a little bit more attack speed to play with. You know, running around with the Wild Hunt, just a lot of attack speed to kind of pump out here for a threat. And could look to just maybe snipe out bots somehow, although, again, the creep wave is fairly far. Smoke instead for Exe, trying to get a position in here.
Oh, who do they find? It's going to be Save on the
Shaman.
Very nice scan, though, from Save. We'll see them now. Palace going to try for the Blind Torrent, barely missing out, and even the Bramble's not connecting. Quick sidestep from Save. They do still at least get the Shrine of Wisdom for their trouble, but Shanks and Kataomi finds the other one. Yeah, not really a big deal at all here for BB Team.
No, I mean, at least it's not a 2-0 pickup. Still Kataomi?
Should get caught. Palos will move in. Kataomi go for the Sprout. Palos will hold on to the X. Does throw the boat out. There's your X out now as well, and does find a nice simple pick-off for himself.
Oh, bit of a chase from Lewis on mid.
Ray just popped on Pure. He's going to keep trying for this, but Save is going to be there to try and save. Wall's dropped. Lewis looks like he's gone too far. Will go down. And well, you can't forget, Save did not die bottom lane, but Miero now, targeted by Tino and Shanks. Miero, Guardian Angel out, it won't make the difference.
No. Bigger trades coming out for BB Team, even though you find a few more kills here for Exe. I think losing Lewis is pretty detrimental. At the least, he does force out spells. You don't have the Mass Serpent Ward. There's no threat for a siege on any objective yet. While that spell is gone, a top tier one's still healthy, mid tier one's healthy as well. These are key objectives to kind of clear out to start to shave some map control away from Execration. And Exe are being very efficient across the map despite those losses. Right? Like, you've got that steady build-up on Tino, working into his big AC, more attack speed to play with. With Wild Hunt, these creeps will just start to machine gun through objectives. You've got that build-up as well, which is somewhat stalled out on Lewis, but going for the full Kaya Sanj. And again, just the durability you'll get, the willingness to jump into the front line is massive. Look at this creep army from the Enchantress and the Beastmaster. It's massive. What do you do to stop this?
Not much. Not much. They'll glyph up. That'll do the job. We'll force them back for now. Execration, maybe just wait out the next wave. Palos, top of the net worth, bought a very different game here for the Conquer. And they say screw the T2 Tower, let's just go Roshan. Well, why not? BB Team's certainly not in a position where they want to try and force any fights.
No.
And so the first Roshan of the game should freely be going the way of Execration. Probably onto Lewis, but I wouldn't even mind Tino, in fairness. I think, in fact, maybe Tino's the better option.
It could be. He's been the more susceptible target. Although I do feel like having the Aegis on Lewis does allow him to play that aggression if he loves to play. And yeah, it's just a safety net for the Storm. We'll have that backup now. For BB Team, and they're doing a fine enough job of dodging, but you can't stop the push at this point. With the secondary life, with the creep army still around as well from CML, and that build-up from Tino, no fortify anytime soon. You will be able to find these tier 2s. Top was already taken away earlier on. Mid set to fall, at least once the creep wave catches up. And BB team, again, this is the weakness of the draft this time around. You don't have that quick farm coming in for Pure. And it is just harder and harder to kind of find that space to get things going. The Radiance is up, it's a start, but you're not fully set yet.
They're looking to knock on tier 3 towers here, Execration. The Radiance is one thing, but is it going to be enough to defend this? They'll bring in the squad. BB team slowly starting to chip away at the HP pool of Tino. Half HP on the tier 3 tower already. Trying to at least get the dominated creep, and they do get it. That's one problem gone. So Tino may have just gone back to find another, and he does. It's not going to be that simple. I mean, maybe if you can find this next Ancient Creep, it might be enough to force them back. Execration still looking to get through that tier 3 tower. Almost there. Terrorized, being pump faked, won't come out. They'll find the dominated creep again. And that should be enough.
Yep. Just kind of dissuade them. They've done enough damage on that tier 3 with very little commitment. Down to 500 HP. It's a lot of usable space for a BB team. You've got some room to roam on Pure. You've got some room to, again, keep that build up here on Miero. And if you consider just the difference between this and Game 1, it's just that there's much more coming out from the other Execration cores. Again, we're getting that early impact from Tino. We're getting that early impact from Palos in comparison to his
GPK being caught. Terrorize going to land as well. Big kill for Execration. Here we go again. Mid T3 tower. A lot harder to defend when you haven't got GPK up. Mind you, he does have buyback, but committing buyback 19 minutes into the game to defend, it's going to feel so ugly.
It feels awful. You don't want to have to do that. I'm just wondering how BB team actually decides to play, because there is a lack of initiation. Maybe if you get a blink up here on save, blink hex, shackles can kind of simplify things, but for now it doesn't feel like there's follow through for when GPK actually finds some good chain gang going. One set of racks down, another to go. And there's just nothing clear presenting itself here.
Zip in, Lewis looking to find Save. Save in pretty big danger. Repel though from Miero, gonna save him for now as here comes GPK with the respawn. Pure is here as well, infested in the Prowler. They'll find CML to start, looking for Lewis now. Pure just chasing them down casually. As a creep, they'll find Tino. Lewis though, he's gonna jump in again, trying to go after GPK, but the Croaker! These darn Croakers, Jonathan! GPK's all right. Here comes Lewis. He'll finish off the job. But he needs to get out. He needs to get out, Lewis. Or does he? Save. Being jumped in an instant hex. Lewis will regret that choice, because he will go down. Oh, these Croakers, John. What are we going to do about this frog problem?
No, yeah, you got to let them live. You know, they're just doing their job. They're spawning. It's just a way of nature. You know, you don't want to have to disrupt the ecosystem. You're playing in their area. They have the right to be mad. And Execration have to be a little bit upset about that prolonged engagement not quite panning out. Look, they managed to get some decent value from the Aegis if you didn't die again on Lewis, but they do the damage on the mid.
Here we go.
And again, they just overextend just a tad bit. Lewis gets ahead of himself, trying to look for that front while the respawn of GPK is coming in. And when the chain gang hits, it's a lot of control.
You realize with how dominant this game is. If BB team start making a comeback now, that Croaker might be the MVP. Look at this. Here we go. GPK jumps in. Tino looking for the Raw, does get it, and boom! Everyone's stunned as we're fighting again. GPK on a Tino, can't finish the job, but they're on a Palos now. Palos dropping low, should go down and does. Not a good fight at all for Execration, but they've got to keep going. It's Tino now dropping as well. They'll take down Safe finally. But it's the thing with this Shaman pick. It just takes so long every fight to deal with Save. And now BB team, they're back in the game.
That they are, evening it out, 14-14, 1K lead or less than 1K lead coming out for BB team. And for Execration, that's just, again, forced fight after forced fight. You don't have, you do have some protection, but Paolo's going to turn on the BKB. The chain stunts are coming in. Because of that last fight, you have the blink on save. And we were talking about that lack of initiation BB team outside with Chains. Now that the Shadow Shaman can initiate as well, looking for these opportunities isn't too difficult for the side of BB team. Execration have to be cautious. That single target control, the nuisance of Shadow Shaman with that foul play on hand, it's caused them problems in game 1. It's causing them problems here in game 2. And they've got to find a way to deal with it.
Such a shame as well, just such a dominant start to the game, but we're now Miero top of the net worth. Pure catching up very, very quickly, and Execration not feeling quite as confident as they once did. BB team, Pure going right for the Aghanim Scepter as well on the Life Stealer, looking to make life very difficult. Tino will pick up the full AC on the Beastmaster, so they could hope to smoke up and maybe try again. And it looks like they may. Lewis also now having an Orchid up. It's just this Shaman is just so hard to deal with every fight. And the thing is, you've got to deal with it.
Yep.
You can't let him live.
No, it's too much control. And again, Lewis has been trying, but it's only really Lewis. Yeah, you can't afford to really have Palos or Tino caught out like that. The moment you lose, especially your Beastmaster here, your control, it's still somewhat there, but it's not as reliable. You need that roar, you need that burst window opening up for Lewis. And you just need to find a way. Roshan's still a minute away as well until we see that respawn timer come in. You still at least have that map advantage here for the side of Execration. Look, their tier 1 mid is still standing, tier 1 top still standing. Both of these are still very healthy as well. So they're in no way of losing map control, but if you drop this next fight, it could be awkward.
It could be very awkward. BB team, let's see if they can do it. See if they can pull off this fight. Execration, they'll move in. They found GPK already. They'll just try to lock him down, throwing everything but the kitchen sink, but they haven't really got the kill yet. GPK, he survives all of it. Lewis is down. There was no damage.
No.
There was 0 damage. And with that, that is another lost team fight. BB team now well and truly in control of this game too. And well, what happened there? They just threw everything at him and nothing happened.
They threw everything and they forgot that there's an Omni Knight in the game. Miero's nearby. He was just in the side of the trees. I'm surprised Execration make that move. Because they know the issues with the Omni Knight. They know the issues with the save coming in. They know the issues with the Shadow Shaman in the side as well. And Lewis goes all in without a BKB, without any debuff immunity, and just get stunned in the backline once more. Look at that movement. Very forced onto the Ember. Everyone else hanging in the right spot from BB team, and it all just falls apart.
And Palos goes down as well, apparently, in the meantime. Naomi securing that one, and it's the thing we saw last game, like this Shaman Omni. It's the combination of these two is just devastating. You want to kill the Shaman? Not only has he got the innate, the foul play, but he's got repel from an Omni Knight, he's got Guardian Angel, he's got heals coming through.
So annoying.
It's a really, really yucky combination to have to play against.
It's so annoying. You can see why, again, you know, Shadow Shaman's probably one of the most annoying heroes to play up against right now. His entire kit is just made to really piss you off for the most part. And you're seeing it here. Execration's starting to get a little bit jumpy, starting to get under pressure, trying to look for these opportunities. And now they lose the lead fully, 6K up for BB team. They can control Roche access at this point. They've set up that control on the triangle. They can cut off Execration quite hard in this game. And for Exe, it does feel like, again, we're getting to the point where a lot of your damage is mainly on Lewis. Like, right, it's down to the Storm. It's down to him to just jump into the back, try to kill someone off, try to get this BKB timing going. You've got your own BKBs coming in here on BB team. Let's see them move out with a smoke. This could be a big one. If you win the fight into Roshan, you stay in this game for Execration.
Oh, it's certainly so. It's going to be hard now, BB team. Certainly the stronger team in this game too at this stage. Mid lane, Palos going to show. GPK with an amp damage rune. Going to be spotted. Rooted up as well. But Miero's right behind him. We've seen this before. They won't make the jump. Still posturing, trying to find the right targets. I mean, again, you've got to find Miero, you've got to find Save. And when I say it's not even just one of them. Kind of has to be both.
It does. Easier said than done. Again, most of your initiation right now is just Lewis. So he has to be the one committing. And it's such a massive risk. Like, you don't have a blink up on Dino. He's going back for it now with the ace
the
done.
high ground. They've got the vision. CML not looking too good. GPK happily moving in. Will take out one. Tino also caught. They'll try to force a fight here. Karaomi, he'll go down, but Tino looking like he's about to follow his Palos, trying to fight Pure, but he does no damage to the Kunkka. He'll move on to save instead. Save maybe finally goes down, but his job is done. He's happy to die in this instance. Meanwhile, Lewis trying to zip TP away will make it out. They did actually buy back on save for this team fight. So not the worst overall fight at all here for Execration. You did have a 2-for-2 trade, still favorable for BB team.
Yeah, it's a little bit risky for Execration at this point. They buy back only on CML, but that Ench, you need that enchant up.
I mean, they did buy back on CML, John. Problem is, he's going to also die back.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big window where you don't have to worry about, again, that Dispel on hand, trying to find some openings. The Enchantress was a pretty darn good idea. You've got the opening for Roshan now on the side of BB team, and Execration. We're seeing the issues again. Without a BKB on Lewis, it's harder for him to kind of commit. You are lacking damage right now outside of the Storm. You need a BKB up as well on Tino. Still a long ways off from finding that. Full Ags done now on Pure, so more uptime for Infest. Having that vehicle, you know, just being able to keep up with someone with a Radiance Burn on as well. It's going to be a lot of output here to play with. And a secondary life as well. I don't know where you're going to find these solutions here from Execration, but they've got to find them fast if they want to, again, get a draw here.
Save. Will catch. Another free kill. Shanks will go down. Pure picks up an Aegis for himself in the meantime. 6k advantage now for BB team. And Pure jumps into the Ancient. This is how you farm on Lifestealer these days, John.
Yeah.
Lewis, gotta say hello. Not much you can do about it. We'll just zip TP away.
I know, it's getting a little bit scary for Execration. Again, the shortcomings from game one kind of rearing around here once more. A lack of damage, the need for BKBs, like Paulus is going full utility. Sanj and Yasha up. I don't know if you can hope for damage to come in from him later on. Tino, still a ways off from that full BKB as well. And so is Lewis. Like, without that debuff immunity, you're always just going to get pinned down by save. He has just been so on point across both games in locking in that Storm and locking in any key movement from the side of Execration.
That's a big boy, Tino, choosing to take the Croaker for himself now.
That's your solution for control. It can help. You can't underestimate just a little bit of a stun and what it does in the middle of a fight if you manage to catch multiple. But it's just not going to be enough. You know, it might stall out and might give Lewis a window if you time it right. But in terms of setting up for your own kill, a 1.4 second burst window just doesn't seem like it's going to be enough with your damage output at this point.
No, I highly doubt it. Pure free T2 tower, feeling somewhat invincible now as the Lifestealer. You've gotten to the stage where it's going to be a lot of effort to try and kill this man. And you've got to do it twice at the moment, as we are going to have a 3-man smoke for BB team. Chase on a CML in the mid lane. Bottom lane, looks like there is this smoke rotation heading towards Lewis. He's been rooted in place. He gets hexed up by Save. He's gone again. And Shanks is not making it out either. Pure's there.
It's a rough one. Again, without that debuff immunity coming out for Lewis, there's just no security. At least he's starting to get that gold build up. He's not going to have buyback if you will commit for that BKB. So you're still in a very awkward spot for Execration. And for BB team, it's a matter of just riding this game out. Like, there's no pressure to end the game too quickly here on the side of BB team. You know you've got scaling. You know your matchup into the Kunkka is pretty fine for the Lifestealer. And you've got a lot of output still left. Like, you can start to transition to more damage now from Yarrow, starting to work his way into the Yasha. Your siege might not be as quick as Execration's is, but you have so much durability that chances are Exa just can't find an angle in anyhow. No outer towers left for Execration. Still a lot of time left on the Aegis, 2 minutes up. A siege just coming in here for BB team.
That it is. You will start to move in. Serpent Ward's dropped already. Palos is pushing out the top lane in the meantime. The T3 tower top is going to go down. Palos not seeing the opportunity to really force a fight. Lewis, meanwhile, just creep skipping while he can, trying to buy the time for Palos to get through that top lane of Barracks. Meanwhile, Pure looking to chase down some heroes, but doesn't quite get there. We'll look to retreat back towards the racks, and they do still have that siege creep. Cardi's still there. He's got the Roshan banner. Palos almost done with the top racks, but not quite yet. Pure's still going. They'll find the bottom racks. Palos now needs to be a little bit careful, but he does find the melee barracks. But here comes the side of BB Team. They will punish him for this play. Palos, at some point you had to know it was coming.
Yeah.
You still get something for your trouble, at least an even trade.
Yeah, no, it's still a better situation for Execration overall. I mean, mid's gone.
Tino forced the BKB run. Crocus stun. Very nice. That's about it. BB Team might even start heading back towards the bottom lane, honestly. It seems like they just want to remain on this high ground while they still have the Aegis up on Pure. Mind you, the Aegis about to expire in 40 seconds, but they could commit for another tier 3 if they really want. Assuming they have a creep wave, that is.
Yeah, I mean, again, there's nothing holding them back, really. Aegis is about to expire, half a minute, but I don't think you're even concerned right now on Pure.
They'll jump in for a Vortex, but Lewis is just taking so much damage. Tino now, open wounded up, trying to run. Orchid's out. They'll use up the life stealer, but the chain's going to lock down Tino, and he's gone. No buyback on Lewis or Tino. And BB Team looks like they should just be able to put a lid on this game if they want to. Aegis or not, without those two cores up, it's just hard to see a proper defense to come.
No.
As now CML will also go down. No buyback for him either. It's literally Palos and Shanks against the world. And Pure onto the tier 4 towers. They'll try to play this one out, see if they can buy the time for at least Tino to be back up. Jump in again, Miero now finding Palos. Palos getting chained up, and that's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. Might be time to call it, and there you go, they do. BB Team, they do successfully pull off the 2-0 victory here today.
Yeah, I mean, again, it looked pretty clean again for BB Team here towards the later part of the game. I think game 1 was a little bit more back and forth in the late game. The one thing here in game 2 for Execration, the early game was a lot cleaner, right? Like, they did manage to play very strongly here. They did manage to, fix up the draft. I think they had this idea with the Enchantress as a solution to all the saves that you get from the Omni Knight. They were, again, having a pretty good time with Lewis. You do have to appreciate just how willing he is to take these chances while he's playing Storm. Like, he dives in deep, he tries to look for these opportunities. Sometimes it pans out, sometimes it doesn't. It just feels like there were a couple of moments here for Execration where the pressure kind of got to them. Like, they felt like they had to make a play. They felt like they had to just try to catch anything they saw. If you just tried to go for, like, say, GPK without looking for the backline, again, leaving Miero alone consistently just costs you. You need to be able to take care of these two players, of these two heroes on the Omni Knight and the Shadow Shaman, because if you don't, then you just get controlled and you die.
Absolutely. I mean, at the very least, props to Execration. They've got smiles on their faces there, Jonathan. I mean, game 1, pretty close to fair. Game 2, first 20 minutes was pretty dominant from their side of things. So I guess if you're them, you kind of look back and you go, we didn't do too bad.
Yeah.
BB Team, they're a really damn good team. These guys have been playing international lands for quite a while. You can still leave with a smile on your face, is what I'm trying to say, John.
That you can. I think, look, if they wanted to have a really, really good shot into skipping phase 2, they had to get a 2-0 anyhow.
Sure.
They give a good fight to BB Team. Again, for a team like Execration, this is a team that uses these kinds of games to learn more. Learn more and learn more and learn more. And like we heard some of the panel say, some teams do better when they play more games. It feels like the longer you go in the tournament, the more games you play, the better prepared you are to go the distance. So I don't think Execration will mind much. The next challenge is on them. Can they pick up some good lessons here? Can they figure out where it's going wrong? Can they use that when we go into phase 2 where the elimination is starting to line up? And for BB Team, they're in a very good spot already, just getting this 2-0. They look good. They've been rising and rising as every tournament progresses. They've looked stronger and stronger every single time. And it feels like we're starting to reach that culmination. Whether or not this is a tournament for them to kind of clinch it all, we'll have to see. But so far, a good start for them in this stage.
Oh, I certainly think so. And obviously, they just go through to the next stage now here. BB Team looking fantastic as I do believe we have Nomad on standby with the man himself, Mr. Saves. Let's go to them and see what they have to say.
Thank you very much, Mike. Yeah, Save, I mean, well done, well played. That was a pretty entertaining series.
Yeah, I think they played very well, actually. We could have lost both games. So, yeah, respect for them.
Absolutely respect to those guys. Yeah, I mean, were you expecting them to play this fast in game number 2 and like be on your high ground like this?
We didn't expect at first, but when we saw that our safe lane is crashed, you know, enemy beast, Helm of Dominator, like level 2, minute 11. Of course, and he killed the tier 2 tower, minute 11. So yeah, we knew that game was going to be hard and fast, yeah.
All right, but you came back into it. I mean, what was the moment where you realized that, like, you know, you were actually had this game number 2 in your hands?
I think when we finished 2 Radiants on our Nags and Omni, and they went high ground on the mid lane, and we saw that their high ground push was kind of bad, actually, and we defended it, and then we understood that we can actually win this game.
So I'm interested, you mentioned that because I was going to talk to you about that. Like, you guys are fine with double Radiance? That's like, that's chill.
Yeah, I think that's fine for sure. I mean, there's no really different builds on, I guess, on Lifestealer and Omni right now. I guess this is the best build, so it doesn't matter, like, to Radiance.
All right, well, this win does mean that you are through to Phase 3, which means you don't have to play in that Phase 2. So what's that going to be like for you, just heading straight on through to the final round of playoffs, top 8 guaranteed?
I'm not sure, man. Single elimination. We're just waiting for this match, I guess. We're going to have like 5 days of chill. I don't know, we're just going to sit at our practice room, play scrims and pops. And that's it. We're here in Riyadh, yeah.
Is there any fear about not playing the games, you know, about not playing in those playoffs as everybody else does, and then coming into a single elimination, you know, fresh after a few days of rest?
Yeah, I think it's better actually to play decider matches into the playoffs and not like we did. But what can you do if you win?
We're suffering from success here, Save, but still, congratulations, well played, top 8 guaranteed. Thank you very much for coming to talk to me, and best of luck at the rest of the EWC.
Yeah, the man, the myth, the legend himself, Save there. And what a good comeback by BB team. Like, they ended up losing like an 18-minute Rax in mid lane and found a way back into this game, which is quite impressive to say the least.
No, it's definitely good, and it's particularly for this team, I want to say it's a good sign because I don't know, it must be a me thing, but I was under the impression that they struggle more when they're not ahead, because they're often ahead. They're a really strong laning team, and they have like, yeah, very solid foundations to how they play the game, especially in the first 20 minutes. So when they play from behind, they had games where they were, you know, struggling a little bit to find their footing, but today was none of them. And yeah, that team's evolution is pretty scary for their competition.
Definitely. I was like really scared in the early game specifically for Pure, looking at his net worth, just trying to get whatever he could by infesting a creep and cutting waves. At some point, like that mid-rax did go down. I'm like, I don't know, we haven't seen this in a long time where teams just like force the issue and try to go high ground. Was that the right call, or should they like just split the map and try to take map control? It's really hard to say, but I think they were in a good spot, and just unfortunately one fight just kind of snowballed the game out of control for them.
To be fair to them, the mid-rax push kind of worked.
It did,
with
yeah.
no casualties. It's really when they try to force the issue on the top side that they might have overextended a little bit. And this is when, you know, a few items came online for BB team, and they were able to find a nice wraparound. You know, Nakes making the most of infesting an ancient creep and, you know, finding an angle on them. That really, you know, changed the dynamic of the game completely.
Absolutely did. Yes, it will be Execration dropping here, but this game, I mean, both games were close, actually. Like, both games were very, very close in different ways. You know, this game required a big, big comeback from BB. Last game required BB to kind of push themselves to the very edge to finish off the game. So, yeah, as Mike and John were saying, like, I think, you know, Execration, they left with smiles on their faces, which, you know, you don't want to be happy about losing, but considering...
You can confirm that?
I can confirm they were smiling?
Yeah.
I can't, no, but I assume they were looking at the cameras whilst they said that, Fear, so...
okay, just checking.
I don't think they were lying to us. But maybe they would. I don't trust that Mike guy at all. But
Me either.
Either way, yeah, I don't know. I think they should be at the very least, if they're not happy right now, then looking back on this in a few days' time, then you know, they should be proud of what they did against BB here. Really pushed them to the edge, and Save in the interview as well, saying like, yeah, full respect. Like, you know, they pushed us. We could have lost both of these games. So when Save gives you respect, you know you've earned it.
No, 100%. And at the end of the day, you know, getting a good placement in the group stage matters, but what is even more important is making sure that you got a you know, you got to play versus teams with different play styles, and you're ready. You learned basically as much as you're gonna need to go into the next phases of the tournament. It is an international tournament. All the strongest teams are here, and they all have very different styles. Like if you look, you know, around like the different groups, and even within the same groups, like the takes on where the game is at and what's the best are very different. So being able to, you know, get all that knowledge, get all that info is what matters the most at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, I hope they know that too, because at the end of the game, they said good luck further in all chat. So I'm not sure if they know they're advancing still, but hopefully they do, and they can get that all together.
Well, that'll be some nice news to them later on then, I guess. Yeah. So
maybe they just wish them good luck further. Like genuinely, like they're also gonna be there, but you know, they just wish them luck. That they're just too nice, perhaps. You know,
potentially. I haven't seen that one before, but maybe.
It's a new way. They're coming in with the, you know, innovative Dota, innovative post game, also kind words. That's good.
Some worth in the old chats as well earlier on, which I always appreciate. That's always a good one. But I believe we have some replays to look through here. So, Mr. Fear, if you could take it away as we take a look back at some of the key moments of this game at number 2.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. One of them for me was going to be like this high ground push in particular. There's a lot of high ground pushes, but this is the one where finally Pure does come online. He is level 12 on the Lifestealer. He joins in with the creep. This is what the Gore Storm is all about. Until this point, I did think this was all Execration's game, but this does happen, and hopefully we get to see it as well. Save will have an insane reaction speed in a moment here too, but yeah, just the moment that Pure does get that level 12 or level 2 ultimate on the Infest with the Gore Storm wrapping behind, gets him that one crucial team fight win, and then Save with unbelievable reactions. That storm was really greedy. He wanted Save bad, but him dying there was really bad for them too.
It's funny. There's been a duel within the game, right? Like between them, because they both played like Storm and Rasta like twice now, and there was a lot of like mind games between who's jumping who. Obviously, it can be deadly if you get jumps first in a Rasta versus Storm matchup. And Save was playing, you know, a very important hero in the series, like because the Storm it was two pretty good Storm games, considering the fact that he was able to get the most out of GPK in the 1v1 matchup. So there was a lot of weight on Save to kind of just handle the Storm really, and which he did brilliantly twice in a row.
Yeah, I mean, Save's definitely been practicing his FPS games because he's been really quick on his reactions.
He really has, yeah.
He is unreal. He is like unreal skilled. Like I used to call him the most mechanically skilled support, but I'm starting to actually just raise him up to like one of the most just straight up mechanically skilled players.
You should see his core. Like I get to witness that a lot in pubs because he's often the highest MMR in the game, and you know everybody's looking at him being like, you might be a support player, or we're going to need you to do more this time around. and it's never anything to be shy about. He's amazing on literally every single role, every single hero. He's just he's one of these players that is just mechanically gifted.
He is insane, and that's going to be one of the reasons why they top out this group. And Execration unfortunately will be down in the bottom 2, which means we can take a look at how everything stands right now after all of the chips have fallen into place, because we in fact do not have any tiebreakers. These guys all managed to end things off super nicely. So here's Group A. We saw this one earlier. We've got Team Spirit, who will be heading straight through to those Phase 3 playoffs, which they're a little bit worried about, but congratulations to them. Then we have Na'Vi, who will be playing into the second part of Phase 2, and Extreme and Talon will be playing in the first part of Phase 1 here.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's not a huge surprise here. Maybe you could argue Extreme not being ahead of Na'Vi, but I think in this day and age now, this seems kind of accurate. Extreme's been falling down for some time now.
Yeah, the fall of Extreme is unfortunate, but never quite making it work at the moment. Let's take a look at Group B and see how that one is looking after today's games. And of course, we can see BB team there highlighted in green, 5-1, heading through to that Phase 3, followed by Gaming Gladiators, who will be the second round of the Phase 2, and then Team Falcons and Execration in that Phase 1. But I'm telling you, if I'm one of the other teams, I don't want to be drawing against Execration into that.
Surely.
Like, here in a group stage is one thing, but in a single elimination playoffs, like,
it's scary, very scary. But what a tough group for Execration to be in. You know, I'm looking at BB team, Gaming Gladiator, Team Falcons. That is
really tested them. Yeah.
That is a way to be welcomed at an international event. You know, it's like, hey, you wanted to taste it? Well, look at it. You know, deal with it now. So yeah, they really should not blame themselves too much on this one. They were in maybe the toughest group of the tournament so far. So the fact that they were just able to grab the experience is the only thing that matters.
Absolutely, yeah, they can hold their heads high for sure, and hopefully we get to see them improving, getting better, and maybe being even more of a threat next time around. And of course, they're not done yet. They may be highlighted in red, but they've still got plenty more Dota to play. And of course, here we have Group C. This will be played up and sorted out tomorrow, so no change here as of yet, and the same with Group D as well. If we jump over there to have a look at Group D, exact same thing there, as we have not had the games played today. These will be all coming up tomorrow, where these guys will be playing off, so we'll get to see who's ending up as groups. But this is the important stuff, you know, like Team Liquid already at 4-0. Going to be very, very difficult for anybody to take games off them and stop them heading through to those playoffs either. And Shopify Rebellion down at the bottom. So, yeah, I mean, were you surprised that there's no playoffs, no tiebreakers today?
A little bit. I think it's becoming even quite rare that there are no tiebreakers. All the teams are so competitive nowadays, where it's very often that you see teams kind of taking maps from each other's. But this time around, I guess it was a little bit more straightforward. So a little bit surprised. I think I can't even recall when there's been like a tournament with 0 tiebreakers all the way.
Yeah. Well, we still have the Group C and D coming up tomorrow, so we might get them there instead. But yeah, fair, we're all done today. You got anything to end off this this panel or this day with before we wave goodbye to our lovely viewers?
I mean, we have one more day of this, so I kind of want to see more tiebreakers tomorrow. Like, I'm not sure how we're going to get there, but love to see competitive Dota. I don't want it to be really top-heavy and bottom-heavy, because that usually doesn't provide the best games until later in the tournament. So hopefully we get some tiebreakers and some more exciting action tomorrow.
You guys a fan of the 1v1 mid tiebreakers? Because that is a possibility if they can't figure it out with
that is always hype. That is always very hype. Yeah.
All right, excellent stuff. Alrighty, well, we're just about done then. I mean, thank you for letting me borrow your Aegis, Seb, for this panel. I'll give it back to you.
That's what I was gonna ask. Nice. I was a little bit worried.
I ain't gonna run off. Don't worry.
You seem to enjoy it a little bit too much to my liking, so I was hoping I'm getting it back.
Don't worry.
I can't afford getting another one, so
it's kind of hard nowadays.
It's a little bit harder.
Alrighty, guys, thank you so much for joining us as we had a great time here at the Esports World Cup. And yeah, join in tomorrow as we may have some tiebreaker action, may not, but we will be sorting out Group C and D tomorrow. So come back at the same time tomorrow. We'll see you then.
to